Solomon had been thought to have had magical control over both angels and demons from the use of magical seals, magical wheels, even super power magical worms. Solomon is said to have used even such forces to construct the Holy Temple in Jerusalem. I've covered the history of Solomon as a magician in my episode on the infamous grimoire, The Lesser King Solomon. If you want to dive into those legends, check out the card above. However, in this episode, I want to focus on a more obscure object of Solomonic magic, a portable altar for the summoning not of demons, but of angels. This magical altar or mandal is actually described in the Lesser King of Solomon. Though Goetia usually gets all the showtime and is well tested in mystical magic, very likely having its origins before Solomonic magic even reached Europe. In this episode, I want to discuss the intersection of Solomonic angelic magic and the inheritance of astral magic and energy that's taken up into the lesser known but really fascinating angel summoning altar, the mandal. If you're interested in magic, hermetic philosophy, or the history of the occult, make sure to subscribe and check out my other content on topics and esotericism. Also, if you want to support my work of providing accessible, scholarly, and free content on topics and esotericism here on YouTube for free, and you consider supporting me on Patreon or with a one-time donation, find those links below, and I really do appreciate your consideration of supporting the project of Esoterica. But now let's turn to a magical altar inscribed with divine names and symbolism meant to summon hosts. I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane, history, philosophy, and religion. Solomonic magic is a widely attested school of ritual conjuration, typically concerned with summoning and binding of supernatural beings, often with a wide range of ceremonial invocations and the use of divine names set into magical geometric shapes, circles and triangles, to protect the creature and trap the creature summoned, respectively. The most famous or infamous version of this magic is shown in literature, usually referred to as the Cura Solomonis, or the King of Solomon literature, very well attested early on in the Scholastic period, and continued in popular practice and into the contemporary world of the occult. Of course, the most famous instance, at least in the Anglophone world, is the Lesser Key of Solomon, made famous in its employment by early 20th century occultists like Aleister Crowley, but also because of the lurid demonic descriptions, the weird seals associated with these demons, and its appearance in pop culture. Looking at you, Paimon, I'm still looking to get in touch with your pages. Of course, the exact origins of these things is pretty mysterious. There is substantial evidence of their very early entrance into Europe via Islamic and Jewish medical schools, but also the 18th century introduction into Italy, all of which likely reaches back to Greco-Egyptian and the late classical world, although the exact dots are hard to connect. Despite the popularity of the clavicular Solomonic literature, other forms of magic attributed or associated with King Solomon were also known from the Middle Ages, and that's where the Almandel fits in, as much as it does. The Almandel or Almandel word, assuming it's widely defective, as you can hear, the word almost certainly comes directly from Arabic for the word romantic circle, though the origins of the term could be as distant as India. It's basically a small wax altar with various magical symbols and divine meanings, supported by 4 candlesticks, which are used to invoke various angels. The altar itself is described in a dozen different manuscripts in Hebrew, Latin, and German, respectively, with the earliest dating to the mid-15th century of the Common Era, though the magic described in those texts is significantly earlier. In fact, the text, or at least the name Almato, is attested as early as William Henry's Theophilus Magnus, the teacher of, well, Thomas Aquinas, and it continues to be in occult luminaries such as Pico Tristanius and his student Johann Fire, although it's worth pointing out that they keep the practice of the Almato and Almato as well. The manuscripts themselves differ considerably as to the composition, construction, and the use of the Almato. Origins of the text may date back even as far to late classical theurgy, divine beings were invoked and communed with as part of the spiritual exercises of late Neoplatonism. However, as you might imagine, Christianity and Islam as a sublime, some of these divine beings were increasingly transformed into astral intelligence, philosophical metaphors, and angelic beings on the more religious side of things. First, pagan period, when one of the Unicos is slowly transformed into the astral and angelical magical systems which were already developing along separate evolutionary paths. It seems that the earliest era of the Almato thus likely leading into the Islamic astral magic of the Islamic world, which was surrounded by candles which were purified, all of this was purified, through subsisting incantations and subfumigation, subjecting it to sacred smoke, after which spirits could be summoned and controlled, using points of demonic magic. This middle version eventually gives way to its square wax altar, despite that name of the text literally meaning the circle, supported by various candlesticks. The inscriptions on the altar vary, but most often contain a pretty regular stock of divine names, usually Hebrew, and various degrees of corruption and classical symbols, especially pentacles. Oddly enough, the Hebrew version of the Greek word tetragrammaton spelled out in Hebrew letters tetragrammaton, included having the 4-letter Hebrew name for God, Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh. For whatever reason, in the Hebrew version, it's a bit of a strange anomaly. Further, the altar has holes drilled in by which incense, specifically mastic, could walk through as part of the angelic invocation. However, the most substantial manner in which these texts differ from one another is the varying degree to which astrology plays a crucial role in both the construction of the Almato, but more importantly, the angelic hierarchy it's meant to summon. For instance, in the more famous English version, there's only a relatively small astrological adjunct, with the angels limited to the 4 cardinal directions, or cora, or altitudes, as the text refers to it. Of course, the color of the altar and the candles varies with the target cora or altitude, but otherwise the text is deeply astrological in character, really contrasted with other, especially continental manuscripts, and I think full range of angelic or astral beings into a complex sometimes small towards the bottom. In the more subduct versions, various multitudes of the angels indeed reach ever upwards toward the divine as well, perhaps again concealing the Neoplatonic idea of a theurgy which takes soul still included as astral magic. Of course, the text deals with angels and not demons, didn't exactly praise from its detractors. William of Paris argued that simple geometric angles have the power to bind spirits are idiotic, perhaps intelligence, and Albert Magnus held that the astrological element of the text became clever what it actually was. Just astral necromancy, it summoned demons no matter what they called themselves or what their useful they were. Of course, Agrippa in his later three books of occult philosophy would hold that certain angles did in fact have mystical power, and he mentions the Romandel specifically and the Pentacle in this respect. If you're interested in the occult power of mathematics, geometry, and Agrippa's thinking, make sure to check out my episode on that topic. Of course, without a doubt, sessions of Dr. John Dean and Edward Kelly. As you probably know, the earliest of the so-called Nokian sessions were concerned with the angels revealing a ritual furniture, including a series of wax seals, which were inscribed upon with a complex divine name. Here, different strands of magical practice come together. Both the Amandel and the Sworn come together as part of a complex substratum of an magic generally, which is of course still practiced to this day. In fact, in an English manuscript of both the Sworn and the Amandel, there is a shared list of angels of the zodiac or the verses of the 12 altitudes. Of course, it is Neophili, would also use the crystal stone atop his symbol of God, just as described in the Insular Amandel texts. In fact, the language of the first Nokian seems to actually echo the language of the invocation of literature, making the Amandel a direct influence on one of the most profoundly enduring and mysterious schools of Western text of ritual magic only about lives typically philosophically flexible. It employs the magical theories of the Islamic period through the scholastic Middle Ages and would eventually influence John Dee's Nokians. Actually, experienced renewed interest among contemporary occult practitioners with ritual Amandel altars available for purchase online. While not as famous as the Goetia or the Abrahamic ritual, Amandel represents a fascinating form of natural practice, although variably attested in the Solomonic magical tradition. This critical edition is by Musée. This is primarily a Latin family, which used to be the oldest extant. This edition is French. Here also has a really important paper on the Amandel, though the best introduction to the text in English is Brainerd and Vinstra's Metamorphosis of Magic from Late Antiquity to Early Modern Period, which also includes an English version of the Amandel as well. Another version, of course, Peterson edition of the Lesson Keys of Solomon, and on his magnificent website, Dr. Otto, which contains further images as well. I'll also include links to the manuscripts of the Amandel and its again, this is a brief but fascinating aspect of the history, influence, and contemporary practice of the Solomonic divine, but also angelic conjuration. Make sure to subscribe, check out my other content on topics of esotericism. This kind of stuff, consider supporting my work and looking up my Patreon or considering a one-time donation. Until next time, Justin Sledge, and thanks for watching Esoterica, where we can see working on canon, history, philosophy, religion. revelation of Scripture is a staple of many world religions. The gods, often through angelic intermediaries, choose to reveal laws, the secret of time, destiny, and all things to various people throughout history. From Moses to Muhammad to Joseph Smith, the gods reveal Scripture to the masses, which unveil the secret plan of creation, even the will of God. Such a revelation was made by a series of angels conducted John Dee through his medium scribe Edward Kelly in the late 16th century. This revealed Scripture, perhaps one of the most obscure and mysterious in world history. A book of grids filled with otherworldly letters and numbers which are supposed to detail the nature of God and angels, but also the origin and final destiny of creation. Indeed, it's the very speech of God by which creation came into being, hence its name, the Liber Logos, or the book of the speech of God. This mysterious interpretation of the angelic revelation made to Dee and Kelly in let's call them tumultuous angelic conversations, and is said to have the power to unlock the most powerful form of magic ever known to human beings. In our second episode on Enochian Norns, Dee added celestial, dominical, or the angelical language. I'm going to explore perhaps one of the most mysterious scriptures ever revealed to mankind, the Logos. Haven't seen the first episode on the angelical language, you may check it out first by the card above. So, if you're interested in magic, philosophy, or the academic study of the occult, make sure to subscribe to the channel, check out my other numerous content on topics in esotericism. And also, if you want to support this work of accessible, and free content on topics of esotericism accessible right here for free on YouTube, I hope you consider supporting me via Patreon or perhaps with a one-time donation. I have links below, and I just want you to know that I really do appreciate your consideration of supporting the channel, your subscribing, your liking, your sharing of the content. I'd also like to say a special thanks to Father Aaron Leach for looking over this episode and sharing his really beautiful and this episode possible. Interested in Enochian magic or the angelic language more generally, this study is really indispensable, and you can find links to his works in the description below. Now, let's turn to a scripture that records the divine speech of God, and it's said to unlock the very gates to the apocalypse itself. Dr. John Dee's Kumina Core, just a sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. As I pointed out in the first episode on the angelical language revealed to Dr. Dee or Kelly, they divine was a major interest in Renaissance semiotics, or representation and being self. Further, this was also a book in which the desire to return to a primeval source of wisdom was wells of rage. The battle cry of the Renaissance could well been advocates or faculty with a rising interest in ancient language such as Hebrew and Egyptian hieroglyphics. Most of the interest in the primordial wisdom of ancient sages, such as Egyptian Hermes and Augustus. Indeed, Dee himself had already basically just the angels about endlessly. I mean, that's true. Like, the angels have to kind of drive them at points because of their obsession with their treasure. And so, as each one about people preparing this episode, the angels are actually kind of trying to help you along with the promises of treasure. They would believe that it's very treasure when it's actually just keys to all creation and the apocalypse. They keep everything. We're finally being more or less obvious to the guys who are quite good. They're not notes. No, treasure food. I also share this because guys sometimes billions never say die if you protect your angels. Well, you gotta do what you gotta do. It's very treasure. Treasure side, Raphael does slowly reveal that this mysterious medicine is, well, nothing short of the most important revelation ever bestowed on human hands. So, Kelly says that in blue silk with the title and the angelic or divine language as in essence of a hard which apparently means either, quote, the universal name of the created, universally be praised and extolled forever, or let those that fear God and be redeemed, or perfectly blown out or speech from God, or somehow all of these. Within are 49 golden leaves, are fully containing grids filled with letters and numbers, with still wet wine, all put together in the style of a book written or Aramaic. That's to say, written right to left, bound backwards compared to books in English or Latin. What connects this one Good Friday 83 is the painstaking revelation of this volume to me via Kelly. What do I mean by painstaking? The first week is actually 49 by 49 grid of entire words, about 24 words total in the celestial speech, revealed one letter at a time in the order of the word are read in angelic, but which must later be reversed to be written out correctly. The person who doesn't know Hebrew, but you are now using the names of the individual Hebrew letters. Sheet, which has to be then rewritten right to this in the beginning. That's just a word of 24 or so, and that's just the first folio of the Libra. Process is so rejoicing. He basically complains to the angel of the becomes so incensed that he sworn out of decisions not to return. How his office remains and the rest of the revelation orally rather than with Raphael visually pointing to the letters in an exemplar text. Further, the first folio of entire word is actually preserved in such a way that its meaning, isn't at all revealed to the Kelly. For that matter, I'll say more about what we know about its meaning in just a moment. After the first folio revealed the longest strings of text in the angelic language known, but follows are a revelation of 40 further folios, with each containing grids filled with letters and numbers on both their authors, with the exception of the last grid. It's a string of 105 characters set into 5 tables of 21 letters each. Used yet, just go with that feeling because they are going to get easier or clearer. Before turning to what we know about the actual movements of the Libra, just supposed to be. So there are several positive workings. Okay, like Gabriel and Gabriel. So Mensa goes by no angelic nickname. There's the being primarily responsible for the documentation and all this. It's the misnomer of the language or revelation of and the magnitudes of the study or so that individually provides the available for the text. These visual images help you clues about the nature of the text. It turns out the liberal is many things at once. It's a knowledge about the nature of God, the nature of the angels, but it also assumes that the all creation came into existence and how the apocalypse itself will occur. In fact, it often uses a kind of final revelation to use God, unifying and perfecting all religions and nature. God in the world. Thus, Stephen Kelly can be nothing short of the final logos in the final scripture, which contains the divine speech itself, in which the cosmos was created, and by which it will be, I guess, annihilated. Now, I'm not saying this is a big deal, buried treasure. Yes, it always goes back to buried treasure, but it was kind of a big deal. Further, the text was first revealed to me by antediluvian picture of God, and in fact, this knowledge of it said by a cycle of cause and sinful generation was destroyed by the flood. It's that the creation with Enoch was begin to join God without divine fantasy, because the text is known as the guardian angels of Enoch. Now, the section and was mostly focused. Though there's no evidence of being actually having access to the apocalyptic Enoch literature, which only completely survives the classical Ethiopian languages, as it only known to Europeans in the 18th century. The revelation of the Liber Loga to Kelly was physically demanding. He describes appearing to describe the throne such that a sword of flame would pierce into his head, causing him to sweat profusely and enter into a altered state of consciousness or trance in which he felt something moving around his eye, which is just after 15 minutes or so, that section would come to a round. Kelly could fluently read and speak the angelical language, however the laws would not in that trance state. Similar traditions of tongues of fire entering the heads of prophets is recorded. This far back as the New Testament book of Acts, and is even depicted as part of the visions of Hildegard. Although developed from the standpoint of the law, they made an episode of
No way. No way, dude. How are you feeling?
Doing alright.
What's been wrong?
I just was sick for a little bit.
No, but it's like a head cold, the antivirus, what's going on?
I do have an infection in my belly button.
Oh, so you were sick.
I have to, yeah, no, I was like,
No. So are you sick in like a head cold and you have an infection in your belly button?
the head cold is like pretty much gone now. And I was on antibiotics for like 2 weeks. And I have to get surgery on my belly button to get these like cysts removed.
Oh, so it's pretty scary.
Yeah, a little bit, I guess. If it gets worse, then I might think that I get like a more swift removal of those cysts.
So the surgery.
No, not yet. The doctor is supposed to contact me soon.
Oh, okay.
All right. So we'll see. Hopefully, I get it before July 29th in my area.
Yeah, exactly.
Or else that would be great.
surgery on area?
Last week,
And when you
to see come up 3 times.
right, that's what I look here with healthcare is that it's free, but it just takes a long time. Is that right?
Um, yeah, I think it depends what exactly thing is that you need. But yeah, to get like an MRI, you might be waiting 6 months, which is a long time. Yeah, suddenly.
All right. How's your favorite pizza place?
Well, moving to all delivery, or sorry, all pickup now, which is a good choice.
Do they still have that shit working there? Did they fire it?
Probably gonna get fired because we're not getting staff on the front really
All right.
anymore.
So,
I would imagine
so
you don't have less people.
now it's your team. You have to ask her out. You get all the inside information on the pizza place. And if she says no or whatever, it's not awkward. She's not returning.
Yeah, I'll shoot my shot next time I go there.
Right.
I feel like they might have already pick up only, perhaps 5 hour wait time to pick up.
Yeah. Okay. I won't be on you for anything. Because you've been sick, and I understand that. Really has missed you. I have, of course, missed you. Grace has missed you. We all wonder what was going on with you. So to just hear you
I
guys.
think I've gone that long, haven't I?
Yes, you have. You've been gone like almost 3 weeks. No, 2 weeks.
No, it's been like 2 weeks.
That's still when you are in here like 8 hours a day every single day for like a month. More than that, perhaps at some points. Then don't come back for 2 weeks. It's a concern. I know you sent me that thing on the pizza, I think on June 27th, and I had been in here since around that time. And so we're at maybe 2 weeks. Like, we're going to connect with someone every single day, at least, sometimes multiple times a day, for very long periods of time. Because, so I'm really glad to hear your piece. So aside from all of that, anything else new in your life?
Honestly, nothing too crazy.
Did you have to, I imagine you had to delay the mural?
Yeah, I did, unfortunately.
So then are you going to have to perhaps till after August?
Maybe we'll see. I might be able to do that before I go. So it should be alright. The only thing I'm not cautious about, I don't think it would be an issue, but like the insurance people were like, they can't. I mean, they use like bag of language or whatever, but they're like, no vehicle was in the premises deal, and it's unclear whether that means like on the parking spots that are along the road there, or if that just means the sidewalk. Obviously, there's cars parked on the sidewalk, and the concern is for like overspray. So I don't know. I've never, I don't think like personally experienced this like crazy overspray like that. But spray painting over the wall at like 5 feet plus behind me, it's gonna like blow back with the wind and land on the car. But That honestly is probably what I'll have to do. But in order to do that, then I have to go and get talent to block those spots. But that might be the only way. And if that's the case, that's why I can always do it in September because these murals festival. So like paint over my spot, I can do stuff like I can just wait and then paint over their spot. It's my spot.
So what's the mural festival?
Yeah. August.
Oh, so there's no way you're doing it. Unless you get it done. There's no way you're doing it unless you get it done in the next 17 days. And then your mural would only be up for like a month.
It'll be up for 2 weeks.
So then it's not in your best interest to do the mural. Or at least not in that spot.
Yeah, no, I may wait till September and just paint for murals there.
Why would you do that though? That seems like it goes against some artists, like I don't know, it's like unspoken code of artistry that like you don't destroy someone else's art, especially when that's your same industry. You go find another spot.
I mean, they have no problem painting for my mural there.
They haven't painted over it, and they have.
I mean, if I do it now, that it probably would be over.
You don't know that for sure, but perhaps, yeah. But I would.
Get it?
I did not paint over that mural. It caused you legal problems, but also the argument that it goes against the paint or the muralist code. Like, somebody's gonna. How would you like? I understand you're saying, well, they're about to do that to me, and it's like, yeah, but you don't have like all the approval that you need for this. You only got about half of it. You did get insurance, and you did get the business's approval, but that was like 6 months ago or something. And now it's at the point where they're going to do their mural contest anyway, or whatever, their mural festival. So maybe this isn't the best spot for it. Is there another place to do a mural?
I mean, there's always other spots to do murals.
So if you did a mural somewhere else, that's probably your best bet. If you were to paint over someone else's mural, you're going to get probably the legal term.
No. I mean, if you have permission from the building owner, you can't do anything. Murals get painted over all the time.
Okay. Well, the city though, wasn't the city the one that was difficult was stating that you were going to have a problem with them?
That was the business improvement association. That was being a little bit annoying.
Is there any way to be able to go to the business improvement association and say, hey guys, I understand that this spot is slated for the mural festival. Do you have any other places that might be available? I already have the insurance, and all I need to do is block off that area for a week, and then you're gonna have a nice, beautiful mural. Here's my presentation of what I'd like to propose. It's not gonna cost the city any money. That's something you can do.
Already applied through their channel to be a part of the mural festival. And made it clear that I wanted to paint the wall that I already got approved for, but I don't think that will happen.
Okay.
And I haven't heard anything back from that.
Okay. Well, you're not gonna be in town for the mural festival. not a bad idea, perhaps, to contact them again through their official channels, but also to make a phone call or go down there and just introduce yourself. You're a presentable individual, and you'd say, "Hey, I just want to show you some of the mock-ups that I did. I'd like to perhaps propose. I contacted the mural festival. I didn't hear anything back, and that's okay. I already received approval for this one area that somebody else is going to be taking on for this mural festival. No big deal. But is there an alleyway or a front area of an area, a front part of the business that perhaps may be available? If not, would it be okay if I contacted some of the business owners of the area? And if I got their approval, we perhaps, have some type of discussion to be able to do this. I just want to do this the right way. I want to make the town as beautiful as possible. And, most of all, I don't want it to cost anything to you guys, and I want it to be beautiful. I want to add art to the city. Is that so out of ridiculous to ask?
I mean, I figure it doesn't hurt to ask,
Yeah.
but I already applied for their mural festival and not doesn't look like that request has gone through.
Even if they let it go through, you still can't do it during their time. So that's fine. It's no big deal. You can just say, look, I would like
Yeah, some of them get priority.
okay, so maybe I don't understand. Is the mural contest or the mural festival, do they do multiple murals around the town?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. And so you're saying that like they just didn't pick my choice?
Yeah, basically.
Okay. But they didn't tell you one way or another. All right. I mean, it wouldn't be a bad idea to send a follow-up email or you can call them. You can go down and just say, hey, I sent this on this date to this email. I didn't get a email back that said it was received or thank you for your submission. I'm looking to inquire whether there is an opportunity here to be able to do a mural in town. I really just want to help the city, and I want to help the city for free. And I want to help the business district. I want to help beautify the area. So if there's any place where you deem that my art would perhaps be in the area, please let me know. Like then you have a connection, as opposed to just sending out an email or whatever a contact page or something.
Yeah, that's true. I do have once. There's another smoke I just thought of that might work. Also, I don't figure to paint a mural festival.
Okay. Is there something that you could just go to?
I'm looking at this giant wall right now. It's paint. Well,
The schools are going to come up though.
no, this mural already, or the school already has a mural on it.
Oh, okay. Is your city for murals?
I mean, not any more than any other city, probably.
Okay. My city, everything is beige, and you're not allowed to have murals. Literally, every house is beige. It's like uh, it's a pre-planned community, so they're really, really strict on everything. Even what color beige you use. Um, well,
Oh, that's lame.
yeah, I mean, I should say there are some neighborhoods that, because they've been grandfathered in, that are a different color of like beige or white or something like that. But and like I think that most of the country is a little bit of gray, but you can't just do whatever you want, especially if you want to do it that way. They really limit these kinds of things. So, but then there are other cities like the So there are some cities that are like kind of known for their murals, and others that are kind of anti-mural. And in your case, it seems like you're in a pro-mural area. You're also, and it's not unrelated topic, but I just keep hearing the sound of your city in terms of the Bigfoot phenomenon. It's like ground zero for me. You know that?
Yeah, Sasquatch.
Yeah. It's like really very well. It's just like aside from like maybe Vancouver itself, it's like I mean, even more so. It's ground zero. Do they have any murals that have Bigfoot? I'm not suggesting.
That's not a bad idea.
I'm not suggesting.
See, like bumper stickers and stickers up there. Well, that's not fun. I think the correct term is Sasquatch. You know, they're Yeti, Bigfoot, or all interchangeable. But
Yeah, that's what we really work on. I was just inquiring. So, all right, with the mural thing, might have to do that for a little while, which is no big deal. But I wouldn't, I wouldn't stop following up with the people of the business council or whatever. Because, like, what do they have against you? You haven't done anything wrong. You didn't eat when you weren't supposed to. You just want to share your art. So you can give them your proposal, but they're like, we don't like these. Okay, fine. What do you want? And they'd be like, oh, well, we want a picture of flowers and a sun and all that. Okay, fine. Here's a proposal for that. And once they approve it, but what I'm saying is this, it's the oil. And if you continue to inquire about this, you'll eventually be able to. And then let me ask you, if you paint that one area, um, what's the goal then? Is it just like, hey, I'm like a featured artist in the city, and I'd like to go do murals at other places?
uh, yeah, basically.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't really even care that I got to paint it over. I just wanted to paint it and then have a picture of it so I could show off the work to other future mural festivals or businesses. Because the design I have in my head is really interesting, so I think people like it.
Um,
So, yeah, the only thing is like the overspray thing. Like, it's like a gamble a little bit. I don't know. I've never spray paint. I need to ask what the light paint of it is occurring because I feel like it's pretty low. Like you're spraying a wall in front of you. Like I don't know. It seems when I've been spray painting, it seems like any excess paint just dissipates, fades away. It's not like traveling 5 feet behind you.
it depends what you're using. If you're using an industrial paint sprayer, the likelihood of overspray is much higher than just spray paint. Um, but
Yeah, no, this is can spray paint.
yeah, but that's a big one. I mean, it's an aerosol. If you really want to kind of issues, you just have a tarp or a drop off. Then you're not going to get it. You basically take a tarp, create like a little pet, and then you spray all you need, and then you have no worries about overspray. If that makes sense. Make sure it's well ventilated.
Yeah, I would just need to build a barrier tarp between me and the cars parked on the sidewalk.
Exactly. And
Which
it's very cheap to do. You need roll-up painter's tape and near the sidewalk. And basically create like a lean-to, like a little tent above where you're going to be spray painting, and then roll like basically at an angle down to the sidewalk. And then you want to make sure to also protect the sidewalk as well, because there will be overspray there. And then you're kind of all set. Because then you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, I don't like the wall that I'm painting. There's like a wall with a sidewalk, and then behind the sidewalk there's parking spots. So I would need to create like a in front of like a wall to shield the cars that would be parked on the sidewalk.
Yeah. And the fortunate thing is the drop cloth is very cheap. Probably could get a couple of them with some tape for under $20, and that will protect you.
So I have to hang it somehow to shield the cars.
Well, the thought is this. So you've got your wall. Feet above the wall, you take the painter's tape and drop cloth and attach them to the wall. And it basically creates like a little triangle area where you can work into. Basically like a tent. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And
Then you're really like in like some weird like really tent.
well, so
No, it's open on the side.
it's open on the side. Exactly. So you're gonna
But
have,
it's like
it's gonna be
weird.
okay. So then you get a respirator. You really have that much of an issue, but you cannot run into issues with the car. If you did, you're going to get complaints from the car owners who are going to sue you, and then your insurance might not allow you to use them again. The city's definitely never going to come back. They're going to be able to finish them. Most likely, they're going to stop you. Do you need a permit? Like, who gives the permit?
Yeah.
The city, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, have you ever inquired about getting a permit?
For the parking lot closure.
No, just the entire project. Like, I know the business owner was cool with it. That person seems really cool. But the city, I need a permit to be able to paint on during this week. Whatever. Have you ever inquired about that?
No, I got approved for the paint already.
Oh, you already did it.
Yeah, but I won't be able to, like, the insurance is saying that in order to insure you, there can't be vehicles. And so I need to contact the district to get there's a different type of permit where you close the, like, occupied, whatever parking spots. So I have to ask whether that's possible to get. Or I need to shut down the parking spots for maybe a day or two.
Okay, in a downtown district.
Yeah, it's downtown with limited parking spots already.
Okay, so that might you might run into where they would say, if we'll allow this to happen, but it has to be these 3 days or whatever. It can't be a whole week. And you're
I can get it done in like a day or two.
okay. Well, they probably need more than 3, depending on the size. How big is the wall?
There's only 3 parking spots that are near the sidewalk.
Oh, okay, then you're fine. How big is the wall?
Like 25 meters.
Oh, it's really big.
That's decent, yeah.
And then you're gonna have to close off the sidewalk as well.
Yeah, I already have timelines to do that.
Okay. And the signs say like sidewalk closed, with the other side or something. Well, I don't know exactly what's going to happen with it. But it's challenge. How late in the year can you do Euro? Like, did you do it in November or November is not ideal?
Probably October on like the next day.
Okay.
It's about like, I don't know, like 15 I need to do it.
Okay. You get a lot of snow.
No, not where I live. It's Seattle, it just rains over.
Okay. Like when you go up into the mountains, that's where you get snow. Right?
Yeah,
Okay.
you gotta go up 2 degrees higher.
Okay. So I mean, maybe you just say like, hey, I got sick during the summer, and I'm going to be going back home or whatever, and maybe the girl time was not right, but maybe next year in the spring or something like that. You already have all the flowers and stuff, so the paint generally isn't going to go bad. But do it for next year at least. So, all right. Would you like an update on everything that I've been doing?
I thought you were gonna say fire in the kid. I was like, oh no. But, yeah, what are all these people doing in here? That's a call. There's like a bunch of people. You know, it's Reddit.
They're
Most of it.
mostly Brandon, and James, who was there. All right. So, I've been reaching out to people to be on their podcast, and um, I don't really know what it is, but like every so often, I have to ask for the firmware on the router to be updated because like my internet will jump out or whatever. It'll be like slower. Usually it's on the couple or whatever. I don't understand why, but that's been a concern because I wanted to do more and more podcasts that I don't like when I don't have good connectivity. So I did a podcast with a woman on Tuesday. It was a small podcast, no big deal. It was like just audio or whatever. And I did another one on Wednesday. And Wednesday it was a 2 hour podcast, and unfortunately during the second half of the podcast, my internet was interrupted, and so it wasn't ideal. Now this guy has 7,000 people on YouTube, so it's like a guy's account. On Spotify, he gets 70,000 per episode, which is giant for me. 70,000 people to hear what I have to say, isn't that huge?
That's a good audience.
Exactly. So that Spotify hasn't been uploaded yet. A good thing I would say though is, okay, so we live streamed it, which isn't ideal. I don't think for uh, the YouTube aspect of it, or like because it's
Yeah.
because it's all kinds of technical issues that happen. Like Joe Rogan live stream, that's different because he's got people in house. But when I do it, it's a little more difficult because all kinds of things can arise. Um, but it did go on his YouTube, but it's behind a never paywall, so I can't say like a bunch of people did or anything like that because he he makes a lot of money though doing the podcast. And then I got one scheduled tomorrow, and guess how many people this person has on YouTube?
Geez, I don't know, 100K.
250,000. So I I just needed my internet to like pull out for that. And they did a firmware update today, so I'm hoping that it's better. And I just need it. And it's not a live podcast. The thing is, it's live. It was so hard to get on his show. He does like supernatural and like UFOs. And he's really serious about his podcast because it's his career. He's like a serious guy. And like when I first wanted to be on the show, he's like, "All right, well, tell me what you want to talk about." I'm like, "Well, I stream live 24/7, and I can talk about transhumanism and mind learning and stuff." He's like, "We can't talk about that. Health related, I can't talk about." So I'm like, "Okay, what about the Roswell crash? We're celebrating the 79th anniversary was this week. What about that?" He's like, at first he was like, okay, but then he's like, Roswell's been played out too much. So I'm like, what about the alien abductee phenomenon? And he's like, no, I mean, like, you're just gonna give me like you're just gonna give me like a timeline of what happened and the biggest events, which is fine. But I already meet with people who are real alien abductees, and so like, unless you have first-hand alien abductee experience, like, so like a week goes by or something like that, and then I follow up with him, and I'm like, okay, well, what about Shed, who is the head of the Israeli Space Agency, and his 2020 revelations about the Galactic Federation, and how he was silenced afterward, but recently came out in June of 2026, so just last month, basically saying that he had a Men in Black encounter, and that's why he hasn't talked about it anymore. He's in his 90s now, and it's okay, that might work. So I put together like I was like, I have a lot of notes on this, and an outline for him. And he's like, all right, let's do it. So we're doing it tomorrow, God willing. And if I get that one good, the sky's the limit. And then I've been sending to, yeah, that's huge. That's so nice. Riser. You're educated in the perfect. I
How
slept
many views did this podcast get?
each episode gets like 1,000 views. Um, at least. And those are just recent ones, like over time, of course they do. So, Riser, if somebody, so here's an interesting thing that happened with the guy on Wednesday. He's like, your internet's just deep. And at the end of the podcast, I was like, please type in Rabbi Rothschild into YouTube and filter my live. And he didn't really understand. Like, I was like saying, like, you have to go to the YouTube filter and search, like, change it by live. And once he did that, he's like, whoa, you have all these live streams going? I'm like, yeah, that's why my internet's so choppy. Like, because I'm just uploading more data than anybody ever. And he's like, oh, this is giant. I didn't realize this. I know it's a really big deal. So I'm going to ask the guy tomorrow if he can do the same thing so that people can see. Like, there's just a huge amount of data that I'm uploading here that's really exciting to people to be able to see. And I then I also created 2 bots. I thought this was really smart. So you remember I told you I had created a Spotify scraper that was going through and getting emails for me, if you recall? Yes. Okay. Well, that was really great until you know about this, that you start hitting that 1% threshold from Gmail, and then they start to put your stuff in the spam, and they'll eventually just shut your account down. And that happened with like 11 of my accounts. So I recognize, like,
So you're emailing podcasts from 11 different accounts?
Yeah. Because I didn't want to get flagged for any, but I eventually. So then I was like, darn it, like, I wonder if there's another email provider that will let me just, like, I basically said to myself, you know what, I don't really care if my emails go to the spam box, because there are certain people who do check their spam messages, and it's almost like I'm not going to let that deter me. if I send out massive amounts of emails, it's a numbers on how many people are going to be able to open my email or whatever. So I thought to myself, like, well, where do I get all these email addresses? So on Spotify, I was able to get like 1,000 for like a bunch of different things. But it would take me like a week to get 1,000 emails. I thought just send out 1,000 emails a day. At least that would be cool. So I went to ChatGPT, and this was really smart. I would be like, hey, can you please give me 100 email addresses that are on like AI? And it would be like, I'm not allowed to do that. That goes against my programming or whatever. I'm not allowed to build mass email list content, which I don't understand why. But I understand that there are already companies that do that, and they would probably be something for us. But we don't want you taking on business either. So then I was like, can you do it for 50? It's like, you cannot do it for 50. Can you do it for 20? And then it's like, boom, it just gives me 20. So I'm like, oh, so then I would be like, okay, we'll do it again. And boom, another 20. Like, okay, do it again. Boom, another 20. So I tried it with 30. And like 30 was kind of the sweet spot, like where it would get me to email setting. But, that's only like 90 emails or something like that. And I want huge email lists. So then I was, well, I'm going to go to ChatGPT and ask it for those different types of podcasts. I don't care what they are. I just email them. So it gave me a list of 1,000, and then I just basically built 2 large email directories, and I got like 27,000 emails over the course of like 2 days or something, which is a huge amount of emails. But not all of them have podcasts, but some of them. And I just was like, okay, but I still run into the issue where, if I send out too many emails, I get spam. I get spam. But I'm okay if it goes to spam. I just can't have them shut the email address down. When they shut the email address down, then I'll fuck. But if it goes to spam, so what? So there are some people who check this, especially if you have a big podcast, you recognize that a lot of good stuff is going to show up in spam. So I found an email provider. It's called Mail2World. They have a bunch of domains, and the thing that makes them different is that you have to verify your telephone number. But I can do that. So I was able to verify like 20 different email accounts on 2 different computers, and now I have a bot that just literally takes an email of mine, grabs an email address, sends out the email once a minute. So I have 2 computers doing this, so I'm sending out 2 emails a minute, and a lot of these are going to spam. But here's the beautiful thing: if they go to spam, is people might check their spam right away, but it's in there. So maybe they're checking their email 2 weeks from now or a month from now. It's still in there. It's not like it just goes away like spamming someone's chat. It's there. It's a message. And you can
That might be really far down on the list if they get a bunch of spam emails.
That's true. But it's a risk that I have to take. It's either do that or only send out like.
You can always re-spam them. Yeah.
Well, that's the thing too. That's exactly right, right? No one says
spam the spam there and be like, it's actually not illegal to spam the spam folder that was designed for spam.
It is
like 15,000 emails.
It is technically it's a federal offense, but nobody enforces. No one enforces the can spam that. So, I thought to myself, okay, let's see if this works. And like within 24 hours or maybe 48 hours, I got somebody who was like, hey, you sound like a real character. I would really like to maybe have a discussion with you. Okay. This told me like it works. If I get one person to schedule something every 1 or 2 days, that's huge. Then just today when I awoke, and somebody was like, yeah, I'll have you on the podcast. When works for you? And like I do it every Saturday at 11 a.m. or something. And 8 8 Pacific. I was like, okay, next week. And, so it already has gotten me booked on some show, which is great. I mean, I haven't been doing
Know that they went to the Spanish folder.
but when I send an email to myself, it goes. However, there are some people who check their
What percentage of people like check their
mental fitness.
0.2%?
No, it depends on the um the organization. If it's an individual, it's something like 17%.
17 is high.
It is very
That's
high.
crazy high.
It is very high. Now,
I thought it was gonna be like 1%.
hold on.
I mean, check it how like just like does that mean check it like once every year or like
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. That means that 83% of people are never checking ever. 17% of people sometimes check it. It doesn't say exactly when, and then how many people actually read stuff in there. It's like 1.7%, but that's fine. Uh, the title of my email is not "Buy Cheap Viagra at 30% off on this website." It's Rabbi Rothschild podcast guest request. So it's like, oh, this looks legitimate. So they'll click on it and then read through it. And
Yeah.
so so that's where I'm at with that. But I'm stoked for this podcast tomorrow. And when the guy makes the podcast that we did live on Spotify, I think that'll be huge. That's 70,000 downloads. Like Riser, the biggest video I've ever had on YouTube is a first podcast that I ever did, or the second podcast I ever did, and it has like 750 views. I don't get that many views, and that's like my big issue, because I just flood people with so much content. Now, if you look at all my all-time views and all of my accounts and everything, I get tens of thousands of views, but it's just like a video of me talking, not like an interview. And so, but to me, this is the way to go. This is much better, even though I'm still doing the kick spamming and everything, but it's way better than that. It's better than, in my opinion, the Twitter Spaces, because Twitter Spaces generally are just a one-time deal, and then that's it.
It's also better, I think, than just having your own podcast, because when you're just a guest, it's like you're tapping into people's networks that they've spent all their time building.
That's exactly right,
So,
Riser. That's why
just going for like max views, it's like you have way more impact. But just doing like the podcast circuit, like a bunch of people do.
Exactly. Do you know how hard it is to get 70,000 views on Spotify if you have your own podcast? Like, it's even combined. It's such an up.
I mean, it seems like the podcast, like Spotify, has such an issue with AI, but I feel like, maybe there will be, like, there's already like AI Joe Rogan podcasts with like fictional Logan Paul scenarios talking about like DMT, and it was actually like it would like almost fool you if you never heard those people. I think they get like sued instantly for using their likeness or whatever, probably, unless they upload from like Russia with the VPN or whatever. But at least with podcasts, it's for now kind of safe from AI being like Spotify will just push their AI music that's controlled by them into the algorithm and just like reap all the money from it. But
well, this is
podcasts can't really do that as easily.
This is different than that. This is 70,000 real people. This guy is paid by Spotify. He's like a special Spotify partner. If I got 1,000 people to hear what I have to say, that's a huge opportunity, let alone 70,000. Now, the one issue is I think it's just audio on Spotify. He said that he was doing video, but he ran into some issues. So I think it just does.
Can I ask?
Go ahead.
Like, do you know who Alex Hormozy is?
You know, that name
He's
sounds
like this,
really familiar.
He's like this like business kind of guru guy, and I was listening to him yesterday. Very like tactical business guy, and he'll take like all these businesses and just like he just like knows all these like different methods to get like to improve these businesses in like all sorts of ways, whether it's like the ads or whatever, or a moving business, or like a cocktail improvement business. And you're saying like just on Instagram, you can email like 20 or 30 people a day, like just DM them cold. If they follow you back, like you can follow them, follow a bunch of people, and then if they follow you back, you can DM as many people that follow you back. But just cold email or cold direct message, you can do like 20 or 30 a day. Which for a podcast, like I don't know, these podcasts, a lot of them have like Instagram accounts, so it might be worth just DMing 20 podcasts a day on Instagram.
Oh, for me, I do not do that. The reason why is I run into the issue where my account gets banned. Now, you're going to be like, well, just don't do 200, do 20. Even still, Instagram has gotten really, really strict on things, especially after they got sued. Did you know Meta got sued for $1.2 trillion just on one woman's death or one woman's like struggle with social media as a child or something like that? So ever since they've done that,
I heard this headline. I thought they were being sued for that, not like that they actually have to pay that.
No, they are being sued for
they
it.
actually
No. They lost the case.
So they didn't.
They lost a different case, and they have to pay like a few $1 million. But ever since then, they have recognized that they have to be really strict on just all kinds of content. I'm not saying that emailing people 20 times a day or sending DMs is not a bad move. However, I value my Instagram account too much. My main one, it's got 10,000 viewers, 10,000 followers. That's a medium-sized account. I don't want to risk that one. And then all of my other accounts are like, they have like 4,000 videos and 6 people following. Like, they're not big accounts. I do have some that are a little bit bigger, but they're just like, I don't want to risk my main account. And so
couldn't you just do it from another account?
I can, but what I'm saying is that those ones don't have like, okay, so let's say I just create a brand new account and it doesn't really have much content.
Don't use the keyword Rabbi Rothschild. Just use like the viral or rabbi or something, or some other 2x thought. Like it doesn't really matter the username. Even.
Yeah.
Just be like, this is my spiel.
Yeah, I get that. But don't you get in Instagram? It goes into your spam Instagram box. It doesn't.
There is that box, but mine is. I used to get like all these like sexual, like clear scammy messages, but it goes into like the requests, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And then there's a spam. There's a you may know, and there's a spam.
Exactly.
So I didn't.
It's like
that exists, but
it's a bunch of different layers.
I don't know. I thought
it's a bunch of different layers. It's a bunch of different layers in there. And many people just have their DMs turned off as well. And they say, just go to our website and to the contact page if you want to be on there. So I've been doing that as well. So I don't want you to think that I haven't been doing that too. So that's another thing I've been doing. Basically, a lot of these podcasts just have a contact page. And you put your name, your first name, your last name, your email, a topic, and then a little bit of a biography and why you should be on the show. And I've said to myself, I'm going to start doing those more. I want to do like 100 a day, and I just have to treat it like getting a job. Like if I've ever needed a job, I recognize that it's about quantity, not quality necessarily. To send out a whole bunch of requests and see what comes. And the same is true with the contact email. And I've always had a lot of success with that. And so the contact page is kind of the same, but I haven't focused really hard on it yet because I do have these computers that are doing this other stuff. And but like I would say, once my interview tomorrow, God willing, is done and it goes well, God willing, um, then I'm going to focus on the contact pages because I can do the contact pages during the day, and then when I go to sleep, I just turn the bot on and it just emails for me while I'm asleep. And then when I awake in the morning, there are people who have replied to my emails, and then I just have to reply to them. It's like a it's like a cycle that I do. Um, Now, I think that contacting people on Instagram can work for some people, but I don't have the. I would do that if I had a contact at Meta that I knew if my account ever got banned, I could get it back, but I don't. And I'm in the subreddits for the Meta lawsuits and the Instagram disabled. Like I'm in all of them, and I just read how difficult it is to get your accounts back. Though I did tell you that one way. There was one way that somebody told me how to do it, or I read how to do it, and it does work. It's like incredible. You don't if you're
Well, incognito.
yeah, it was something like that. It was like don't do it on your phone. Go to incognito, put in a telephone number, and you'll get your account back right away. It's like some kind of loophole, and I did use it to get some of my accounts back. Um, but the Instagram route is just to me, even if I send out those messages, it has to go to requests and it has to go into like it doesn't it's not like they get a notification right when it comes in. I do reach out to people on Twitter, but only generally if they're asking for guests, and that has worked. I've done that. That's how I got on the first one in in the most like recent round that I've been doing in April. Somebody just made a 5-second video. They were like, "My name is Mike Holt. I have a podcast. If you'd like to be on it, send me a message." And it was like, boom. The same happened with Tony. Tony put out a message, "Hey, do you want to be on a podcast?" And boom. Um, so I am going different routes, but to me, just to risk the Instagram account is uh, not ideal for me, especially when I can create. I just create these email accounts and send them out in mass. Another thing with Instagram is I like automation. I like being able to talk with you and be like, "Oh, my stuff's in the works right now." With Instagram, it's kind of more difficult. It's not impossible, but um, to me, it's not even worth automating if you're only sending out 20 messages a day. And like that's something I can do manually, but uh, it also I think depends on what you're doing as well. Like what kind of business is it? How big's your account? So I'm not saying that reaching out to people on Instagram can't work, but it's risky.
Yeah, yeah, and I hear you.
It's like if I lose one of my email accounts, guess what? I can create another one in 5 minutes and go back to sending messages. With an Instagram account, it's they're gonna fingerprint your device. They're going to fingerprint your IP address, and then here's another big thing that happens is if you send out an email, you send out a message that gets flagged. That's in the Instagram system, and then any similar email or similar message that comes out automatically gets flagged. So you have to change it up. Um, Not to say it's not impossible. I created a bot last week that was taking my message, putting it in ChatGPT. ChatGPT would slightly change it every single time, and then it would send it out. So I sent like thousands of messages that were unique just to try to avoid the Gmail spam system. But then I thought to myself,
Yeah, I have to do that on Twitter too, or I guess pretty much anywhere.
yeah, but not on email necessarily. Well, the thing with email is it will still get delivered to the person, and it's just perhaps in their spam box. But a lot of these big podcasters and stuff, when you send them a message, it will say, "Thank you for sending us a message. We'll look at it at blah 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 blah." So you get some kind of reply, like this is in the queue that somebody's going to look at this. Maybe they'll contact you back, maybe not. But do I know that this strategy works? Absolutely. I got booked for next Saturday by using it, and that's all I need. Like with any strategy that I have,
It's strange, like how difficult it is to just simply like contact people.
you're exactly right, Riser. And I
It's
feel,
like weird almost.
it is weird. It's the Can Spam Act, in my opinion, is too strict. Um, what like one less than you can have like 3 to 4 spam emails per 1,000 that you send out. Do you know how ridiculous that is?
Yeah, no, I mean you're guaranteed to get flagged.
Yeah, I agree.
Aquarius.
You can't hear me?
No.
Excellent. Miss Aquarius, you ready?
What is this on my eye? Oh, I thought that was a bump under my eye. Oh my God. Hold on, everybody. It scared the crap out of me.
Riser,
Miss Aquarius, I don't have clam sickness anymore.
Nice. Nice.
There's a dog with a cone on its head.
Riser, I take it you're out and about, so you can't take a game invite. Is that correct?
Yeah, not now, but later we can play some mini golf with Zoo.
Oh, I would love that. Wonderful. I miss it, and I've been playing a lot of mini golf, believe it or not, and I got really
They're
good.
playing ranked.
Yeah, I got really good. I was in the okay.
Just let them play, Rabbi.
Okay, I'm gonna send you an invite right now. I got really good for like a week, and Plato had some kind of tournament that was going that I didn't realize I was in the tournament, and I got in the top like 2,500 people on Plato. The highest I've ever gotten was in the top 1,000. I got 996th, I think, at one point, and then
Yeah, that'd be nice.
but it's amazing.
Yeah.
It's amazing when you play with really good people, Riser. You know, we play this game like thousands of times, but they will show you new things like that. I can't believe, like, oh, no way. That's like a move that you can do. Like, I've just learned a lot from these guys when you play really good people.
Like what?
I mean, it's kind of something I have to show you, but like, okay, like we don't have the holes named, but all right. So, do you know that hole that you start at the bottom and you hit the ball upwardly, and like you kind of have to tap the ball as your tee shot and bounce it off of the Ferris wheel thing or whatever, the merry-go-round, and then sometimes there's a tar pit towards the end of the hole, but sometimes there's not, and then the hole itself is at the very top and to the left, and then has all kinds of arrows around it. Do you know what one I'm referencing?
Oh, no.
Okay.
I don't.
That's okay. Think about the hole. Think.
If I saw it.
Yeah, you would know it immediately. That's what I was saying. Like, we don't have them named or whatever, but I played this one guy, and he just did this drive on that hole. Nice strike, Miss Aquarius. He did this drive on the hole, and it was like, oh, no way. I can't believe that you can like make this shot in one or easily in two if you just did the shot like he did. Like, just when you get the higher and higher ranks, the people know more and more, you know, like they've just played more. So anyway, I was playing this and I was doing really well and I was getting higher and higher ranked. And then all of a sudden I got a message that said the tournament is over. You got a silver medal or something like that. I'm like, okay, great. And now when you do ranked, instead of being 1 versus 1 on 3 holes, it's there we go. It's instead of 1 versus 1 for 3 holes, it is 3 versus 1 versus, or it's like one. There are 3 people who play for 3 holes, and that makes it a lot more difficult because you're not in so much control of what you can do. Nice job, Miss Aquarius. Like,
Thank you.
if I'm playing mini golf against somebody else, 1 versus 1, and let's say I win the first hole and we tie the second hole, I can play really defensive against the guy and make it really difficult for him to score. But if you have 3 people, it's not that easy.
Yeah.
There we go, Miss Aquarius. All right.
Are people like being like dicks and blocking your ball, or are they just trying to get it in?
The higher and higher you go, the more they do that. And so then I started doing that, and I'm really good at it.
Like they'll just throw their ball in front of your ball.
Yeah. And they'll do like a lot of water bumping. Miss Aquarius, you win, I win, I win, you win. Reload. And that can cause a lot of issues. And they're just like the moves they would make were like really interesting. Like when you're playing 1 versus 1 against somebody, if they don't always play to win. Well, I guess they do. But like they will like if just like I had said, if I win the first hole and you win and we thank you, madam, and we tie on the second hole, they won't play to win the third hole. They'll just play so that you don't finish the hole, so that they win. And they're like really aggressive. Nice. Miss Aquarius, good job. And I just find that to be, it's just an interesting way to play. It's almost like when you play chess or some other game against someone a lot and you get in your routine and then you play with someone new, you can see the game in a whole different way. And but anyway, they changed the rules now so that their ranked is against 3 people, or I should say 2 other people. And I'm terrible at it. I went from having a rank, so the average rank starts at 1200, and I had gotten a rank of nearly 1500, which is almost in the top 2000. And then now I have like an 1100 rank because they changed the rules, or you play against other people. And I've just found it to be really extremely difficult to get in any kind of groove. But yeah. Our boy Riser, or our boy Zoot. Oh, Riser, I didn't tell you. Well, I saw the movie Michael, and I loved it. I've been talking about that for a long time.
You watched it without me?
Riser, you can't say that. You can't say
I'm
that.
kidding. I'm kidding. I'm joking.
Excellent, because I was going to say, I gave you like 100 opportunities. You know how badly I wanted to see it, and it was like, all right. So, I also saw Disclosure Day, and without going, because Miss Aquarius hasn't seen it yet, so I won't go into anything right now. But
does Miss Aquarius care about aliens?
No.
I don't care about the Disclosure, but I don't want to say nothing about Michael.
Yeah, she cares about Michael Jackson, not aliens. All right, Miss Aquarius, this is a tough one.
Has she seen it?
No, she hasn't. That's why I'm not going into specifics.
Oh yeah, well.
But she'll be doing her.
Yeah, when
He hasn't
the
seen it.
movie's been out for like 3 months.
Don't tell me, don't spoil it. Don't spoil it.
Miss Aquarius, you win, I win, you win, undefeated in friendship. All right, Miss Aquarius, wish me the best for my podcast in the morning. It's at 10 a.m. Pacific time. So, God willing, everything goes well with it, and then we're gonna
Yes,
explode.
I will.
Excellent, madam. All right, you take care.
I'll be here.
Excellent. JC's been in here.
No, I need to say hi to her.
Excellent.
All right.
All right, take care.
Sweet dreams.
Sweet
You
dreams to
too.
you as well, God willing. All right, so Riser, I sent you a podcast.
Wait,
I sent you a
are you
podcast.
talking about Michael now?
Okay, yeah, I'll talk about it. It was, in my opinion, the best biopic. Well, it's the number one grossing biopic in global history. It outdid Oppenheimer, and it's about to approach $1 billion. And I just thought it was really, really well done. But here's the thing: Michael Jackson's life was filled with so many historical events that they couldn't fit them all into even the first part of the movie, or there's the idea that there's going to be two movies. But like the first part of the movie, they just didn't have enough time to fit in all of the different kinds of historical events. Like, what did they miss? He was on the Ed Sullivan show with his brothers. They didn't have that. They didn't really go into too much of his move to Los Angeles. They didn't go into like all the stuff that he could have bought, and like, just blowing up with money. And he dated like what's her name? I forget her name, but like some big people like Madonna and Brooke Shields, and like they didn't go into him ever at like the Emmys or the Grammys or anything like that, or the Oscars. There's none of that, because it's like every single scene is a really big event in his life. Even though like dating Brooke Shields or dating Madonna is a big deal, they didn't go into that. They didn't go into his like famous friends, how like he would have parties and stuff, and like Liz Taylor would have been there, and like uh Eddie Murphy, and like there's none of that, because I think it's a mixture of, we only have like 120 minutes for a movie, and also it's really hard to get the rights to all those people, because then you got to go through the Ed Sullivan channels and the Elizabeth Taylor channels and the Eddie Murphy channels, and so it's really just about, the first half of the movie is really about his life with the Jackson Five. They don't even go into Janet Jackson. Janet Jackson isn't in the movie, even though she's his sister. Because she has uh, her own rights that they weren't able to get. So they were able to get his brother's rights, but not her rights, basically. So, but that's fine. The music is so good. Like, if you like Michael Jackson music, this is the best soundtrack of any movie that you're ever going to see. Riser, do you remember I made you watch the movie Air, and I was so like astounded by that soundtrack?
Yeah.
It's like a soundtrack like that. I mean, it's every Michael Jackson song from the 80s and the 70s and the 60s, and then his Jackson 5 songs. And they do a really good job of like recreating the music videos without showing the whole music video, and playing the songs without it just being like 10 seconds of the song or just like a sample of the song. They play like a long period of the song. It could almost be a musical. And the movie goes into like his plastic surgery issues, and when he adopted a chimpanzee named Bubbles. Like, Michael Jackson used to travel from Europe to the United States and back, and he would take the Concorde, a supersonic jet, and it was like at the time $10,000 a ticket for a seat, and he used to buy his chimpanzee a seat on the Concorde, and people would think that was just absolutely ridiculous, but he loved his pet. And they show the chimpanzee. If I had any like qualms about the movie, the chimpanzee looks very CGI. It doesn't look very realistic. It looks like it just looks like CGI. But
They could have just used the real one.
yeah, I think they run
Or was
into.
it a baby chimpanzee or something?
I think you run into issues. Chimpanzees are really really strong and can kill you, and so I think that they just didn't want to use that. Didn't want to take a risk with the actor and stuff. So uh, and then it goes into like Michael Jackson had his hair burned during a Pepsi commercial, and that caused him like some issues with his looks and stuff. And it goes up to like 1980. I think the movie spans from 1966 to 1988 or so. But every scene is very positive of Michael Jackson. There's no negativity. There are no women who are like a love interest. There's no nothing about the child accusations or anything. There's nothing. In this movie, he hasn't yet bought Neverland Ranch, and everything is very positive. So I saw this movie, and I was like, you know how I am with movies. I'm normally like not that engaged in them, but this one I was more engaged than most, and just because the soundtrack's just phenomenal, and it was just really interesting. Um, and I kept looking to see how much time's left in this movie, and it's like, uh, I was like shocked that like wow it's I can't believe it's over. Like normally I'm like oh finally it's over thankfully, but no.
Isn't it like 2 hours or 2.5 hours or something?
It's like I think like 120 minutes, so that's 2 hours, so 127 minutes I think, and that's still a somewhat long movie, but they didn't put a lot of really big historical events in it, and I was okay with that because I understand that like it's it's like you uh, in my opinion, Riser, they could have made this movie a 5-part movie or even a 10-part movie. It's like he had that much going on in his life that would have been of interest to me. Now, I like Michael Jackson, but I'm not the biggest Michael Jackson fan in the world. But I do think that he lived a fascinating life and everything. So,
would it have been a better TV show?
Yeah, I do. I think it would have been better as like a 5-part series on Netflix or something like that. But it wouldn't have brought in $1 billion like it just did. So that's why they didn't do that. And they had already made miniseries on Michael Jackson with his brothers called the Jacksons or the Jackson Five, and I think it was the Jacksons. And so they've already done that. This was the first time that you got to see a movie with Michael Jackson's music in it, like all of his music, and it's really really good. I mean, if you don't like Michael Jackson's music, then I can understand maybe you wouldn't love it. But if you like Michael Jackson's music, I was like, it even caused me to look up reviews of it. How couldn't you like this movie? And there was somebody who came in here. You know that guy who makes pizzas at night? His name's Paul. You talked with. He knows who you are. You talked with him. He's the one we were like, how long does a pizza take? And he's like, 12 and a half minutes, like start to finish. You remember that guy?
Yeah.
So he was in here, and I was like, "Did you see it?" He's like, "Yeah." I'm like, "What did you think of it?" And I could tell he was kind of neutral on it at first, but then I was like, "Oh, I loved it," and he was like, "Yeah, no, it was good." And I wanted to find out like, how did he think it could be better? And he's like, he agreed with me on the chimpanzee, like that could have looked more realistic. Um, but it's like every scene is beautifully shot. He's the one who said the cinematography is really great. Riser, the acting is really good in it. Like you would think, like could Jafar Jackson be? So Jafar Jackson, I think, can be a star after this. Like it's not just going to be. He's not going to be typecast as Michael Jackson. He can be a star to the point where he can continue the Jackson family legacy. He did such a good job. He dances really well in it, but his voice to me is the thing that made it like he just sounded just like Michael Jackson.
Was he? Did he? This is like before he was like talking all like high pitched.
No, he's doing a high pitch, and he sounds like it. And
wow.
Yeah, I thought he looks like him. He does a really good job. The parents of Michael Jackson, Nia Long plays his mother, Catherine Jackson, and somebody else plays the father. They do a really good job. Like you don't like the father. The brothers are kind of just doing their thing, but it's to me like I was like, how can't you like this movie if you like Michael Jackson? So I went and I read a negative review of it, and I understand where they're coming from. They're like, this movie is only positive about Michael Jackson, but there were, he ran into struggles. It wasn't all positive. They go into like he ran into struggles with race. He wasn't allowed to be on MTV until some phone calls were made because they didn't want black artists on television, and they there were some things that he had to overcome, but the people were like, they don't go into any of the bad stuff that happened with him. And that's true. The movie's very rainbows and bonbons, or sun rays and rainbows, or whatever you want to call it. It's very positive. And, you and Zoot had said that that is something that seemingly is um, the influence of the family that they had on it by like editing the movie so that it just was exactly what they wanted. Uh, which I see. I mean, you can definitely see the influence there, but frankly, from a purely like interesting, like every scene is really interesting. Like the big scenes are him growing up, hit like getting beaten by his dad and stuff. Him getting discovered with like Motown Records. Him and his brothers and him, his brothers and uh, he and his brothers uh, becoming like pop stars, and then he where he breaks off from his brothers a little bit to go solo, and his dad did not want that. His dad just saw this as cash cow. Um, he like starts his own solo career, and throughout each one of these, they have his every single song that he had, which is it's Thriller, it's Billie Jean, it's Bad, it's Ben, it's Gotta Be Starting Something. All of those like uh, I just thought it was really good, and for people,
Was it Jafar Jackson the whole time, or was it like a CGI younger Jafar?
No, they just had a young person who played Michael Jackson who looked like him as a child, and then I thought the casting was really good too. Everybody looked the way that they were supposed to look, and um, Riser, they could have made this movie 5 hours, and I would have liked it, even if they didn't go into the second half. What what makes it really the other thing I didn't like about it, but there's nothing I could, if I had to rank this movie 0 to 100, it'd be like a 95. Um, it lost points for the chimpanzee. It lost points because they just didn't go into some of the historical events that Michael Jackson could have been having. Like, do you know the "We Are the World" concert, or "We Are the World" song that they did in 1985 or so for
I think you told me about it before.
Yeah, so it's a song that has like it has like Cyndi Lauper and Billy Joel and Lionel Richie and Stevie Wonder and Hall and Oates and Bruce Springsteen and Huey Lewis, like everybody of the 80s took place on this one song with Michael Jackson, and they don't go into that at all. And why not? Because you would have had to get the rights to all those people just for one song. And it's like, so I get it. I get that they couldn't do that scene, even though that scene was like a big part of the 80s. Some people would say it is the most 80s song that you can have because it's all the 80s artists who basically did a song for, I think it was Farm Aid or something, to like end famine in Africa or something. But it's like, I get it. I understand. So I was very positive towards it, and I I don't want to sound too positive. Like uh, it it could have been better if they could have had all those other scenes. I think should have been longer, and I never say that about movies. I saw Oppenheimer. That was way too long. It was like 3.5 hours. Way too long. Um, but like Michael Jackson's movie, which overtook Oppenheimer as the highest grossing biopic of all time. I thought it was phenomenal, and it's only half of his life. Now, the other reason why it's not 100% to me, if any movie could be 100%, is it you know that something's going to happen. I described it like this. It's like, when you're on a roller coaster and you're clicking all the way to the top and you get to the very top, you're about to go downhill. Well, the movie ends right at the apex where everything's good. And I honestly could see this movie being 3 parts because there are so many events that happen that they couldn't cover. They have like 3 trials they have to get into. They have to get into the marriage with Lisa Marie Presley, Elvis's daughter. They have to get into buying of Neverland. They have to get into all of the kids stuff and being friends with Macaulay Culkin and Corey Feldman and all of those people, if they're going to go into that. They have to get into like the world tours that he does, that he performed at he was the first like real pop star of the Super Bowl in Pasadena.
Did they show his concerts at all?
Yeah, they did, but it's like it's still smaller. They're not like the huge world tours, but yeah, they did show them. Do they look realistic? It's hard to make it look like 100,000 people are real or whatever. But yeah, it's realistic enough. They did like the Motown concert that looked real. They did like all they have to do is show the crowd a little bit and then show him on stage. So yeah, but you can tell that his like really big concerts where he does international tours, those are coming up. And this one was more focused, I would say, on the music videos more than the concerts. Though the concerts are covered, and the music videos are just amazing. They don't show obviously like shot for shot the music videos, and that's okay because
they didn't like recreate them or anything.
They recreate some of them, but they don't. What I'm trying to say is like to show the whole song of Thriller, the whole music video. It was like if you've ever seen the whole music video of Thriller, it's like 11 minutes long. They can't do every single shot of Thriller. They have to just do like the music parts of it. Do you know what I'm talking about? Have you seen Thriller, the full version of it?
Yeah.
So it's really long. Well, you can't have 11 minutes of the movie just be shot for shot of that. But they do have him like dancing in the street like a zombie, and like all of the dancing that they do and the choreography of that. And they do the same with Bad. And they go into like the moonwalk with Michael Jackson at the Motown 25th anniversary. They didn't do the Billie Jean music video, but that's because he did it at the Motown 25th anniversary, and that was more iconic. So they went into that more. So
the cinematography, I think, in like the trailer, I saw like this like kind of like boom drone shot of like him coming out like a limo, and then there's just like tons and tons of people out in like New York City or some city like surrounding him.
Yeah, that's it.
What were like the coolest cinematic moments?
There's a scene where he's in some high rise in New York City, and he's like, I want to get my music on MTV. And they're like, look, you know why they're not putting you on MTV? They don't put black artists on MTV. And he's like, I know what you're saying. I get that. But like, basically, you're my manager. And I think that it's time that we move forward with this. And so the manager called somebody at, like, his manager's from CBS, and they called someone at MTV, and they're like, look, I want you to play Michael Jackson's new video in the next 20 minutes. And if you don't, then I'm going to take every artist that I represent, including Bruce Springsteen and Madonna or whatever, and Billy Joel and all these people, and we're not going to be on MTV anymore either. And then they show the video, and then there's like a shot of where the executive looks down after Michael Jackson leaves, and it's like Fifth Avenue, and Michael Jackson is just like closed down the street, and there's like this zoom down of like just this like this um this pandemonium that's going down on the street with Michael Jackson there, and you like basically like zoom down. I don't know, maybe it seems like 30 stories or something like that. Um, and then I thought that it was just like Michael Jackson would just drive up in an old Ferrari, and his brothers would be playing basketball in Encino, and like, you know, like I know that neighborhood, and that's what it's like. You just have like guys playing basketball, but somebody there's enough money there that somebody drives up in a Ferrari, and they just like it's like no big deal. Um, there's an interesting scene where Michael Jackson's at a toy store with his bodyguard, and he's playing with the bodyguard like they're like shooting like Nerf guns at each other or something. And then Michael Jackson goes to check out, and his like cart is filled with stuff, and somebody's like, there's this lady behind him. Like, that's Michael Jackson. She says to her son, and Michael Jackson just like, oh hello, how are you? And she's like, would you sign this for my son? And and Michael Jackson's like, sure. What's your son's name? And she's like, oh, just sign it to Paula. And he's like, Paula? And the son's like, my name is Max. And she's like, sign it to Paula, please. And so he's like, all right. And then he like gives it to him or whatever. But it just shows like a lot of his innocence that I think that they go into like his love of Peter Pan and why he never wanted to grow up, that kind of stuff, which is interesting. Um, in terms of like, those drone shots where they're flying over, those were a lot of settings shots, I think, that I thought were really cool to tell you where they were in the world. Like it would be like Los Angeles, 1969, or New York City, 1974, or whatever they want to say, wherever they were in the world. And they have like this zoom over the city in a like a retro world, retro kind of standpoint, or they'd be like wherever they were. I always thought that was really cool. Um, and I'm trying to think, like there were no real action scenes that were like, where he's getting chased or anything like that. That didn't really happen. But the cinematically, the dancing scenes were really shot with precision. So like you see how he's doing the moonwalk, and you see this dancing choreography, that kind of stuff. I thought was shot really well, and yeah, just I thought it was really good. And I normally don't like movies, and I kind of didn't want to like it. I wanted to like it, and I kind of didn't want to like it. Oh, where's Ryza? Yeah, there he is. Anyway, so I recommend it. Yeah, can you hear me?
Okay.
Yeah.
I was talking, but you didn't seem to be able to hear me.
No, what'd you say?
I was just saying, like the Michael Jackson move where he like leans forward, like just beyond.
Yeah, that's
away.
I think that's from Smooth Criminal. And I think that happens a little later. I think that's like 1989. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Where he
apparently
he made that special shoe where it has like a nail that you can put in the heel, or like you lock a nail into the heel. He has a patent on it. He had a patent on it.
Oh, that a nail on the heel. Okay, because I've seen a video where they basically just like tape. You have like a false second leg, and then your real leg that's like furthest from the camera is like basically covered in green screen material, and then you just literally take a step, and then like you're leaning forward, and then just by using a green screen, you create the illusion that you're actually leaning forward that far.
The way that he did it, he actually got a patent for this shoe. There's basically a hollowed out heel that that when you put so basically there's a bolt in the floor, a small bolt, and when you slide your foot over the bolt, it locks into the heel so that you're stabilized, and then you can lean forwardly, and then come back. And so he patented.
How do you come back though?
You're just using the muscles of your feet, of your legs. So you just lean forward and then lean back.
So you can press down and up on like your toes to get back.
Yeah, you're locked. Your heel's the thing that's really locked in.
Okay.
I'm perhaps not.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
I'm perhaps not doing a good enough job explaining it, but if you just ever Google that shoe,
I get it. Like your heel is locked.
Yeah, exactly. So then you're just basically.
It just seems like, I don't know, if you're leaned that far forward, like maybe you can push off your toes enough, and it's not that hard to get back.
I think so. I mean, when you see how he does it, it's like, oh, okay. He's not. There's nothing really unique about that. There is. He patented.
It was a unique dance move.
Yeah. But I mean,
why would he patent the thing, like the shoe lock, so no one else could start doing the lean over thing?
Perhaps.
I mean, they could just do it with like ropes or like invisible strings if they really wanted to.
That's true, but it's difficult to do that on stage. And so Michael Jackson was able to do it so that you wouldn't be able to. I mean, it's not that no one could, request utilize the patent. It's just Michael Jackson would get some kind of royalties on that. Here's another thing they don't go into. Michael Jackson bought the Beatles catalog. They don't have a scene with that, which perhaps.
Isn't that a lot later?
I don't know the year. That's a good question. But at least it goes to a discussion that he had with Paul McCartney that would have been covered during this time, I believe. What year did Michael Jackson have a discussion with Paul McCartney about buying the Beatles catalog? Boy. Why is my phone so slow? I bet it's because it is out of space. It's got some. Alright. Let's see if we can find this again. In what year did Michael Jackson discuss with Paul McCartney the importance of buying music catalogs? And then in what year did he buy the Beatles catalog? Okay, so they had the first discussion in 1981, and then he bought the Beatles song catalog in 1985. So it was definitely covered. It should have been covered in this movie.
Okay, maybe it wouldn't have been as exciting or whatever.
Dude, that's a super exciting scene. In my opinion, you're buying the Beatles catalog. You could make a whole movie just called "Buying the Beatles Catalog," and the whole movie would just be the lead up to that. That's what I'm saying. There were a lot of scenes that they just didn't either have time for, or in order to get that scene, then you need the rights to Paul McCartney and you need the rights to the Beatles, and that's going to make the movie really.
Did Michael Jackson have the rights to the catalog?
So he later sold it back to Paul McCartney. Let me look at that specifically. Michael Jackson estate sells Beatles catalog. Paul McCartney buys it. So Sony Music. Okay, so Michael Jackson's estate didn't sell it to Paul McCartney. Instead, Sony Music acquired the estate's remaining stake in a joint venture. So Sony bought it from Michael Jackson, but then Paul McCartney in 2018, he reclaimed the U.S. publishing rights for 32 Lennon-McCartney songs. So the timeline is in 1985, Michael Jackson bought the Beatles catalog. In 1995, Jackson merged the catalog with Sony, and then Michael Jackson retained 50% ownership. Then Sony Music bought out the Jackson estate for $750 million, taking 100% control of the publishing rights. And then 2017-2018, Paul McCartney regained its publishing rights to specific songs via copyright termination, though Sony retains global rights and rights to John Lennon's works managed by Yoko Ono. So the current status is Sony Music Publishing owns global publishing rights, Universal Music Group owns master recordings, Paul McCartney owns U.S. rights to selected songs. So maybe Paul McCartney doesn't own them all again or doesn't have rights to them all again, but at least in the United States he has some of them back. But that's a
Sony have so much money.
That's a fascinating story. How do they have so much money? They were a big company.
What?
How did they have so much money? Through electronics? I mean, they developed the Walkman, the PlayStation. There's a lot of money in that. They managed some major deals and with artists and concert tours. There's a lot of.
I didn't really know how deep they were into like the music industry, but they're like one of like the big three like music.
Exactly. There's
whatever their like label or whatever.
Yeah, there's like Warner Music. There's Sony. There's Universal, and those are the big ones. There's another one that nobody talks about that I think will be really big in the future. Coldplay BTS song, who produced it? Like what company? It's like something phone. Parlophone Records. And then, so it's a UK company, and then Atlantic Records in the US, which are subsidiaries of Warner Music Group. So even that's Warner Music Group. Anyway, I thought I thought the movie was really good. Now, I saw Disclosure Day as well, and
I
that
don't
one,
know what that is.
that's the Steven Spielberg
movie.
Yeah, it's a Steven Spielberg movie.
Oh, right.
With
I think I heard about this.
yeah, it was supposed to like blow the doors off of Disclosure and stuff, and so Emily Blunt is in it, and it's like basically the story. She's a meteorologist or something who has since a child had some kind of like supernatural things that like aliens like talk to her or something, and there's all kinds of like action scenes and things that I just think are not really realistic. But the movie does cover like Roswell a little bit, and President Nixon meeting with Jackie Gleason at Homestead Air Force Base to look at alien bodies, and then a couple other like crashed wreckage that they go into. But the movie, spoiler alert, is definitely going to have a second one, and perhaps even a third one. So the movie goes, and it's like basically this alien craft lands on Earth and then like influences this woman to like go on the news and say like aliens are here. We have to handle this with maturity, and then the movie ends with this alien talking to her, and then she just goes on camera and is like, listen, and then the movie ends. I thought it was frankly not a good movie, and I kept wanting it to end faster, but I was interviewed on a podcast about this movie, so I had to know it pretty well. And what I liked about the movie were like the historical aspects of it, and what the podcast host liked about the movie was like the supernatural stuff with animals and stuff. So we didn't actually like the same things of the movie. I thought the movie got somewhat more interesting as it continued, and she did not feel that way. Um, Overall, though, I think it was a positive thing for the disclosure um, community. I did a 3 hour podcast with her, and then she liked what we talked about so much that I did another 3 hour podcast with her the next week, which is a lot of time. 6 hours on a podcast, and it was a live podcast too. So we were taking questions from the audience as well, which is not easy by any means. It is not easy when you're trying to talk about what you want to talk about, and then at the same time there are like questions that pop up. It becomes complicated. But anyway,
Can you just like wait till the end or something to take questions?
you should, but this podcast host did not do that. She would be like, "Oh, we have a question from the audience," and I'm like, "Okay," and then you have to go through it or whatever. It
Something completely unrelated that's going to derail what you're just talking.
Sometimes they are, but sometimes they're good. So the first podcast that we did was about aliens in the Bible and what evidence of UFOs in the Bible, and really there isn't, frankly. There's one event. It's called Ezekiel's Wheel, which some people interpret as a chariot in the sky, like craft. Some people do, but generally, there's not a lot about aliens. You get into like the Book of Enoch, which does, but that's not in the traditional Bible. And um, we talked about the Nephilim and the Anunnaki. She wanted me to really get into that. And frankly, I was really well versed on all that stuff because I had done a lot of preparation, and so I didn't know what her.
I mean, what evidence is there for the Anunnaki's existence?
The gets into the book of books that aren't in the traditional Hebrew Bible, but it's in like ancient Sanskrit.
Okay.
And then the Nephilim are mentioned in the Hebrew Bible, but there are questions as to what that means. It could mean a few different things, but usually it's interpreted as the giants, large people. And so giants could be anything, but it's the exact quote is something along the lines of the women of Earth reproduced with the Nephilim, the large ones, to create this, like the mankind to some extent. There's like a reference to that, but it's only mentioned once. There's not like a whole book about it. Now, the Book of Enoch goes into all of that, and but that's not the Bible. So we got into that, and then we get into angels a little bit, and so there are like basically like four arguments that people make. There's the Nephilim argument, the chariots argument, the angelic discussion, and another one that's escaping me at this time. But so I went into those, and basically like people think that the word Anunnaki is in the Bible. It's not. Nephilim is in the Bible, and they're kind of separate things, but people confuse them. And so I was able to go into all of that and speak. So I'm in this 3 hour discussion with her, and I'm thinking to myself, I hope that I'm doing okay. I don't know. And then she's like, my audience loved you. They think they wanted to know if I was channeling the information. And I was like, no, I just have well prepared notes. And they're like, oh well, you're really smart. They thought I was really smart. And they're like, she's like, I want to have you on next week. Is there any way you could do the same next week? And so I did. And so the next week it was the 79th anniversary of Roswell. And so I did a deep dive into the Roswell crash for like 2 hours or so. The first hour was about like weather manipulation and what else? There's like weather manipulation, CERN, the particle accelerator in Switzerland.
Can I ask a question about that?
Yeah, it's shutting down for 3 years. Yeah, go ahead.
I've seen people on Instagram who, I mean, I just don't. I don't believe this at all, but they do apparently, and I guess multiple people do believe that like the particle collider is opening up doors to different dimensions and altering the Earth's like how it experiences time and like all sorts of like distortions in reality. Do you believe in any of that? Not to shame you if you do.
No. Generally, I don't.
I'm just curious.
I think that you could create like a mini black hole if you wanted to using a particle accelerator, but CERN is not the only particle accelerator in the world. There's Stanford Research Institute. There's Fermilab. These exist around the world, so it's not like it's the only one that matters. It's just the biggest one, and we went through the timeline of like since CERN opened in 2007. Routinely, they have to do updates to it, basically, with the Large Hadron Collider, and that's what they're doing, apparently. Do I think that it's creating a portal to another dimension? I will say this. I don't think so, but if any portal to any other dimension is being created, it would be created there, if that makes sense. But I don't think that's what they're doing. Or is it slowing down the speed of the Earth? No, I don't think that. Or is it changing the polarization of the Earth? No, I don't think that. But if like a time machine were to be created anywhere, it would be there. If a black hole were to be created anywhere, it would be there. And why? Because it's the largest particle accelerator in the world. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Now,
I'm not a super scientific expert or whatever. So, but
now one thing that I did go into within our discussion, which normally people don't, is that there's an argument to be made that CERN is a cover for the clandestine covert operations of the world. So basically, like, let's say we want you to be a spy, Riser. Well, a perfect thing to do is to say that you're an engineer at CERN, because that means you can travel all around the world without anybody really questioning it. Your family would just know that you were working on some project, but you couldn't go into it, and then that means you could do anything that you need globally. And there's an argument to be made. I've heard this is more down the rabbit hole, but that there's I tend to somewhat believe this, actually, that there's an underground maglev train that was created since the 1950s that goes around the world. And the reason why I say that is there's been whistleblowers about it, and that it's been heard. Like, you can hear it in some areas of the world where it's closer to the surface. And then allegedly there is this is really rabbit hole-y, but that the deepest lakes in the world, I think the deepest lake that they say in the world is Lake Baikal in Russia. But perhaps there are alpine lakes, like glacier lakes, that are actually deeper, that are in like these giant mountainous valleys that are filled with glacial water. And Lake Geneva is one of these. And at the very bottom of it, there is some type of subsurface dome that was created in like the 1960s or 70s or something, where there's like some type of central like global intelligence agency operates, and it is a really
at the bottom of the lake in Geneva.
Yeah. So let me look at this. I've read it. Yo, what's up with there's like a dome at the bottom of the lake in Geneva. There's like a dome or something, allegedly. Now, But what's funny about this is there's some like cartoon that talks about this. And it's like there's a thing like meanwhile it's like the Super Friends or something. What is the cartoon quote? Meanwhile, at the bottom of the ocean, or it's something like that. It's something. Uh, Meanwhile, no, it's like no, it's like Super Friends or something. Anyway, let's see here. What is the theory that there's some kind of intelligence agency that created some kind of subterranean bubble or something in Lake Geneva? Yeah. Okay. So secret tunnels to CIA headquarters. CERN identified as a secret. Okay. It's called Subbiosphere 2, and it's modeled after CIA headquarters beneath Lake Geneva. So, the key elements of the theory include prototype claims the big European bubble chamber and Gargamel are alleged to be prototypes of the subterranean base, with the compartmentalized structures designed to mimic the secret headquarters. Access and cover, the LEP tunnel and CERN's massive supercomputer are claimed to provide political cover for daily commuter trains and electronic surveillance operations conducted by the CIA. Submarine exploration, the deployment of Russian Mir 1 and Mir 2 submarines to explore Lake Geneva's depths is cited as evidence of maintenance or construction activities related to the hidden base. So it's called Subbiosphere 2.
Could be there.
Well, so I wasn't saying that I thought this was true or whatever. It's just something that I had heard. And it would make sense that just like with the Manhattan Project, when they had, more than 150,000 people involved in the Manhattan Project, but only 3 people really knew what was going on. All of the people who were working on the Manhattan Project just said they were engineers, and nobody questioned them about it. Does that make sense? It's a good cover.
Aren't there like other alibis that would work?
Okay, let's go through them. Professional athlete. That doesn't work because somebody could just be like, I don't see you on TV or whatever. A doctor. Okay, where's your practice? Who are your patients? Okay, what about professor? Okay, at what school do you teach at? Why hasn't anybody ever been taught from you? An elementary school teacher. Okay, why don't we see you in a class? A diplomat. Okay, you're a diplomat. For what country? What gave you this ability to do this? What about a nurse? Well, at what hospital are you? What about a project manager? That's kind of something that could be used. So you could say that you're an engineer, or project manager, or something along those lines.
Just a web developer.
Or
do you have to lie to your family?
Yeah, you do have to lie to your family.
Was that basically it? That's all you have to lie to?
No, anybody who you meet, when they're like, hey, do you want to go play golf next week? You're going to be like, no, I have to travel. They're like, oh, what do you do for a living again? And you're like, oh, I'm an engineer. And they're like, okay, well, who do you work for? And you're like, well, it's a lot of what I do is classified, but I work at CERN. And they'd be like, oh, okay, what is that? And then you'd be like, it's the Council for European. Hold on, I want to get the right name. I think it's in French. CERN stands for
As soon as you say classified, red flag.
CERN is an acronym Council European for la Recherche Nucléaire, European Council for Nuclear Research. Okay, so you don't have to say it's classified. You just say it is a remote position that you have to do. I told you this story before, but I knew a girl. I still don't know what her dad did to this day, and she didn't either. And when she was questioned on it, we were like, we all knew what our parents did for a living. And one time, this one girl I know asked this other girl I know, "What does your dad do?" And she's like, "I don't know." And she's like, "We're like, what do you mean you don't know?" And she's like, "I don't know." And they're like, "Don't you ask him like, where are you going to work and stuff like that?" And she's like, "We've just been told not to ask about what our dad does, and we just live our lives." They're like, "Okay," but like that happens in like these intelligence arms.
Why can't you just say intelligence or something?
Well, because then that
Or
raises
just say that you're a spy. Who cares?
yeah, but then that raises all kinds of questions. Like, hey, so and so's dad's a spy. It doesn't really make any sense. You don't say that, so you just say that they're an engineer, and then nobody questions that.
Well, that girl's dad didn't say that.
No, they didn't.
But yeah.
Yeah, and I to this day still don't know what that girl's dad did, and we were pretty close with their family, and I still don't know. Like, our parents knew each other. I certainly knew their family, and it was just like you just never asked about it. They lived in the same neighborhood as we did. They used to see them every day, and it was just a thing. Like you just didn't question it. Hey, all I know, they lived in a nice house. We never really ever saw their dad, and we only ever saw their mom, and she didn't work. That's all I really recall. And another weird thing, this isn't uh, like they're. I don't want to say it was weird, but like they adopted some children from. Uh, they adopted a bunch of children. Like they had their biological children, but then they adopted some children as well, and we never really questioned it or anything. But it was interesting.
Like how many? Like a farm of them?
No, I think it was like 3 or 4 children. They had like a pretty big family, something like that.
That's a lot.
Yeah, it was, and I don't know exactly, but these children did not look like them. They were like from somewhere else, which we always. It was just like, okay, it's one of those things. But yeah, it was a very strange series of events that happened. I'll be right back. Please don't go. I have to use the restroom.
Okay.
Riser. Riser. You are muted. Riser. 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 Right. Right.
Yeah.
There you go. Okay. So, when I go viral, do you want to take a field trip from the bottom of Lake Geneva?
Um, yeah, sure.
For sure. No, why wouldn't you?
I really want to go to Sushi. That's not the
Uh, your voice. I've been asking you project questions. You seem really happy to be enjoyable. And, um,
I just messaged them. Kiddo.
okay, good.
Have you? Wait, no. Did you watch Louis C.K.'s new stand-up special?
No, I didn't, but I want you to do it.
Yes. I haven't watched Tony Hinchcliffe's special to see how bad that one was in comparison. But
I'm down to watch it whenever you're down to watch
yeah. Have you gotten a new comedy update?
it. Yes.
Still going?
Oh, yeah, he's still coming. He had the biggest joke that he ever had on Monday, which I think is great. I didn't think the joke was so funny. I just thought it was typical, which is like all of jokes, there's jokes, like they're all just incredibly predictable to me.
I don't know about that.
You don't think that these jokes are predictable?
No, you're right.
Okay. I mean, look, any subject that he has. In fact, I told him one of 7 types. Kanye West, Hitler, some type of weird shit with kids, Epstein, um, racism, something racist. That's it, right there. That covers basically everything. So his
I
joke,
mean, a lot of comedians talk about politics or sex or drugs.
yeah, but those are like pretty wide open. Like Bill Cosby. And so this joke was something like, I don't want to steal his jokes, but I'm stealing his joke to be funny and explain. Uh, let's see here. It's something like, isn't it strange if somebody's looking up in porn and they want to look at the word I don't want to say the word first, MIDD. They want to look that up, but they want to be politically correct, so they type into porn little people porn and what kind of questionable results they can get from that. Which I'm just like, how else are you going to look up that kind of porn? He's like, yeah, well, if you have like other stuff in there, and it's like, yeah, but you're not looking for that. Like, I don't necessarily think of when you say little people, do I necessarily think children? If somebody says little people, I think of people who have like orphans or something.
Yeah, I agree. Wait, so that was his best joke?
That people told him not to worry how much better he's getting and everything. I just was like, okay, I mean, that's fine.
They're rewarding that?
That's what I'm saying. That is exactly what I'm saying. Which, and I'm the funniest person in Australia. Not even just South Australia. I just know for a fact I'm the funniest person in all of Australia. And there's just nothing that can change my mind on this stuff. If they think that shit's funny, then there's
I remember the setup was funny. Like the punchline was like not like good enough. No, no one thinks like little people like child or that's still a dark joke to make.
I
It's
think
like double offensive.
yeah, I just think it is predictable. It's extremely predictable. But you know, they think it's funny. That's all that matters. And uh, they apparently thought that it was a very funny joke. So you know, it's almost like good for them. But I personally thought that it was and that's funny. So um, but I'm glad they're getting better. They're saying. Um,
That bar was pretty low to start.
yeah, so that's definitely true. So hopefully he's been trying to. I don't want to say but like he's been like interested in this one girl who needs the door, and he asked her to watch his favorite movie, and which is City of God, and then he couldn't find it. So she said she couldn't find it, and so I was able to find it for them. And then she said she doesn't click on links, which is like, all right, I get that, but that tells me that you don't like this guy that much. Because any guy, any girl who really likes you will click on whatever link you want. That's not she, she really likes you. I don't think so. So he says that they're going to re-release City of God in November, and then they're going to make you see it together then, which is like, that's just her pushing you on. Which is cool. But,
That was very just not
um,
there. So I don't know if I was must be working. So,
it's a shit where you eat kind of. You're not supposed to shit where you eat. Yeah. But I understand that's like the only place that he goes. Oh, oh, he actually, if you can, even more, got a selfie with him. And I think you can go. Got a selfie.
what? What do you say?
He got a selfie with James McCann.
Are that there are like friends?
Yeah, they're not friends, but perhaps it's, I think James knows who he is now, more so. But they're just there. Um, they're on friendly terms, I guess. And, uh,
Did you see this up?
yeah, um,
I think James McCann is funny.
yeah, I actually do. Um, he's been funny on, um, he's been funny on, what over here. So, that's how I learned about him. That's when I was like, hey, you know who this guy is? Like, I'm like, he's from where you live. And it's like, no. And so then he started watching his stuff or whatever. And now James McCann has become like, uh, and, uh, like like, he's like the biggest celebrity who goes to the rap lounge or whatever. So everybody when he's there, it's like, I can never get a word in with him because all these other people are trying to talk to him at the same time.
Wow. So let me go watch a clip of this guy.
Go to Kill Tony, James McCann, 7 year, New Year's, like 7 months ago.
How do you spell McCann? MCCAN.
I don't think he's like the funniest comedian ever.
He's obviously the funniest comedian or on about
Oh, can't do a greatest funnier. More successful.
yeah, but he's doing
Well, that's not his fault.
we are T-minus 12 hours and 36 minutes. This is if I get it, I'll be so happy right here. I'll be so happy if I do that.
That's her fault. Like, so the disclosure goal is just to blow the like the floodgates open for aliens.
I mean, you've got Steven Spielberg, arguably the biggest director of all time, directing it and going on a press tour, saying that one time he didn't necessarily agree with himself, but now that he does, now he does. There's something to that.
Is this video like based on? It can't be based on a true story, right?
No,
Fiction, right?
it is.
So it's not like they're dropping like this proof.
I agree. But it is supposed to, um, it is supposed to, it is to like have people talk about it and stuff, about aliens and all that. But I don't know how much it is. I think it tried. You ever use GitHub? Do you find it easy or difficult to like,
I think it's pretty easy for the most part. The only thing that screws me up only because I'm a total nerd is like the version control, like using branches and merging branches and stuff. About that. There's a Unity version control, which is like so much easier, where you just like, save your changes, and it's just like so much easier. I feel like. And other than that, I don't really have anything nice about it. What are
I
you using it for?
trying to install it right now in OBS, and I think that they're always like there's no easy download button. You have to like click something and then click something to download, and that just makes it difficult, way more difficult. Like just give me a download button. It's all I'm trying. And then it's like, all right, download it, and then it's like, so what do I do with it now? It's like, oh, you have to find the file of the computer, and you have to drag the thing, like extract the zip file, and it's like, dude, why is it like installable? I click it, and then it installs it. I don't understand why I actually handle this stuff.
Like cloning or
No, I download the file.
uh,
And whatever reason, I I struggle with it. Well, I shouldn't say that. I did this on my other computer, and I didn't have it. But now it's difficult. And I don't know. I found it so much easier to do. But it's, I mean, you don't use it on.
GitHub?
Yeah.
I only use it on my computer. Mostly computer.
Okay. I don't know. I'm not. I don't know. And we met to know Vale in the class.
Yeah, we did. Yeah, it's fire though. To like comedy or something like that.
Do you really think?
I don't know.
We know it's not.
I don't. I put up there mostly during the Fridays would be okay.
Okay. Um. Dude. No. Basically doing everything that they do. How does it sound? I downloaded it. How do I install the program? Okay, I'm here, but I can't remember. I also bought this tutorial out. So if there are no plugins that been shared, that's what file do I put in? The file structure should be something like. It's saying it's a when I should only Chrome. And then nobody. This happened over a year ago, and nobody responded. And I'm actually expecting stuff from that. Okay. I've seen this stuff. Hope you have seen it. Oh, you know what's been in here? My man, Reverend Duck. And I got him a YouTube account and a Bubble account and a Twitch account.
Yeah,
Yeah, he did not use it like a little screen. And he said it was like landing on the moon. Yeah. Correct. And I don't know how much. Say I had my hours pretty normalized for a while, or at least a 2 weeks, and even last Saturday and Friday, and we were doing all this stuff from here, which is my fault. Okay. titles again. I'll just stop so check that. And podcast, but okay. How many titles again? And I went okay. Like if you are pretty savvy with the computer, I have actually the computer becomes like this dark abyss that you'll never figure out. There's one thing that can derail you from actually
Uh, yeah, no, even with that high, some things are just like impossible.
I, but I get this. I'm very simple. Another thing you can different things. Install something, sometimes it doesn't show up until you restart. So you might just be like, why isn't this working? And you don't know. It's really annoying. Okay, oh, hold on. I'll be able to focus, but okay. I see the reason that why this is the check. Okay. Oh, um, okay, 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 down. OBS. Okay, okay, OBS. Files. OBS. No. But basically, any movement on Instagram. Your device.
Yeah, what's that?
Any movement on Instagram.
Um, then two currency. Right now, I've been looking out of my belly, but just feeling like trash. What is OBS stuff about?
I like my background. But it moves it, it like makes it look like a flat in space. And I think
You have to screw up one device.
it's fun. And it mean, and the fact that this is like, um, well, better, is, I, I think that these people who run these computers, or whatever, the computer companies, are letting people do, like, they'll just be like, oh, somebody will create a fucking code or something. It's like, why don't you do that? That's your job. You see somebody like is successful with a plugin, you should like put that plugin uh, into the software. I don't understand why they don't do that. Okay. Real.
That's how it is, I guess.
That's true, but I mean, people don't know. Like most people don't know how to do plugins, just in general. So you make it an option if you see that people use. Oh, riser. Dude, this is such bullshit. Are you fucking serious? Hold on a second. Hold on a second.
That's means you should are you fucking
Yeah. Okay. Oh, this is such bullshit. Um, hold on. Bullshit. I don't know if they're counting the wrong things that should be in program. Program data. Oh, yeah, that's right. Obvious plugins. Source code. No, I just want what is this like? This bad boy. Don't have this source. Get out. No, I don't know. Just not too technical. Where is broken up data? Where is it? Okay. What is it's hidden item. Riser, anybody who puts important shit under hidden items should seriously lose their job. Why would you put view options, show high, show item? Dude, are you fucking serious? Oh, 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 okay. How that development?
She's good. She's pretty good.
Really, just kind of hot.
She's good.
Okay. Did she get a new dog?
Yeah, I think so. Sorry, no, she's a dog.
Well, she was fostering a dog. Dog.
No, she's a dog. She doesn't know her.
Okay. Did she ask to play with Yellow?
She trains sometimes with Yellow, yeah.
Did Yellow better?
What did you say?
Did Yellow got any better with whatever she trained her for?
Uh, she was trying to teach Yellow how to, what's it called? Stand, but she wasn't really able to do it.
Okay. Like stand on two paws?
But I don't know. I was able to get Yellow to stand, like 75% of the time without much work. But she does this, like, her method is like only positive reinforcement. So can't really well, can't do anything like negative. Only like slightly.
Okay, and his and so but it didn't really
Uh, no, I mean Yellow doesn't know how to dance really. She tried. But she's good.
and the lady was just like we're gonna stop doing it right doing the like when you try to do it until uh it worked.
Um, mostly she did Yellow, but for whatever reason on the stand one, she just gave up and then used the other dog next to her for that one. Even though I think Yellow can learn, but I was just like gently like not Yellow's feet with my leg, and she'd always be like sitting, and then I'd just like physically like move her up to show her that you're supposed to be standing, and then I was clearing her like I was just physically moving her and letting her like, stand actually once, but then like those two.
Does that go against the
I don't think it should. If you have to communicate with the dog, but not like physically harming the dog, just showing the dog like actually that thing. A program that Trish is using just for specific call. And one of the things she's trying to get to do is get to like move a bit with her, like just pick up like a book basically, but the Yellow had to basically do everything and figure it out and zero hits. And then she would call me and we were Yellow, and she was like getting closer to figuring it out. But I got really frustrated with like that really much. So it may have given up a knowledge. Or maybe you should figure it out.
So basically, this lady tried two different things that wasn't able to do them.
For sure with one of them, I can't remember the other one. 100%, but yeah, the one of them stand.
All right. What other things would you want Caleb to be able to learn?
To growl at me.
You think she's mean?
Yeah, sometimes.
Is that just in her name?
I'm shy and growl. And even if I'm like very enjoying it, I'm just trying to like pet her. So start growling sometimes. But I think that's just how she is.
Is that just her breed?
I don't know, it might just be her. I don't think like the dog.
Well, she's big. I was looking at a picture of her. She's all bigger than I thought. How much does she weigh?
I don't think she does, but she's like,
That's huge stuff.
yeah, she's like medium size. She's kind of fun, in my opinion.
Okay.
I like this house.
All right. Did she wake up before you, or did you wake up before her?
She wakes me up. Nudge her eye and get up. You can watch it. TV at all. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't watch it.
You actually like watch it. Like,
Yeah. Yeah.
U.S. Oh yeah. Like travel bags. Like 350 and trying to game and get the suspension player to play.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't get what you're saying. Yes, I do.
I think it was a fun.
You just trying to keep yourself.
I think that was a group that should have been allowed.
What you're going to do is have space to say no. Right?
Yeah, exactly.
So then you just said no.
I don't know. I mean, you shouldn't be asking in the first place to manipulate the soccer game.
Why do you
It seemed to backfire because they lost.
yes, it did. Why do you think that he shouldn't have been able to ask.
It was like the player was suspended under the rules of the and I could be maybe mistaken or whatever. I think there is like perhaps a lot of debate and controversy surrounding whether or not the suspension should have been granted to begin with.
Right.
And if that was the case, and then like a lot of people truly thought it was unwarranted, then okay, I can see that it's more justified. But if it was just like a regular suspension where that one was completely valid, then I don't think the president should just be able to unsuspend a player that deserves to be suspended.
Okay, I get what you're saying. I mean, can't the president just always ask for it? And they could always just say no.
I mean, they should always say no if that's they made they stand by the decision that they made.
Okay, but I mean, like, why couldn't they ask for it? Like, I don't understand what the issue is with asking.
It just seems like you're trying to exert influence and don't play by the rules in a way.
Well, there's no doubt he was trying to exert influence. That's true. But, like, it's just his opinion. They could just say no. They didn't have to take it. They didn't have to take it seriously. Like, I see it as you're allowed to ask for anything in the world. That doesn't mean that the other person has to abide by it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, I agree. I don't think that it's a crime or anything to just ask. If anything, it's like on FIFA for really like catering his request, like they did. But ultimately, it didn't really matter because they eliminated stuff.
Yeah. And did you watch the game?
I don't think I even watched the highlights. Some of them I've seen the highlights. I watched the Canada games and the Egypt Iran game for a little bit. And some of them. To me, soccer is extremely boring.
I understand.
It's just not highly scoring enough.
Dude, I'm really glad that it's so boring. Like, they they need to improve that. They need to make the goals for something. Because it's just so boring. And then
Yeah,
everything relies on like a little play here and there. And then another thing, which I just think is ridiculous, is like the goal kick aspect of it, or I should say like penalty kick aspect of it. It's like such an advantage if one of your guys like causes some issue in the box, then they're able to take just a one-on-one shot at the goal. You get what I'm saying?
if you have a free pick that's like a 95%, it should be like a 95% chance to score. But yeah, there are good shootouts in the soccer that I saw. They'll have like 5 shots, like the losing team
how do you even do that?
Well,
But the goals are just like how to be like psychic and guess correctly. Or the guy misses somehow, sometimes with incredible cards.
well, the thing that drives me wild is that, okay, I would tell anybody, and I've said it before, and I'll say it, you're shooting at the goal. Don't ever, under any circumstance, not shoot it off fine like that in the wood. I saw on the side of the bullshit. Um, come on. I'm shocked that I got. And then I observed something else. So imagine you're gonna have to take the shot. There is 100% chance that you're gonna miss if you don't hit it within. If you don't kick the ball within the um, confines of um, the goal. Does that make sense?
Well, yeah.
Right.
It's just strange.
Right. And to me, sometimes these guys kick this ball and they kick it over the goal or whatever, and it's like it's impossible for us to score if we do that. Don't ever do that.
Yeah, I mean, they're not trying to do that. It's like the same thing at hockey or basketball. You like airball a shot. It's like, dude, why would you airball a shot? But just kind of happen.
I recognize
But
that.
yeah, usually, yeah, you like in soccer, it's like, geez, dude, like your whole team has to decide to miss the net.
That's exactly right. And I just don't understand why you would tell your team or tell like a team in any circumstance. Like I really mean this. I would rather have you kick the ball and the goalie gets it. I'm fine with it. If the goalie gets it, that's cool. That's no big deal in the book. What I can't stand is what I can't stand is you missing the goal. Like not hitting it within the goal. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, when you're in a shootout, when it's on the game's on the line, you don't want to miss.
Right. And the fact that these guys sometimes too is like, are you why are you making it so hard? Just make it within the goal.
Yeah. No, I like the tactic where like the goalie is gonna jump like randomly from like one side to the other side, and I like the tactic of just shoot it straight at like straight along the ground, basically, like in the middle, just like really fast, like the goalie is just gonna like jump out of the way, like the side, and in the middle, just shoot it straight at them, and then you're good. Like we can't do that on every single time.
Right. Or they're gonna be eliminated.
Yeah, it's also like serious, like the World Cup. It's kind of like a easy way to win. It's like goofy. It's like, why do we even play that? Like, we're just gonna end up kicking it out.
It's a very good
One
point.
by one.
It's a very good point.
Just extend the overtime. Who cares if it takes like 2 hours to play the game?
It's a very good. There's a better way to do it though. If you have a limited time, you can't just go unlimited amounts of time. What's a better way?
I mean, there's been NHL playoff games that have gone into like several overtimes.
They don't go to a shootout at the end.
Not if it's like a playoff game, then they don't. That's just for like regular season stuff. And like the World Cup is like the Olympics, so they should treat it more like that. Especially because it's soccer and it's like there's already a bunch of tie games. There's like 1-1 or 1-0 every game. Isolation though, I mean, they also do this. NHL, they started like eventually. They're like, oh, this is a good way to do it. It's just like when you go to time instead of just making a shootout, which I think this is like way better. You just start subtracting players from the field. So like on hockey, it's like they used to do 5-on-5, 4-on-4, and then 3-on-3. And I've had it in some tournaments too, where they go 2-on-2 and then 1-on-1, like full ice 1-on-1. I think that is way more entertaining for like hockey, and it'll increase the chance of people scoring.
That's a really
So
good
they could do that against the players.
That's a really but it's not necessarily mean that
That way, the tiebreaker involves like skill more than luck.
is it really? I mean, you could have one guy that's just dominant.
I mean, and they're the better team.
No, that just means they have one better player.
Well, if that one better player is better than the sum of their other team, but yeah. I mean, there's also like strategy and like the 1-on-5, 1-on-4, 3-on-3, 2-on-2, 1-on-1 thing, because it's like one to score as quickly as possible. Like you can't recycle the same players, so you have to bounce it and invest a little bit. And you save your like you want to save your best players for when it's ice, I guess, and not just waste your best players all at the start.
So do you think that they should keep one player every time?
Yeah.
That's the answer.
What's your OBS thing doing?
Dude, working, and then for some reason the virtual camera moved away, and now I can't find it. Or the OBS. Go to the data. Go to OBS. Go to Win the Show. Okay. Right click on virtual cam, install that, run as administrator. Oh, run as administrator. Yes. That's how we keep continue. Okay, now that's for work, right? Is she? Oh, it didn't. Is she growling?
We're just playing up the wall. You're not growling.
Do you want to lose?
Then that way.
Do you want to lose?
I'm waiting for the player on my side.
Okay, well, you give me about. Let's see. You get.
We also fixed the Scrabble game.
Okay.
So it works. Yeah.
What
So
was
that
it?
horrible variations of Scrabble where you just put stuff.
I don't know why you think that was so good. It was actually brilliant, and I think people want to play that one.
I had a dream yesterday. I was like, there's like a combination of Scrabble and chess, and I don't really, I didn't really know, like it was a very good glimpse of it, so I don't really know the full mechanics, but I think Scrabble, chess, hybrid game would be big.
Okay, how do you do it?
Well, like I just said, I really have no idea how the mechanics work. I'm just gonna ask AI how mechanics might work, but I don't know. Alright.
you?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Like the not, no, what?
Now it's to my back.
You know, the little TV candy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Dude.
Why do you need this OBS?
Because I use it for um. Okay. Delete. Okay. OBS. Dude. You ever notice like this is the thing with Apple, but with you know, install something, you'll uninstall it, and it won't get rid of everything that was installed. You just randomly have these files on your computer for 5 years later.
Yeah, there's no good way to like clone files, securing files. I mean, you should be able to like, uninstall them, but that's not always what happens.
It does make sense.
And Mac, the file on Mac is just like the organization of it is terrible. And also on my Mac, it's like maybe like 100 or 50 gigabytes of storage that just as number, and then I try to click on other, and it gives your information. It doesn't tell you the files are occupying like more than half the available storage. Just like and it delete it. Just other.
Oh, that's interesting. I didn't think of it.
Probably just a bunch of VS Code. Uh, I also, because the file system is so terrible at organizing, they're like it's hot. They're just buried somewhere that's just impossible to retrieve.
Yeah, I'm feeling that. You have processes. It's
When uh,
Exactly when like I'm up against the time, I work. Um, I don't know why they work so beautiful, um, and then it's like never used it before. So I'm gonna restart the computer. I'm thinking perhaps it's used it. Oh, President. Watch your, did you watch Canada play? Were you happy the way that they played?
I don't think anyone expected us to do well, so I guess.
Right. It surprised me. United States, Canada, and Mexico all lost in the same round. Kind of somewhat disappointing.
Yeah, Mexico apparently like the police even were like, did you hear about this? Like the police like fighting on people and the police are like rushing off a bunch of fireworks at the at like the fire line at the one of the
I can see that happening. Um, these literally,
I just never heard another one to bring up and like, no.
yeah. Before the game took place.
Yes.
And so they did it to probably um, Norway.
Yeah, one of them. Yes.
So back to the Donald Trump thing. So you're saying that he shouldn't have said anything?
Um, yeah, probably not.
Okay. But why? How is that cheating? That's what I don't understand. Well, isn't there an argument to be made that Belgium people or um, by their guys saying that we shouldn't have advocated for that, they're getting an advantage?
But the people in the Mexico, like Mexico, they should have been, but that's not, that's not fair. No, you're saying it.
No, I'm saying that anybody should be able to say what they want. It's up to FIFA to make the final determination. ask for anything that they want. But it's just it's up to people. I think. Yes. Okay, so we're in agreement. Yeah. Okay. Then you're saying that Donald Trump should have been impeached. Yeah. Okay. I'm agree. Yeah. So the people that make that determination, if they deem it to be inappropriate, or, say whatever you want. Just don't feel like they have to listen to him. All right. So with that said, who's going to win?
Uh, which game?
No, who's going to win?
I don't know. I hope our
They won last.
I deserve it.
That is, they should deserve it this time.
Why do they not deserve to like?
No one deserves it. Period. It's all about place the best in it.
Zero people deserve to win.
No, it's just like um, it's nice to spread it around. Okay? Okay. So you want to do it? You don't want friends?
No.
Okay, why not?
Which was that?
Oh, you think they're too good?
Yeah.
Okay. What makes you feel like that?
I don't know if that's talking, but pay for the best player.
You can't really do that, but there can be one in your voice.
No, they don't. That's not true. I can't. I was like, why doesn't Brazil have a good song? As the best juniors that are like 17 or like and then bring them to like college girls and they don't have to play against the country.
Okay, so you're saying that they get students that way?
Yeah, there's some like that.
Okay. All right. I send you a calendar invite. Just to work, but then
What do you actually need?
it like when I'm in the interview, it makes it look like I'm in a spaceship, and it looks cool.
I see.
And
What's wrong with your regular basketball?
yeah, I mean, I'm gonna 250,000 people can see it if I get to it full. But I also have a thing in the background that says where you can find all my stuff. So it's like a constant advertisement.
Wait, what does it say?
It's like where you can find my Discord and all my social media.
Nice. Link free.
Yeah. You have an invite, and everybody's waiting.
One sec.
Do you see that thing next to my name
It's like that thing that looks like a vagina, the like conch shell or whatever.
I've seen that for like just every day for the last 6 months.
I never would be good at that.
Okay. How many warm-up games do you need?
Hey, I'm waiting.
Alright, that's the question. How many warm-up games?
Do you really think I need
You know how well rested I am?
anything? Oh, that's fucking hilarious. By the way, how did your stomach get like infected anyway?
Yeah, that's right.
Oh.
Where's the I don't see it. But you didn't send the invite yet.
Dude, I sent it like 5 times.
Why is it
You're still not getting it?
not? No.
Check on your main page.
I'm on the page.
You still haven't gotten it? Okay.
I'm sending it to the right.
Yes, sir. Okay, maybe it was just like a glitch or something. Are you getting it
Oh,
now?
there it is.
It must have just been a glitch with the game. Look at what an advantage you have.
How is it? Oh.
You got the black ones. They're all on the
I
corners.
was the white ones all day.
Dog, you got the black ones. They're all on the corners. It's an obvious advantage. I know it's an advantage. This is-
There's more black ones than there are white ones.
You're full of shit, dog.
I'm not excited. Wow. What do you think of the GTA 6 price?
I think it's totally fine. It's actually less with inflation than all the other ones. So, like the most expensive one would have been Grand Theft Auto 3, which is an equivalent of $90 to me, and it was worth every penny of it. And they haven't done a rise in the average cost of a game in like 15 years. Like it's been a long time, but they have subsidized that with microtransactions, which I get, but it's just like back when I would buy games, they were $50 each. And they're like still basically like $50 each, even though inflation has doubled them. Look at this shot. Oh, dude, where's your boy William Montgomery?
Warming.
Oh, stop. Fuck.
No, I have the hideous tile. Oh my god.
I mean, that again sounds like a you problem. Really not a me. And I only focus on me problems, baby. You recognize the dominance that you're seeing? Where do I?
It's kind of way in advance.
You're full of shit. That was almost the greatest shot you've ever seen in your entire life. I would love to see like really professional players play this, even on like an app, to see if they, um, like if they will. Let's say they could hit in one of their shots. Oh, make it. That was good. Um, if they could hit in one of their shots, but they have to knock in two of their opponents, would they do it? Under what conditions would they do it? Like if it's early in the game, would they do it? If it's late in the game, would they do it?
I don't know.
You don't think they would knock in?
Maybe, yeah, I think you feel like that's too much that they could just capture a bunch.
Get it? Yeah, or if it's late in the game and they've got a huge lead, but all they have to do is knock those in. Folks, if I don't make this though, you've got like some easy shots.
You know, it's not very good. Well, now it is. Okay, what one is.
Garbage.
Alright, it's doable.
Are you serious?
One now.
Are you serious?
This is so.
Are you serious? Am I in your head? Am I in your head?
No.
I don't know. I don't know what you said. All I know is you better make a move. Your time is running out, son. I don't know. I don't know why you would do that. In a million years, just
Yeah, I was trying to shoot back to like my side.
big dog. All I know is I'm a champion. Did you need that as a warm-up game, or is it what it really is, which is a real game?
That definitely was a game. So Sudan was a normal game. Tunisia was a normal game.
Ivory Coast didn't know it was a warm-up game.
I don't know why you're so afraid to just play.
I'm not afraid. I just like to see what you do.
You're afraid.
No, not at all.
Definitely afraid.
Not at all. What do I do here? That's the sickest double shot ever.
Been incredibly lucky.
Oh, but then incredibly unfortunate there. That was garbage, dog.
I never see these shots where like I do these shots all the time, right? Yep. It's mine, and I never do that shot.
Because I don't have to win. That's garbage. That was really bad. That was one of the worst shots I've ever seen. Get
I can't
it.
even do those shots. Like,
Get it, dog.
I've never seen you do one. I've never.
your pay grade.
Are you seeing this dominance?
Yeah, see, there's way less white where saying,
Dog, I don't even have like. What do I do? Oh, you're like, oh, you never hit my ball to hit the ball in the Karaman or whatever. Some kind of bullshit thing. Yeah, well, because that's why. That's why I don't, because then it spreads yours out to make them really easy to make. And you just fuck up royally.
bullshit. Not going in. Yeah,
One of the worst shots I've ever had the opportunity to witness.
okay. Let's see. I mean, it's time.
No, it's not.
Time, but I don't think you're going to talk to this queen. I know that you're not going to talk to this queen. I guarantee you. That was.
The sickest fucking win you have ever seen, son. The sickest fucking win you've ever seen, son. You're not even a challenge. Do you recognize that you're not even a challenge for me?
I wasn't even trying.
Do you recognize that you're not even a challenge?
I don't know.
No. You know what a challenge is?
I'm pretty sure.
And do you recognize that you're not a challenge for me?
Where's that?
You gotta hold on. Man. No. It's business. Calm down. I just beat you. That's where it's pretty easy.
Like,
Dog, I will dominate you in that.
they updated the Plato app or something.
Why do you think that?
I mean, I like you, but they still want to tweak the app and shadow update.
Look, I'm asking you a question. What makes you say that? I asked you a question. But I'm waiting an answer.
The calibration was a little off there.
You say that.
Maybe it was a 2 week break. And I'm sure Alexander Rodriguez would also probably not have had 400 if he was on a 2 week break.
You call him Alexander Rodriguez?
That's the name of the famous dude. It is A-Rod.
Exactly.
Yeah.
He played for a lot of teams. Why wouldn't we call him Alex Rodriguez, which is what everybody calls him?
I mean, his full legal name is Alexander.
I didn't know we were getting into that. I'm awaiting your acceptance. Are you going to accept
I
it?
feel bad for you. I feel bad for you. That's feeling.
Well, you got spanked in Carom with one of the.
Oh,
Do you recognize you got? I had one of the greatest endings to a game that you've ever seen.
yeah,
I'm just telling you what I did and how good. Do you see my drive right now? Do you see this drive?
that wasn't impressive or good. Yeah.
What the fuck is that, dog?
You have to make this.
No, I don't.
Oh,
What makes you say I have to make it?
if you wanted to win.
You still could have missed your shot.
Oh, brutal. That was a good move.
I consider it newfie. I'm about to show you a Labradorian shot, though. Maybe one of the greatest Labradorian shots in the history of the game. You're not making this. Definitely a miss. Just absolute perfection. You're witnessing absolute perfection.
Yeah, it's better on yeah, that's bullshit. We tie on the first hole, but then you want to go first.
Devastating.
That hole.
Devastating, Riser.
I don't know what you do.
Devastating.
I don't know what you do.
Riser, devastating.
I don't know what I'm doing.
Devastating.
I
Devastating,
don't know what I'm
Riser.
doing.
What the fuck was that, dude?
You're sure you feel it this way.
Look how good a shot this is, Riser. Do you recognize this? Do you recognize how my ball is in a perfect position? Oh, that was a great shot. Stop, 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 stop. Garbage. Garbage.
No.
Terrible shot. Oh no. We're playing neck and neck.
Anyway, you should have let me go first on that hole. That was BS. Why? How come when I tie, you get to go first, but when I tie you, it doesn't swap. This hole is hard.
Devastating shot, dog.
Okay. Uh,
What?
oh, what a goofy. What a goofy shot. Oh, no. I blocked my cup. No. There's that right. Out.
You're done. You're not hitting this shot. You're gonna hit the tree. The tree. It's obviously you're gonna hit the tree.
What the fuck?
Guaranteed win, my friend.
No bullshit.
Guaranteed win. Are you seeing this?
Just there's explain to me why it didn't let me go first. I'll wait.
I don't know why you're still thinking about that when you should be recognizing that you basically have to make this shot. You basically have to make this shot. It's over. No, it's over. You're done. You're done. Brendan Schaub would say you're done. Ryan Callen would say you're done. Inigo Montoya would say you're done.
We hit some cowardly baby.
It's over. Roger, you've lost 3 games in a row. You're,
Oh, two of those more money.
I mean, I'm just dominant. I think you recognize that. That I'm just dominant. Let him go first.
No, I mean, maybe if you have a break. Oh, that.
What makes you think it's rigged? It's pretty obviously not rigged.
We both tied. Okay, so I got to go first, and then we tied. And the next swap two, we tied. Swap three going first, and then we tied again. And then you still were going. Why are you swapping?
Why does that even matter?
Or is it not? Diane, you vanished.
Why do you think so? Why aren't you trying to play this hole? Why aren't you trying to play this hole?
Why are you trying to play this hole?
Because you're not trying to play the hole.
Do this every single time. That's what makes you bad things. So,
And it's a brilliant strategy. If you have to go first on this hole,
let me go first. But it's probably answering this on time.
dude, it is your advantage to go first on neither of. It's not your advantage to go first on either of these holes. This is a free win for you on this hole.
I'm about to figure that out.
Are you seeing this, Riser? No way you make this. No way. He's taking an L, folks. Riser is officially taking an L.
Accident swap, and then go first.
This is like the time he lost 13 games in a row, and everybody knows it. 13 games in a row. It was ridiculous. And they weren't even ties, they were straight up wins. What do you want me to do, dog? I'm playing smartly. I'm playing one of the most brilliant games you've ever seen. This is brilliance. You're witnessing brilliance, Riser. Frankly, I think you should feel fortunate that you're even getting a chance to witness what I'm doing. Don't hit this ball. Are you seeing this? Hit it off the chicken, hit the barn, and then you can stop making scoring. Yeah. No, you're fucking. You're gonna hit the. You fuck.
There's 2 holes, got another hole, that's bullshit. Oh yeah. Wow. Doors. Doors. Yeah. Great.
That's what 3 games in a row. Well, I've won 4 games in a row.
Zero game. That game didn't count at all. That was straight up rigged.
Riser,
That was straight up rigged.
Riser, you've lost 4 games in a row. No, you lost 2 caroms in a row. Oh, you've lost 5 games in a row. I think 5 games.
You
In a row.
have like 5 of bullshit hole that you don't purchase.
Are you proud of that shot?
I think it's good. I think it's going in next. This is a 2-shot hole. Oh fuck. My ball. Thank you. It's done. It's over. Give me 4 and just find the whole hole. That's
Riser, what did you think of my last shot?
see why is this flopping? That is such BS.
You need one of the best shots ever here, and you had an amazing shot. But frankly, I don't think it's good enough to keep up with this shot. Do you recognize how good that shot was?
Oh,
Riser, do you recognize? Do you recognize I have not lost to you on a hole yet? Thank God. Did you know Bonnie Tyler passed away? She's saying it's a heartache. Everybody knows it. Everybody's awaiting you. Bonnie Tyler's awaiting you. Malcolm Jamal Warner is awaiting you. Stop right there. Right there. What a lock in. I call this a lock in. You're locked in. You're in my web. I'm a fucking spider and you're in my web. Look at this move. Stay right there. Stay right there.
Wow.
Seeing this? Riser, are you seeing this? That's not a good shot. That's not a good shot. That's bad, actually. It's really bad. Oh, that's what you wanted to do? You think that's a good shot? Dog. Look at this play. So remember I was saying how really good players will play? I'm showing it to you right
Yo, what is this bullshit?
now. Oh,
This is absolute
dog. Dog.
sick shot bull.
Are you seeing this though? No, 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 no.
Hit the shadow. Fuck off. That's really great. Fucking shadow.
Do you see that your ball is literally as far away from the hole as it possibly could be right now? I'm essentially guaranteed to win right now. At least a share of it.
Yeah, because we're cold.
I mean, I'm not choosing the holds, Riser. I hope you know that I'm not choosing the holds. I have no say in that.
You are choosing.
Would you choose to play any differently than how I'm choosing to play? Would you choose
I
to?
wouldn't play like I don't play like a coward. I'm afraid to play like an absolute
Riser, I'm not
coward.
afraid of anything. Riser, I'm not afraid of anything.
But it's like you're
Hmm.
maybe you can't even get through the first node. You really have no idea what you're doing. Notice how if it's not a final hole, then it's just straight garbage. To get this shot,
One of the greatest shots. That was almost the greatest shot you've ever seen. Admit it. That was almost the greatest shot you've ever seen.
yeah, but it wasn't. That's the thing. It wasn't close.
Riser, that was devastating. Riser, just absolutely devastating, son. Hit my ball. That was amazing.
I can make the next shot. Why don't you hit my ball into like the trees or something? Fuck off.
Riser, what'd you think of my shot?
That was such
Riser, what'd you think of my shot?
unbelievable
Riser, oh, wow. That shot wins it for us. Folks, you are in the presence of greatness. Recognize this.
I was trying to feel him, but
Riser, do you recognize the presence of greatness? Riser, Riser,
I'm in the presence of
Riser. You're in the
doesn't
presence
play
of
the
greatness.
ball.
Riser, you are in the
I
presence
don't,
of
I don't
greatness.
need to be a chicken. danger. So that it always makes me go for. I don't even do that. I mean,
Very good. Look, it's over, folks. It's over. It's done. It's done. I know it's done. Luis Diaz knows it's done. Down 3. Yeah, I'm exactly where I want to be.
the combat.
Come on,
You're
baby.
ahead by 2 points. You have one shot. That's okay. You get 3 points.
Yeah, 'cause you got your sound on. It's distracting.
I have no idea what you're talking
I can hear your sound, dog.
about. You lost.
Where's the invite? I'm awaiting it. If this says archery, you just know that it's in. Dog.
Want the archery invite?
No, I'm sending you a
You
minute.
get more shots. You literally get 2 bonus.
Riser, stop. I'm sending you a mini golf invite. How is this host advantage? That's not a thing. That's like oyster. That's like oyster thickness.
Clamps.
Riser, do you recognize that was not a good shot?
Doesn't matter. I'll still.
Riser, do you see where my ball is? Do you see where your ball is? Your ball's so far back. Oh, devastating. 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 Hit my ball, baby. Hit my ball. Thank you. Oh.
Doing. Maybe a gift.
That's the first hole in which you have won. In which you have won. So, this game is rigged. What is this? What are you doing? You're not even playing seriously. That's the most dog shit shot I've ever seen.
No, you're
Riser. You need to learn how to focus, son.
during.
Do you think that Tiger Woods, when he was getting his third DUI, was saying you're talking in the middle of my back?
I do.
That was the worst shot I've ever seen.
This whole sucks. This whole I find that now you're in trouble.
You can't do anything, dude. You're done. You're done. That's a miss.
You're not getting through that. No. Thanks. Thank you. Are you? Oh yeah, you got that one. Let's see. Watch it swap.
It's not going to.
Let's let you go first.
How about you use every advantage in the book, including on this hole, which is a free point for you? Fuck. You know that I needed one of the greatest shots that you've ever seen in the history of the game.
If you can reliably do this hole, get there. You need a really good shot right now. That's not it. Down two. Even a miracle. Down two. It's over. It's over. Pack your bag. It's over. Look. Back home. At home. Notice. Via the shenanigan crap holes. I actually. Silence from the rabbi. Just shame and silence. It's over. It's over. Down by. What's your. Have enough the whole holes? Oh, you. Okay. Am I on white? How much?
I don't understand your logic.
Well, you got to break. Something on my end.
Are you proud of that shot? Riser,
So proud I just
Riser, you gave me two
so
easy
proud
shots.
I just hugged it disrespect. And you know I like to do my disrespect. I don't go 1 for 9 on disrespect.
You didn't call it, son.
I just told you.
Dog, I don't even know what you're saying.
Just told you.
I think you should speak English.
Just got disrespect. One of the easiest shots I've ever seen.
Riser, are you gonna go?
I played a
You've lost more than you won.
I don't think that's true.
Against me, it is.
I don't think that's true either.
It most certainly is. How many Karen games have you won in the last 2 weeks against me? I'll wait. Riser, I'm gonna ask this question again. How many Karen games have you won against me in the last 2 weeks? I'll wait.
Played you in the last 2 weeks.
We played 2 games earlier today, and you lost. Need I remind you, dog? Now look at this. This could be monsters.
Not mine. What are you gonna do now? What are you gonna do with that?
Did you not see what I just did with it, son? Did you see that was a sniper? That was a sniper.
I mean, you. Oh, come out of your hat. You're going in. Walking.
You don't even know who sings that song.
I do.
No, you don't. And you would say it, but you're not because you don't know.
You know,
And what's her name?
why are they telling you?
Because I asked. She's a daughter of someone. She's the daughter. Listen to me. She's the daughter of someone very famous. Riser. You know that one section of the computer that has all that stuff you don't know what's going on? You need to delve into that part of your brain and find out who sings the song. This is a terrible shot. I can just tell you right now with a big smile on my face that this is a terrible shot. I would have made it way better. Are you gonna go? Are you gonna go?
Done. You're done. Karens are made for Karen. That's just what you lost.
Riser, I'm awaiting you. Are you gonna go or are you just gonna sit there and jail? Riser, you're J-Yorn, dog. Riser, you are Dog, are you gonna go? Or are you gonna talk?
want the answers.
Are you gonna go? Dog, you're wasting time.
Don't answer my question.
My man, I already know the answer.
No, I'm asked which version of the song, the original or
The new one by Jessica Simpson or the old one by Nancy Sinatra? Son? I'm the end all be all. I'm the alpha and the omega, baby. Are you seeing this? Now you remember you were like, you don't ever hit my oh fuck. Just it's in I wanna say do I have to know the city? Okay, that's a good point. I could just say Earth. I wanna say she's from the state of Texas and um gonna have to be probably Albaline. But she ended up moving from there. So, what's the answer?
you know what Apple
I said it.
um, so notice this
Dude, I would have made all of them by now, but you're taking forever. Look at you. Watch this. I'm going to use your ball to hit my ball in, or my count, or whatever. What is this arrangement, dog?
exactly.
Dog, you got so many in the corner you could hit in.
I didn't notice that. Okay, let's go to
Okay, you're still losing by 2. Yeah, it's 4-2.
disrespect.
You just don't like that I used the queen at the end to my advantage.
It has nothing to do with disrespect.
Are you going to go? That's my question for you. You're over here trying to figure out where Abilene, Texas is and who Jessica Simpson's birth parents are and who is Nancy Sinatra's father. I'll wait.
Frank,
All right, do you think Frank Sinatra would have missed that shot?
I think Frank appreciate talking while he's playing.
He didn't play the trumpet, dog, because I asked him directly on his deathbed, Frankie Blue Eyes, have you ever played the trumpet? And he said, "It was Rabbi. It was my dying wish to play the trumpet, but no, I never got a chance to play the trumpet." And I said, "Okay, that's cool." And then I let him. I looked him deeply in his eyes, and then I just let him pass into the night. Are you seeing this, Riser? Riser,
I mean, it's a range of easy.
Riser. You ready for some of the noofiest shit you've ever seen? Look,
I don't know. I could possibly think that's a good shot.
are you gonna go? That's my question. Why does it take you so long to hit shots? Sinatra wants to know why it takes you so long to take shots. Barbara Sinatra wants to know why it takes you so long to take shots. That was that was really bad. That was really bad.
I was calculating.
You've got all your fucking things.
calculate. What are you gonna do now? What are you gonna do now? Gonna get an easy win? That's your strategy.
You have two of the most difficult shots in the history of the game. That's not a make. That's terrible. That was really sad.
That was an incredible shot. That was a good shot.
Yeah, it was one of the best shots you've ever seen. I can't believe you missed this next shot. It's unbelievable to me that you would miss this next shot. Unbelievable to me. Like, of the things that I believe in this world, including a biodome at the bottom of Lake Geneva, I can't believe that you would miss this shot. It's unbelievable to me. Now, what are you going to do here, son? What are you going to do here? You have one of the most difficult shots in the history of the game.
Absolutely.
You're not noofing anything. My friend, my friend.
Oh no, I hit the perfect shot. You're not going to make the next shot. What are you going to do now? Actually, I see it. You have to hit a
Stop.
skill. Oh, two in a row.
You know,
Skill. Perform. Humiliated.
Riser, you and I both know that everybody's awaiting you to go.
Disrespect. How is that a skill?
That's not even a thing. That's not even a thing. Dog, that's not even a thing. I'm disrespecting you. I'm letting you go first. I don't even need to go first. I'm that good.
Black is a Spanish.
Riser, are you seeing this?
Yeah, I know, two in a row. Crazy. Never met.
You just did earlier today.
One was a warm-up.
Warm-up games don't exist in the real world, so I don't even have a shot because I
Are you blaming the arrangement right now?
no. I'm making an observation. Are you trying to take my ability to make an observation away, just like you want to take away Donald Trump's ability to discuss FIFA decisions?
That was a lie. I think he's totally allowed to do whatever.
Okay,
Playing FIFA.
okay.
Whatever.
Right, so this is one of the worst shots I've ever seen. You know you're supposed to try to get it in, right?
You record for disrespect, so you want to know outside of the record.
Riser, did you just see that move?
That was I'm sure that was totally intentional.
Riser, are you seeing this?
What are you gonna take now? Yes. And you stepped up. Thank you.
Are you proud of that shot? Riser, are you proud of that shot?
No, I'm not.
Do you really think that you're going to win? You're down by.
You have the easiest arrangement I've ever seen. Obviously,
The queen's even easier. I think the queen makes it easier.
I know you have a lot of easy.
Dog, are you going to go?
Same.
Are you going to disrespect me? Are you going to disrespect me? Are you going to disrespect me? No, because you don't have the balls. You don't have the balls to disrespect me. You don't have the balls to disrespect me. No balls, no disrespect. No balls, no balls, folks. Reisner doesn't have the balls to disrespect me. He only has the balls to hit terrible shots. No disrespect, just terrible shots. Reisner, that was terrible. Okay, do you recognize that that was terrible? And do you recognize that you're witnessing greatness here? Reiser, devastation.
Wow. Choke. Choke.
Are you gonna go? I mean, you just take so long. I don't understand why you can't go faster. Terrible shot. Terrible shot. Putting my ball in.
That was just bullshit. Um, okay, good.
You think you're gonna make this shot? The angles are not with you, my friend. The angles are not with you. That's terrible. That's pink. What are you doing? What are you even doing, dude? What are you even doing?
I should have better.
Are you seeing this? Riser, are you seeing this?
I mean, I gave you the win. You kept talking.
Riser, I'm the champion. I'm the champion. Riser, do you recognize that? Riser, I'm the champion. I've won more games than you have in the last 2 weeks. I've won more games today than you have, and I've won more games all time. Are you going to go? This is a terrible shot. You get all the advantages. We even looked into the statistics. The person who goes first in Karen wins like 50% of the time. I'm going against all the statistics because I'm amazing. I'm an outlet. I'm an outlier. Look at this shot. Look at these shots, dude. Riser, are you seeing this?
Aside from huge disadvantage, but
Riser, I can't hear you because of all of the cameras that are going in. Are you seeing this? I mean, finally, I had to like maybe not make one on purpose because I had just made 4 in a row. That's ridiculous. That's a terrible shot. Awful. You had to get fortunate on that one, dog. One of the greatest, most fortunate moves ever.
I mean,
This is terrible. Just your strategy. You have dog shit strategy, dog. Just really some of the worst strategy I've ever seen. You talk about disrespecting only when it's convenient to you. Like, why aren't you disrespecting right now? Why don't you try to disrespect right now? Because you can't. Because you can't. Because you can't. Because you can't.
I just did.
You didn't call it though. You didn't call it. You need to call the disrespect. Yeah, you know that's 50% of the disrespect is calling it. Everybody knows that. I know that. Lucy Snorbush knows that. Joey Diaz knows that. Lisa Ayat knows that. Do you even know who Lee Syatt is, Riser?
I'm winning. You're not winning.
You don't know who Lee Syatt.
Your range is really
Yeah, exactly. The second that you miss, I'm going to put all these in, every single one of them.
Hey, look where you are.
Yeah, thank you. I'm in a perfect position. Are you going to go? That's my question. It's not where these things are arranged. It's are you.
Damn. What a shot.
Riser, that was garbage. You and I both know it was not good. You know that you didn't have a good shot. Riser, you know that you didn't have a good shot. Lucy Snorbush knows that you didn't have a good shot. Amanda Tuadros knows that you did not have a good shot. Dave Donahue knows that you did not have a good shot. Tim Dillon knows that you didn't have a good shot. I don't understand what you know. Newfie means smart.
Whatever, I went on a roll there. I went on a roll. Whatever that was. Sorry.
Riser, do you see that my parents are in a perfectly strategic part? Do you see this?
You're not getting that one in on the side.
Riser, I'm going to get them all in.
You're not getting that one in either.
What are you talking about, dog? What are you talking about?
You got it backwards. You can't shoot it backwards.
I just
Okay.
did a devastating shot against myself. Devastating. Riser. Got it. Champion, baby.
You recognize that you are in the presence of greatness? Do you recognize that? Riser, do you need to ask you this question again? Do you recognize that you're in the presence of greatness? Yes or no? I'll wait. Riser, you are devastated. Tears pouring down your cheeks. Do you know that I'm the best?
Certainly not at archery.
Dude, F your archery. That game's rigged. Are you ready to lose again?
No, it's too much. Play-Doh and muscle.
You know that I'm the best, Riser, right? I beat you, what, 2 games in a row there and 2 games at the beginning. I beat you 4 games. Beat you in really just about everything that wasn't rigged.
Sure.
Thank you. Riser, do you think I'm the best person ever at that game?
No. Basketball, no. And archery, no. Literally, no. The answer is no.
Riser, you know I'm better than you are. Literally.
I would not Scrabble.
Big dog, I'm better at all of it than you. And you just admitted that I'm better than you at literati? That was very kind of you.
So, like, there's no literati world championship.
How do you know?
Because there's no.
How do you know?
Because I know.
Have you ever known anybody who's Chinese?
I know that there's no literati and shit.
Did you know that I know a lot of people from Ghana? In real life?
Great. So they'll all.
I don't know if you know. I don't know if you know this, Riser, but you just lost in Garrett multiple games in a row. Do you want to be interviewed on this match?
I don't know the game. I don't know what.
Right, you lost the first game. lost the second game. You lost the second to last game. You lost the last game. Kaiser, and you lost in amazing fashion. Amazing fashion, because here's why. I shocked the world with so much. People couldn't get into their head how amazing you shot. Do you recognize that? Do you recognize how dominant I was in mini golf? Are you ready for? Are you ready for? Are you ready for a fire and the kid up? Okay. I mean, that one. What do you think? William Montgomery.
Performing comp break.
Do you think he's done from Tony?
He doesn't need overtime. I hope not.
But you don't even watch him.
I do. I don't know what you're talking about. I really do.
When's the last time you watched him and said, Tony, I'll wait?
What? Like, since the hour straight on Kill Tony.
Okay, but that's not him on the show. That's compilations of him on the show.
I mean, how is that different? It shows his full stuff.
Does it show his interview?
Yeah.
Yeah. And sometimes people make comments later on in the show or before in the show, and you don't necessarily always have an idea of what's going on. You recognize that?
Okay. I mean, I'm not going to put a 5-hour show for like one eighth of the time.
Do you recognize, though, that a true William Montgomery can do that?
You're not
Geyser?
I know that.
Geyser?
You haven't seen the podcast.
Geyser, I've seen more of the podcasts than you have.
No, you have not.
No, that's true.
I'm tired of everything you know about the podcast. You didn't even know he had a podcast.
You didn't either. You didn't know he had brothers in person until I told you about it.
Yeah, and you only knew about that because I told you who William Montgomery was. You didn't even know who he was.
I know who he was.
You didn't even know what Kill Tony was.
No, I did know.
No, you didn't.
I invented it. So when you said William Montgomery would be back within a month? What happened to that point?
I don't think
It's been over a month, dog.
I don't know about that.
Dog. Yeah, it said it's been over a month.
No, I think he's gonna be back. Like,
You said he would be back within a month.
I said I hope.
Alright. Yes, now.
Why would you hope that?
How it it's really just the application. Yes, that's right. So now I'm going to start the development process for it. Yes. You come there. Yes.
Do you think I'm the greatest piano player you've ever played?
I mean, I've never played here, but I have.
You can download it.
You're the only can play that I've played, so this
After I
that's the word.
found that specific
I think I'm the best you've ever played.
once that is complete, that moment
You're the only person I've ever played.
it ended up looking easy. Well, this is the official page. You can right here see the official page, just like this. Take a look here. Take this button, you download it. Yeah, this is the official method for download.
Do you think I'm the best medical player you've ever played?
Alright, so I'm going to
I mean, myself or no?
take care of this step until we will connect. Because if you don't do this one, I run into some error. So please make sure you take care of this.
Why is it possible to install it?
After that, we extra code. Yes, right.
What did you say, Victor?
I'm gonna go to
Okay.
good
God willing,
luck with your podcast.
God willing, everything goes well, my man. If it does, you know I'm the best. All right. Take care, big dog. It was really good to see you again. And I hope you feel better.
Yes, you too. Yeah, I just need to make sure my belly button doesn't get worse.
That's all. I think it's a strap.
It was not a big scratch.
And it just got infected.
Yeah.
Okay. That's
Okay. I'll be like 6 here.
what's the big dog. I'll have him call you.
So,
where exactly was that? Okay, and now it's here to like there a plugin for the here. Now it will be here to I think there's a plugin for the here. Okay, absolutely. My thing was here like this. You know, here are the article for this. There is solid plugin is for the place that now it will be I think the plugin around here. Code product. You absolutely must not do anything. But I think this place here is like this. Please do not put it here on this. This is so important. Application of plugins. Therefore, the plugins you download in addition never be placed. Right. Now, here's the item. It's easy. It's one. That's find called and then Pfizer. Yes, yes. Hold on a second. It's for things like plugins. Okay. So, right here. Yes. Yes, new box. There it is. So with this for the plugin, I create a folder this way, right? And then command I just wait. And this one is I take this file and I place it right here. Oh, no, you just copy this one, paste it right. Yes, is that the installation is complete. It becomes so simple now. No.
No fucking way.
Telltale signs involve allowing or speaking in tongues, especially when some close repetitions of this one. Also appears that the revelation of this scripture would proceed as a roughly 40-day cycles, or even up to 40 days of revelation, 40 days of rest, contemplation, clarification, and then 3 days to recombinate or look out in the angelic script. Right? Now the actual process of how all this went down is a huge mess, and by the end of it, Diaz, the ancient Madini, he named his daughter after, to get her mom, his actual wisdom angel, go to just make him a endlessly complicated drama. Trust me, there is no drama and drama. Now that we know the importance and mood of revelation, what do we actually know about these critics? Frankly, much. Let's say what people demand. Virtually all the tables are given titles in the indelible language, though just what these titles mean in relation to the tables is unclear. Surprisingly, they act as theme words in a way similar to the 36 by 36 tables of the Book of Soiga that he was convinced, indeed, Angel Uriel affirmed, was known in the Garden of Eden. Though, as I pointed out in other episodes, the Soiga table for generating using a mathematical algorithm not discovered again until the 1990s. Not that that doesn't mean that it has been a algorithm to hashtag mathematical algorithm. The first was composed of entire words, as I mentioned, 49 by 49 words, roughly 2,420. Seems to be reserved for the quote God Christ alone. This book of the text is only from the angels. It seems like the first tables were called the very creation of the universe itself, along with the creation of the angels and eventually the details of the fall of Lucifer. Specifically, lines 21 through 23 are said to be, quote, invitations very pleasant to good angels, and may perhaps be some kind of angelical invitation, though again, no translation exception is provided. The second table is said to represent, quote, kings and ministers of the government, though whether that's celestial kings and representatives or terrestrial government is unclear. This might also be a good time to mention that the Libra logo can also be used for remote viewing or really just spying on various parts of the globe, which shouldn't be terribly confusing in the world of Elizabethan espionage. The fourth table has something to do with the incarnation of human beings into our physical bodies, while the ninth is perhaps the strangest and most famous of the tables of the Libra logo, as it was reproduced in Casablanca's true and faithful relation. The table is unusual. Unusual compared to other tables. All of this is pretty unusual, to say the least, because it contains numerous invisible corners and a circle in the center with further numbers, along with the name of the Heptarchic Prince of the Sun and Sunday for Nogo, written in a star-like pattern, kind of like a shining sun. One of the spirit occurs in this table, and none of the others, again, is included, but this table does stand out as somewhat idiosyncratic. Further, table 19 or 18, depending on how you count it, how people one or not, is a table about the spirits of the earth. This is also the table that we did aloud, which seems to accidentally summon some spirit with the shovels. He probably began to beat Kelly until Dean used the magic wand to banish them. So don't read any of this aloud unless you want to be with angelic shovels. The remaining tables seem to represent the ethers or the heavenly realms or strata reaching the earth, well, the very throne of God. This is also, by the way, how you do the whole world by contacting the appropriate angelic governor of the appropriate ether. These figures were exactly stacked atop one another, but seem to interpenetrate each other somehow. Also, it's worth mentioning that this text is structured like a Hebrew book, and thus in a sense, like Merkava tradition, one descends from the ether of the will down to the fourfold average figure of text. This seems either lost or ignored by some occultists, with folks probably kind of going backwards or upwards and things was working. I'm not sure exactly how that works or whatever, but that's a thing. The last and 49th table is also Joel. It's revealed by Kelly Wisdom's spirit go of the final tablets of the series, like the final period of the correct as a kind of epilogue to all creation. Unlike the others, this table is actually written in 5 tables of 21 letters each. Though the Revelation actually contains a total of 113 letters, which with little manipulation and looking sideways can be reduced to 105 letters, which do actually fit into those tables. And then the final Revelation of 49 is accompanied by horrible appearances, and it's said to represent the quote disorder of the world, with D noting that it was in fact a hellish wicked one. Indeed, God calls the tables a hodgepodge without order, though interestingly enough, the word logo actually the very first word revealed as final. Okay. The language of the Liber Loga isn't particularly otherworldly despite its alleged angelic origins. For instance, it doesn't really contain any particularly exotic phonemes. They're more or less identical to those of Latin or English, and despite a few consonant clusters that would prove difficult for an English speaker, perhaps a Polish speaker wouldn't have any problems at all. There isn't anything specifically challenging about the pronunciation of the angelical language here. So you should probably recall that whole we're killing and beaten by spirits with shovels for reading parts of it alone. Now you don't have John D with you to use his rainbow magic wand combo breaker against them. As I noted earlier, there are also telltale signs of glossolalia or speaking pumpkins, especially localized phonemic clusters that are either repetition or just slight mutation or both. That Kelly did enter into a significant alteration of consciousness during these sessions. Although extended string is translated to Liber Loga, some classes of words are given. It appears that there is some phonemic with the later angelic calls. Though at least some computational level, for instance, calculations of Shannon's entropy or Zipf's laws, the Liber Loga and the angelic calls, does seem to reveal enough informational difference to indicate that these languages, the language of the Liber Loga and the language of the later calls, are in fact distinct. Now, to make of that, I don't know. While I've done some amateur computational linguistic analysis of these two data sets, I'd really love to work with an academic computational linguist on a full analysis of the angelic language. To my knowledge, this has never been done. It would be a really fascinating little project. Shoot me a message via my website if you're an academic computational linguist and this sounds interesting to you. So, how are these tables supposed to be used? It appears that after copying them out correctly, they are somehow locked or open using a series of 48 calls or psalm-like texts written in the angelic language, along with all the complex ritual furniture described in the earlier heptarchic system. Starting with the second table, recall that the first one is sealed for God Christ, and the first angelic call, along with the famous prayer of Enoch revealed by the angel Ava. What work through each of these tables and calls, including the final call of the Aethers, substituting the names of the various Aethers, starting with Lil and working your way down, so to speak, to the layers of text. So, just how this is supposed to work is anything other than clear, and there's basically no evidence that D and Kelly even pretended such an undertaking. I mean, this whole thing is supposed to kind of herald the apocalypse, so monkeying around with it seems like a real bad idea. Like, accidentally, the apocalypse level of bad ideas, but you do you, as the kids say. Though I should point out here, there's a long-standing disagreement in the world of Enochian magical practice about the correlation of the apocalypse with the dissemination of the Liber Loga and the opening of the Liber Loga by the fall ritual actually causing the apocalypse. Of course, correlation isn't causation, and while the journals do strongly correlate them, the revelation of the Liber Loga with the coming apocalypse, it isn't totally clear that the relationship is causal, unlocking the Liber Loga, causal of the apocalypse. Well, if the ritual doesn't inaugurate the apocalypse, what does it do exactly? Well, good question, because as I pointed out, Dee and Kelly never seemed to have unlocked it or practiced it. My speculative answer is that it seems to be some kind of mechanism for descending, yes, descending toward the divine. Perhaps resulting in communion or communication with the Godhead, perhaps in a visionary form, not totally unlike the ecstatic forms of revelation found in other works of Renaissance occultism, including Nicola and Cornelius Agrippa. Though I'm really just speculating, it's all rather mysterious and weird. It's all real scary theories of apocalyptic levels of spirit. Of course, coming back in the third episode of this series to take a look at evangelical calls. So these calls are important both magically and linguistically because they contain extensive sections of translated material and thus insights into the vocabulary, grammar, and syntax of the angelic language itself. A topic that is profoundly interesting to both occultists and linguists for ages. In fact, the so-called invoking language that got me interested in the academic study of esotericism to begin with. So that episode's going to be a ton of fun for me. I get to channel my inner 14-year-old self. The text of the Liber can be consulted in the original manuscripts and Edward Kelly's hand and Sloan 3189, though it's worth noting that many of the final tables there are incomplete. Though this incomplete status of the later table may also prove to be a pretty important insight into just how big work is constructed. A project for another day. These sources include a recent and positively encyclopedic magical child edition of the Spirit Diaries, along with a really expensive and worthwhile CD that we purchased from Joseph Peterson's amazingly beautiful website, the Twilight Tornado. In my opinion, the most comprehensive study of the Liber and the full ritual to unlock Father Eric Leach's work, especially the first volume of his study of the language. In fact, this episode would have been really difficult, maybe even impossible, without his insights and scholarship. Really, his website, you can get them signed, but also you can more directly support the author. So, trust me, folks, these publishers and these writers of these occult texts are doing this as a labor of love, and they're not getting rich doing it. Make sure to support small publishers and independent authors. As I mentioned earlier, I'm going to return in a future episode to discuss the empirical calls along with the vocabulary, syntax, and grammar of the angelical language itself. Again, make sure to subscribe, check out my other content, and consider supporting my work of making content like this accessible for free on YouTube by taking a look at my Patreon, or perhaps considering a one-time donation. Again, you can find those links below. Until next time, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and thanks for watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. Part of Jesus' claim to fame are the many miracles associated with him, turning water to wine, resurrecting the dead, including himself, and healing the sick and exorcising demons. These, among other supernatural feats, are taken to be evidence of Jesus' unique status as a human being, generally, as a Messiah, specifically. Though several other Galilean miracle workers are known to us both from Jewish history and lore. disciple leader who could compel God to make up rain, to made up Mendoza's extreme accidentally inducing miracles and who forestalled the power of the queen of the demons, to shield our Yokai, so pious that even the key commandments of the Torah apply to him, and he was very gaze could incinerate those before him, and from him the secrets of the Kabbalah are said to flow. There's even a couple inherent resurrection stories that have been there, one interestingly about following successive groups of the Holy Party. If you're interested in the academic study of magic, hermetic philosophy, alchemy, Kabbalah, or the history of the occult, make sure to subscribe and check out my good topics and esotericism. Also, if you want something in my words that provide accessible, reliable, scholarly, and free content on topics of esotericism here on YouTube for free, you can consider supporting my work on Patreon with a one-time donation, PayPal, or perhaps with these super things below the video. You can find those links below, and I really do appreciate your consideration of supporting the channel and the project of making esoterica more available. And now, let's turn to the Hachi Maaseh, the Jewish miracle workers in ancient region about the lifetime of Jesus of Nazareth. I'm Dr. Joseph Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane, history, philosophy, and religion. Of course, Jesus of Nazareth is the miracle workers, Jewish or otherwise, of the Second Testament. However, because of the later lost by Jesus' early Christianity, it's easy to forget that other such miracle workers are found in the ancient world generally, and the Jewish context more specifically. And to that context, actually makes this episode all because it's a collaboration with Andrew at Religion Flow. He'll be discussing the concept of Jesus as a magician, or how Jesus would have been understood perhaps as a miracle worker, or perhaps even as well as his contemporaries. Or better, how his contemporaries might have understood the miracles ascribed to him. But one of the things that Jesus declared amidst what will come into focus is that Jesus, the miracle worker, was by no means an isolated character in Second period Jewish history. Surviving in rabbinical literature developed just before, during, and after the lifetime of Jesus, multiple accounts of similar Jewish miracle workers, interestingly enough, who also seem to primarily hail from the Galilee, the same area that Jesus basically hung out in, at least when academic probably even more too. These miracle workers are sometimes referred to as Hachi Maaseh in Hebrew, literally men of deed. It's really important that the term Maaseh is heavily loaded in the rabbinical imagination. It's not just any deed they have in mind, but primarily needs to look at the supernatural quality of non-magical, or at least non-magical institutions by the religious authorities at that time. It's got to be the thing where they do out, that's magic was sort of the topic of the day. Specifically, the term was associated with Maaseh and Maaseh Bereshit. The first, a form of mystical speculation, even mystical losses and burdens. Essentially, perhaps get to that by Corinthians of all places. And the second, Maaseh Bereshit, speculation of the ancient of the cosmos. Now, both of these were carefully guarded hereditaries and practices. In fact, it says in the Talmud we later know to be born text is Honi, the circle. In the first century BCE, both rabbinical literature and Josephus, Honi is exceptional because of his unique relationship to the divine and his ability to seemingly compel God to bring about rain. The ability to use rain is exceptional in the Jewish imagination of the time because, as we learn from the Talmud, God would mention three keys to the angelic power of the world. You have rain, childbirth, and the resurrection of the dead. Only three powers beyond even the scope of the angels. Honi is famous and infamous. Throughout angels, around himself, not believe until the divine sent rain. In fact, when only a drizzle fell, Honi chastised God, who then sent an act Honi again chastises God, and one quenching rain would fall. Now, this arrogance, hubris even, did not go unnoticed by his rabbinical colleagues. In fact, Shimon Shatach was excommunicated for this stunt. But knowing that Honi did, in fact, enjoy a special relationship with the divine. In fact, Honi is one of the few rabbinical characters referred to as a son of God. Any son. Shimon actually compares him to a sworn son, especially loved by his father, who just throws anger away. So all of this is really problematic for us. All of this is becoming God to make it rain. He is further famous for a kind of episode where he slept for 70 years. And version of the story found in the later Babylonian Talmud, he actually the house of study and failing to be recognized as the famous, wise, and powerful honeysuckle maker, praised for death and received it. In a more around version accounted by Josephus, Honi is to take out a party. He was strong between warring Jewish factions and told him to use his powerful prayers to aid one of those factions. Refusing to use his powers to benefit either faction, his captors had him stoned to death. Even this motif of the miracle worker ordered by Jewish fractional consultations would likely have resonated very strongly with the early Jesus movement. Jesus' own death echoing a theme that a generation later in the same region of the Galilee, the near contemporary of Jesus would have been the miracle worker of Hanina and Dosa. In fact, the Mishnah tells us that with the death of Hanina, the days of the Anshe Maaseh came to an end. Though, it may be more complicated than that. Known primarily for his intense piety and poverty and not his legal rulings, Hanina seems to have almost accidentally caused miracles all around him. And conversely, with the impertinent, arrogant Honi, the literature calls actually overly familiar with heaven, Honi is arrogant. Hanina is the perfect model of honest piety or chassidut, unable to even send offerings to Jerusalem because of his poverty. He would only offer a hand stone, unable to even pay the tiny amount to have others take to Jerusalem for him. God actually sends 5 angels, and on account of his piety, magically teleport him from Galilee to Jerusalem. Again, an incident similar to those in the New Testament where pious poverty produces miraculous effect. In another tale, we learn that Hanina and his wife were so poor that they subsisted on hero beans even on Shabbat, setting fire to the ovens only to keep up appearances. When a nosy neighbor intruded, loaves of bread and dough miraculously appeared. Of course, the miraculous production of loaves again echoes other tales and Testament. In another story, he praised him his poverty and the gold, with a miraculous appearance only to be returned by him with his private piety. In yet another account, his daughter mistakenly puts vinegar rather than oil out for the lights. Miraculously, vinegar burns as oil, even in a later account for the entire period of the Shabbat, even all the way up to the next evening. as to the water and wine miracle to be found in the Gospel of John. Further feats abound as well. His critics are accused of wrongdoing such as subjects him to an ordeal, or in the moment to be killed by bears, and if they are in fact in the right, them bring home bears along their horns. Of course, it comes to us with bears, that goes with the tale of the youth with Alicia, who prays as they're mauled by bears, the she-bears. I really love that story. It's one of my favorite stories in the Tanakh. You know what I mean? Look at bears. Imagine they extend their roof beams of a woman building her house. His donkey refuses to eat among the beams that steal him. Even his donkey is praised for his piety. And famously, while praying a weird lizard, like Victor's ironically killing the lizard, rise to a wonderful Talmudic expression. Woe to the man bitten by a lizard. Woe to the lizard that bites Dosa. Of course, as the tale is told and retold in the centuries that follow, by the time we get to the Talmudic literature, the lizards become a dragon-like scourge of the village, and the Chanina willingly offers up his leg to be bitten. One begins to see why the later Talmud describes this life as accustomed and miracles. Its prayers are also said to be particularly effective in healing disease, even at a distance, like the world may be any prophetic powers on his behalf. Rather, Chanina claimed that his prayers were fluent, followed by his experience on 2 occasions in the text. These prayers can be effective when all else fails, even practically Schindler's prayers seem to be nothing compared to the phenomenon of Venus. And for instance, we encountered the Queen of the Demons. The Queen of the Demons, Agrat, the daughter of Machalat, with her host of 180,000 angels of destruction that rampage all day and all night. Chanina, she says that were it not for heaven, she would have killed him. It implies that heaven and fear of heaven at all, but her never past things happened by ever again. But she begs for mercy, and Chanina relents to the demons, allowing her to rampage only on Friday and Saturday nights. With Chanina in focus, many of the miracle stories attributed to Jesus also begin to make more sense. Which context of the John said, with people like Jesus and Chanina being very much like peers in that sense. I mean, they essentially lived at the exact same time. They could have gone out for a beer with each other. It also seems interesting to see how tales in the early missionary literature become inflated in power in their repetition in Talmudic literature, much the same way that miracle accounts and the gospel are to become inflated in the gospel. John, I think often Jesus says healing miracles were early on. He has to make them let it run through their eyes, whereas in later accounts he just walks past their house and heals them. The last character from the world of the Tanakh religion we have a composition of the core text of Judaism, the Mishnah, would also be one of the most complex, mysterious, extreme Jewish history. Shimon bar Yochai, student of Kiva, and active sometime after the destruction of Jerusalem, like both contemporary of someone like Polycarp or a younger contemporary, perhaps of just more confident Christian context. Unlike many other rabbis of his time who argued that one should be carefully employed and study the Torah, Shimon actually argued that Torah study with the correct intention be the sole occupation of one's life, with the exception of virtually everything else. Even those who studied the Torah were superior to the power of the purity of priests. Indeed, the glories and achievements of the Roman Empire has eventually come into their game of Torah study, even visiting the sick and praying, or sometimes they could be a waste of his time compared to the singular devotion he has to study. In fact, the Rabbi himself to be exempted from even reciting the core prayer of Jewish life. The Shema, which declares the existence of the divine, because he felt that he was basically redundant in the fact that every wicked member in the state of the Torah is an extreme devotion to study, even to the point of even if his legal rulings never obtained. Indeed, Shimon's kind of notorious for rulings of Jewish law. He was famously permissive when it came to agricultural law, which affected most of the population, and extremely strict in other matters. This odd polarity between strictness and levity can also be seen in Jesus' legal rulings as well. For instance, he was around when it comes to observance of the Shabbat, but his unprecedented stricture when it came to divorce. But this liberality was shown by agricultural law, he still infamously declared that person, even if the president right, is still used for good. Indeed, he seems to have been shockingly self-confident of his own righteousness and that of his son. He declared that if there were 1,000 men of the highest order, he and his son Eliezer would be among them. If there were only 2 such men, he and his son would be them. Such that their righteous merit, that of Yochai and his son, could walk also judgment for sins created from the day the world was created until now. Shimon and his son would feature in the most famous story about this sinful and irreverent man. Like many have been done, Shimon by Yochai was also accustomed to miracles as a place habit, but as tensions flared with the Roman authorities, Shimon had to go into hiding, even from his own wife, all the Romans would capture, torture, so that they could. Thus, he lived in a cave with his son for 13 years, all fed by a miraculous carob tree and a well spring up for their needs. They would spend every day up to their necks in the dirt, except on the Shabbat, where they would get dressed and pray. After 13 years passed, the threat was over. The prophet Elijah had known to exit the cave, but seeing him doing common tasks like planting and sowing fields, the horribly righteous deeds of the two incinerated on everything it fell upon. Worrying that it would destroy the entire world, a heavenly voice, the voice of God, would then back into the cave for another year. While his son's gaze still destroyed everything it fell upon, Shimon's now repaired it. Finally, he spotted the elderly man preparing diligently for the Sabbath, and finally this whole laser by to him. Even the positively otherworldly character of Shimon bar Yochai, throughout the period praised him like no other, and yet they keep their distance from him. He was secondary to a student of Akiva Meir, and his legal rulings never were allowed to become certain. His righteousness made him safe. Rabbis always argued for the Torah of this world. Religious extremism of people like Shimon bar Yochai. Yet, in at least 2 ways, Shimon bar Yochai kind of won in the long run. The first is a position on the radical dedication to Torah study, which is basically becoming the norm for the Jewish world. Most will spend all day every day studying the Torah. Secondly, more importantly, scriptural to Shimon bar Yochai as the author of the Sefer Zohar, or the Book of Dreams, the foundational text of Kabbalah, and in many ways the most recent scripture added to the Jewish canon, and at least in the Orthodox world. In these 2 respects, Judaism, both in Kabbalistic theory and in the practice of studying the work in the Haredi world, lives very much in the shadow of Shimon bar Yochai. Finally, let's end on a funny bit of miracle making. We're told in that Rava said one must become so intoxicated he cannot distinguish between cursed be somehow and blessed be Mordecai. So forth. So good, a religious obligation to get and Sarah celebrated the Purim feast together and became intoxicated. Mission accomplished. Arose and scared Rob Sarah. It says he took this in the road. Alright. Welcome back to the series denying 2 seconds. So the next day, Rabbi prayed for mercy on Sarah's behalf and resurrected him from the dead. The following year, Rabbi said, that monster never come and all celebrate the Purim feast together again. Sarah answered, not every time. time does a miracle occur? Again, showing that even the resurrection of the dead, archetypical miracle, was very much in the wheelhouse of rabbinical Judaism, as much as it was Christianity. Of course, the historical reality of all these tales from the circle maker to Jesus of Nazareth to Shimon Bar Yochai are all very much reflected in debate. Regardless of the historical reality they present, the tales of the architects of the Jesus movement and rabbinical Judaism wanted to bequeath to history in that regard. They're very instructive. What's interesting in that respect of the history of these miracle workers and the great illuminates the author when seen in this very Jewish context of the Anshe Ma'aseh of the Galilee in the period of the Second Temple and just thereafter. Of course, that would be true of Jesus and his followers, and the stories they told about him and each other were all Jewish stories. They were all Jewish after all. Thus, it should be completely unsurprising that Jesus of Nazareth, so similarly to his Jewish countrymen, calling the circle maker, Hanina ben Dosa, and Shimon Bar Yochai, all very infamous, very famous as deeds on Shemaz. Again, make sure to check out Andrew to Jesus as a quest or a magician or a sorcerer. Again, I can't imagine that if you're looking as a tarot guy, you're not already a subscriber of his channel, plays on your channel. Certainly an inspiration to until next time, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge. Thank you for watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane, the history, philosophy, and religion.
We always do it. For my I got you. Throw your hands up. To shine. Throw your hands up. I'm okay. Bye. I'm hey, I'm doing it. Feels like In the sky, I saw I popped the hood out and I forgot to look. Wow, you got to be talk to love. Wow, you know, to fire up and if you bring it in, I hope it's not. I love on your head, up in the sky. I hope you I got you put your hands up. I'm a being on TV. I'm a, I'm a, I'm a, hey, 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 playing on TV. Oh, to the bottom.
Do you like what? There it is. It's decided to screw up peanut butter whiskey. The best goddamn whiskey out there. It's delicious. Everybody loves peanut butter. Welcome to Tony Hunter with the yellow rose and the red rose. The best goddamn strip clubs in the world. Luckily for you guys, right here in the city that you're in right now. That, as always, I mention if I ever find out that anybody ever went to any other strip club in the city, they no longer allowed to come to the show. Something to keep in mind. You can follow him on Instagram. We're all stuffed up from delicious food thanks to Steve's Smokehouse and Golden Acres. And I'm excited. Our friend is the barbecue master of Austin, Texas. Yoni is back, everybody. He had the coronavirus. Thank fucking God. Where the fuck's Yoni at? Look at this guy right here. Matt, he had it. It turns out eating barbecue 3 times a day isn't the best versus the coronavirus. He lost 10 pounds. He's going to gain that back yesterday. I love it. And we're all excited. We are ready and ramped up for another show. But before we start tonight's show, about the amazing sponsors that made this show free for you podcast listeners right now. Guys ready to start tonight's show or what? How about one more time for this man? Michael Gonzalez on the drums. The great Lee on guitar. And after taking his 2 weeks off, filled with antibodies for the guild of the coronavirus. You can see now. He got the coronavirus and you can see. Crazy thing. So, we're going to have fun here tonight. The great Ryan J. Evelt is joining today's episode live from Los Angeles. He's watching the live stream, drawing it live. All the merch, all the t-shirts, including the Kill 20 Bingo card available. Ryan J. Evelt. You guys ready to start this fucking show or what? Every single week, we have one of the greatest comedians in the world as our guest. This week is no different. This man, in this great country that we live in, talk about being able to fucking utilize your position, right? A man that understands the freedom of speech, a man that pushes it to the limit. This guy closed out the main room of the Comedy Store for decades. This is the closer of the Comedy Store. He moved here to Austin, Texas, to be able to perform like a free artist. Here, he lives here now. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you tonight's guest. If you don't know, you're about to fucking know. The great, powerful, the one, the only, Ryan Holtzman. Your favorite comedians? Favorite comedian? Yeah. Dr. Ryan Holtzman is here. Your favorite comedian's favorite this stage of the interview. This illustrious people afterwards. You guys know this in case when you have a sound of a kid that needs wrapping up that, or you're going to bring out the A-list Hollywood theater. I can't go one more time just say know what that sounds like without the total bird interrupting for literally less than no reason whatsoever. You guys ready to start tonight's show? I'm gonna say you just simply, I don't think you understand how we do it. There's have to be more noise than that. Are you guys ready to start this fucking show? Before we go to the fucking show, why don't we do something fucking fun? We have a regular on this show. We're gonna meet a regular just a couple months ago. Here in Austin, Texas. This is the first regular appointed here in Austin. He's been absolutely destroying every built on the hand of the president. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a brand new of the green on skin. People ask me, this is all independent contractor going on the show. I was going to complain about all those idiots types you said during that set because I had to do you said change on at one point. I think that guy's still you're an absolute killer every single week. Brand new minute. How's this week going for you? It's been good. I went camping. I'll Creek Park in Texas. Okay. I've never heard of a lot of Asian campers before. When you go out there and sit in your Honda or something like that. Man, remember? For 2 weeks. See any wild animals or anything like that? So like, really, maybe they're up there, maybe they're down here. So always what's made out with tsunami over here. I love it. Fucking goodness. He's working the yellow roads. I'm telling you, he's fucking strip clubbing. You have a sense of humor over there. I love it. Fuck yeah. Look at Hans just trying to fucking speed as fast as he can. So what do you do? Where are you from? What do you do? Your hobby? What do you like to do? Big lady, you like to dance? You like to dance? You like to get on a broom closet? Yeah, yeah. Yeah. What would you ladies do with like Hans kid out of a room and spit him in the back of the van? What would be your first move? Oh, okay. That's the right way to do that first. How about Stormy? Stormy, what would be your first move at on? I think that's it. Something. Oh shit! Look at that, Hans. Oh, look at that celebratory. And first, ladies, I love making these. Thank you so much for making out with my friend. Rose. This is Hans' greatest tricks on your first. real soon. Did you have fun tonight?
I had a blast.
Experiences here in Kiltony. How do you describe this new life of yours?
I would describe it as
Essentially liberating. Absolutely. So wise with his words, another Killer Minute. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the show. I'm a hot seat, everybody. And you know, you guys fucking check it out. Oh yeah, let's go from presents. What did he get on? A yellow Highlander and a mask and a ultra sticker. And a little microphone keychain. Alright, this where shit gets crazy. Anything can happen. Ladies and gentlemen, this is 60 seconds uninterrupted and then an interview with Accident Shields. Everyone, Accident Shields. The first fucking ball on Hilltop live from Austin. Here he comes. We got a smoker in our hand. Alright, here we go. One more time for Paxton Shields. Frustrated. What's gonna help? You gonna keep those signs? I am super curious. Is it why the whole time frustration? What's actually So that's what you learn from living up until this point. So that's why you learn about music so much. Yeah, I know he's got so so what kind of favorite you do else? So the ones where I hear the journey I want to really hear my backup sound because I'm okay, they're not watching the show. back up? No particular injury, just a lifelong. You can play ice hockey and skateboarding. Fell on the drinking team. Were you playing? You were the goalie on the Mighty Ducks, right? Didn't even look like you. You get the goalie in the big green. It's the average white guy face. Absolutely, 100%. You're playing concussion. Yeah. Something's great. Super edgy. Super round guy. Nothing better than that. Working on it. Take a little bit off this fucking circle. I love it. What do you do for fun? What do you do at nighttime? What's a guy like you? What's the nightlife of Paxton? I smoke a lot of weed. Okay. All right. Okay, what else? What do you do after you smoke the weed? Well, in San Jose, I hang out with my friends and like do coke. Oh, okay. All right. Hanging over. Just sit around with your buddies and like one of the girls or something, drinking fucking PBR or something. Oh shit, okay. What is she doing? She's like an outside maybe, yeah. Because I think people together, we what would we be organic farms? What the fuck does that mean exactly? Explain yourself. In the world, in the mighty Rothschild doesn't know exactly. What is it? It is just that. It is worldwide opportunities on organic farms. What did you do? I went to Ireland and worked on organic farms, and then I went to the UK and also spent about 6 months backpacking. Wait, what? like be able to see your beautiful fucking unvaccinated faces. You know what I mean? There's no trophy. That motherfucker's out. Your next video goes by I believe it's Gabs G. On this one, we're gonna see what happens. Here we go. All right. We got it. It's some people are stressing a lot of people out. So we ended up in landscape. We wanted to be okay. I was watching Family Feud the other day. Family Feud's a weird show. All it is people saying the most sexual answers to the most banal question. You know? Like I was watching this episode and Steve Harvey was like, name something orange. And this lady was like, orange dildo, Steve. What the fuck did you just say? Orange dildo. Like, you're the first one to dildo? That was the first thing. We should just rename that show. So, or even Western Wives will say anything. So that's just essentially what it is. Alright, that's my time back. That was exactly a minute. Looks like you let D Madness sign your name. You see, why is your hand around? I'm just saying that this is smart. That it's like the messy room, and you know, like there was a whole. And it was like playing my library. You live with your parents still? Oh, okay, cool. Are you? I love it. It's on your head. Alright. Just turn around and see the back. There's some baggy jeans you got on, Gabe. You know, your mom picked your clothes for you still. Okay. Alright. So, when's the last time you got laid in this laundry? Or have you had sex? Or just a little bit of you seem like the kind of guy that'll comment here after the butt. Last time I had sex in my launcher shit like a month ago. Okay. Who's this girl? Yeah, where did you meet her at? She I just met her. I'm from here, so your parents watch the show or something? What are you so nervous about? So who is this? This girl at? I just knew it from school, you know. I ran to the gas station. Okay. Not at the gas station. I don't know if I made that clear, but it's somewhere else. You met her at the gas station? Well, no, it was like a thing. Like I was like, hey, what's up, baby? Okay. It's a kid show. I love it. So you can be 20 years old. How do you make money? I used to work at Amazon warehouse until recently. I'm my daughter. Yeah. Absolutely. So you need to be taking that plunge. You need to work to make money. This is what we do. Yeah, too much. What else do you do? Like, what else? Anything else artistic for fun? Other than watching movies, like you do anything? You do anything? Like, you go out with your buddies? You do anything? No, not really. I'm a homebody. Yeah. No, I don't. Sorry. What do you? Okay, what do they do? My dad is Cincinnati preschool. Okay. All right. I think that means she is. Yeah. Do your friends tell you that your mom's on it? They never mentioned that once. Your mom sort of. No, never. My dad? I've been told he looks a lot like me, so. What's the craziest? What would we find out about you? You ever commit a crime or anything like that? You don't have to. It's people that I know that are sharing. Maybe it doesn't really work for podcasting. Weirdest thing I've ever done? Yeah, like something made me surprised. You seem like this is like the Clark Kent version of Clark Kent. Like, it's like you're like, if Clark Kent was Superman, but like you're like that Clark Kent, like kind of a boring version. Yeah, I went to Montes. He has like a heckle mic at the railroad. I think he said I looked like discount Clark Kent or something like that. Okay. I like my version better, but I'm gonna stick with the question here. Would we be shocked to find out about you? What's something that doesn't match your look like that? I don't know. I'm Brazilian. Let me ask you this: have you ever gotten any? You've lived with your parents now for 14 years. Have you ever gotten into someone's trouble? You ever gotten at home? Oh shit! Come on, you know what it is. I don't know, like sneak a girl in and stuff. You did? You snuck a girl in? I got supposed to know that. You multiple like a pussy. Where do you see? You sneak through a window, a back door? What's the door? The door? The back door. Yeah, like the fucking butthole, man. Like that. Have you had butt sex yet with a girl? No. What's the, like, you did anything with a butthole ever? Or finger? Oh, yeah. Yes. What kind of fingers never grazed the butthole or anything like that? I don't know. I guess it's just interesting. What's the most, it's a question I never asked in years of doing this show, but what's the most fingers you've ever made? Oh, this is actually a pretty pertinent question. I was going to say, I feel like if anybody knows the answer to this, it's you. I feel like, I don't know, like the most I've ever done is like, I don't know, 3? Yeah. Wow. 3? The old Temple of Doom over here. The old fucking Illuminati sign right there. Always it's a triangle. I love it. You fucking remember exactly what you say. It's pretty pertinent. Like, you got excited by it. I was having a conversation with him the other day. Yeah, what was the conversation? We were just talking about like the album. We were. I love it. He's such a like young kid with his parents and everybody are like, you're so better.
Well, I wonder what it's like.
straight coach Cody. I would trust him. Cody's a little bit. I like that. Yeah, Cody refuses. You gotta go like that, yeah? Everybody we've ever had trying to let Cody, they think it's going to be a fucking walk in the park, and then I just watch the pain extend from my fucking head. It's everything he loves. Oh, wait, It looks like the Bob Barker microphone. I love it. Cody, how things been in the Yellow Road? There's two girls that were up earlier. So you're fucking, you're tutelage, right? Something like that. You're the boss man. One of them. Yeah. Oh yeah. You had to, if you had to fire strippers before. So, yeah. How does that go? Pretend like I'm a stripper and fire me. Honestly, they have the East infection will be gone by next week. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. But it's much good. And how I'll come after it. Right. You'd be surprised. Like you see, come on, walk into it. We don't do none of that. That's how you get the job. When the guys get out of control, I mean, these guys get horny, you know what I mean? That's why they send him, and he's like fucking top water killer and all these things. It's like, this guy is soft in a heartbeat. This guy, Yellow Rose, Red Rose, and the backbones to the show. Thank you, Cody. Make some noise for fucking Cody. It's just like rodeo we have going on here in Austin, Texas, Hilltown. So Zach, what else do you do? What do you do for fun?
So last 12 years I was a strongman. Internationally, he was a national champion 2 years ago. And I'm a writer for certain.
That is so heavy company, actually. This guy walks in, he makes us fucking straight up elite. A professional, a national competitor, and you can only lift him 6 times. It happened a few weeks ago. We had David Lucas straight up lift him. He's like, I got this shit. You can lift him his stomach. Dropped him like a bowling ball. It was incredible. So interesting. Do have special things in the future. Like things with girls, like that's say that again. Alright, nothing.
Straight up, what did you learn about?
God. That's true. Oh. I've never seen Dennis Rodman look more disappointed right now. Sure. I can remember that bullshit. Did I mention how fat you are? You want to get shot in the ass or something like on your stomach? Why would I get shot in my ass? Oh, like, watch more stuff like that. You turn it off the brewery starts running. Like, this is unbelievable. This is fiction. He made me like Bubba if he only ate the shrimp. Shrimp cocktail, shrimp. This you Jenny didn't make this. Reference. Okay. Alright. Tom and Jenny's that was touching on nerve. Yeah, I'll take that. I'm screaming in the roast. You know, I'm a pedophile. I'll take that. Look at you. Look how big you are at the top and small at the bottom. You're built like the apartment building. I love that. The team all over. Like a temple. It's not even have a string coming out of my head. I've got a string right there. What else is making just for my mission. I got something to say later. Submarine sandwich? Dressed like he going to a red. He should wait a second. Is there a necklace you have on that fucking sandwich? Oh my god, you're wearing a fucking choker over here. Oh my god. Look at that thing. If you laugh too much, that's gonna pop everywhere. Jesus. You breathe with that fucking thing on? I'm straight, nigga. You're round, not straight. When you do that necklace, that's you, huh? Shit. Alright. I got it. That is a fucking tight chain. Did that pop off one of the bicycles you tried to ride? It really does look like it's joking. Oh, good, bro. This is fashion. It's tight fashion. That's the game. You know about tight, don't you? Yeah, I'm being an Asian girl. Sorry, that was. You're talking about being booty holes and okay, yeah. It sounds like a dog person. I Fucking Barney Springs on a Saturday. David, you are unbelievable. Every single week we go back and forth, and you're a fucking. We love you so much. Be sure to check him out when he's doing shows everywhere. Headlining. There goes. Back to the bucket. You guys haven't been out there tonight? Alright, CJ Landry. CJ Landry. Live from Tony Austin. We know CJ. He's from Los Angeles. Here he is. Come on, make some noise for the great CJ Landry.
How you doing? Yeah, man, I'm happy to be here, dude. I'm happy to be here. I moved across country recently. You learn a lot about yourself when you make a big move like that. You know, like I didn't realize how broken it was until I tried to fit everything I owned at the back of my Honda Civic, and it all fits. I was like, God, I should be able to move my seat back right now. This is bad. I'm tired of looking broke too, man. Every time you walk into a restaurant, they immediately assume I work for DoorDash. Which I mean, I do. I'm like, God damn, like, how did they do such a thing bad? Man, this is insulting. I hate this. I was doing everything for money last year. I was actually Ubering during the pandemic. I was Ubering during the protests. I was Ubering during the protests. Revolution. You can use my broke ass to get the revolution.
From Los Angeles. When I'm out there. What's the name of your crew again? You guys have a Dope City Comedy Tour. Let me tell you something. You guys were going it out there. Yeah. Right.
It really were, man. It was nuts. We were probably had
something a lot of comedians, if you know any comedians that like doing shows doing this or saying that you know jokes is wrong because they're in a place. And 100% of the time they cannot self-pitch to a show. So they're rationalizing they're not working on a fucking global pandemic. I gotta demon this podcast right now. I love it. Don't demon this. This is the fucking with the names or you don't demon there. So CJ, tell us about since you've been on the show back in Los Angeles. You haven't been on since then. It's been years since we've seen you.
Yeah, been a couple years.
Tell us, catch us up on anything interesting.
Well, anytime I was a sperm donor, which I'm sure you know I was. And then I just like, I was working at the studio.
One thing I will say is I've been having a lot of bisexual experiences. Last night, beautiful woman in my bedroom. As soon as things get sexual, she says bye. She left. I was really upset. So this morning, I called one person I think that could help me. I called him help. The person that helped me. It's helped me in such a way. Welcome to the show, just your first city, right? Stop. How long have you been stand up for? Okay, awesome. And how long has it been since you graduated from being a student at Hogwarts? I'm actually, I'm working on my feet. Wait, I remember. You want to be a dentist. You're from Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. I need to get books, so I'm trying to get some things. What are you getting your PhD in? Spellcraft? What? Spellcraft? Thank you so much. I sell cybersecurity remotely. Secure at all. Not at all. Just in Vegas since last week, and the whole time I was there, I'm like, holy shit. I can't believe how much getting on their cell cybersecurity. Yeah, that one much better. Sex sometimes. Sex sometimes? Sometimes. Not recently. I have a fun fact about me, though. What is it? I've never shared, but I figured this would be a great time to tell you about it. I'm actually some Coopers. Sorry. Soccer? Germany. Sports never run out of gas. Welcome back. You've been on the show once before.
Yeah, before.
What did I say about you? What could I possibly have said about a guy as perfect as you? What did I say? Joke about Cody, and then you look and you see the world's tiniest bus. Artsy shit. You married? Okay, she's Brazilian as well. She's a white lady. Brazilian trickery. You just asked her to, and she didn't do it. I think you fucked the shit out of her. I would love to see the decoration of the house. It has a couple paintings of soccer players and inspirational quotes. Like, what is your we do the soccer stuff, but we have a lot of dog stuff in the house. Hey, dogs, do you have a tattoo of your dog's game offered? No, but I have a eagle here, dog. Oh, that's a eagle. Show the audience that real quick. Show the audience. Oh, okay. Tease you are. The eagle get angry. It's normal when I crack. The eagle get angry. Okay, show us the normal. That's normal. I bet pictures of your family, your dogs on your little IT desk at work. I bet you. You have Oh, you're gonna see him tomorrow? Where at? Somewhere. You're great. Where are you performing? I don't like to let anybody know where I'm performing. Thank you. Really? Great job. You haven't seen him do stand-up before. You are truly missing out. Rothschild Center, great performance on this show. Did you got that? I love it. It's already good one. You got Neil. It's got some good points. Thanks for popping on. That's fine. We go to this book. Rothschild. Come here. There you go. We go to this bucket one more time. Should we do it like we do it earlier? Okay, we have this young lady here at Vulcan. She's been on the show. It's been a long time. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Brittany. Smile, everyone. Come on, everybody. Make some noise for Brittany.
Abortions were recently made illegal in Texas after 6 weeks from conception, which is a huge bummer. The good news is that staircases are still legal. Hang in there, baby. 6 months is open all year round. Actually, as a woman, no matter where you live, the most fiscally responsible thing you can do is to buy a season pass. I'll let you do my phone on though. It is really sad that women can't get access to the healthcare training, which is why I decided to create a foundation for young pregnant women who are scared. They call me and I go beat the shit up. Vigilante justice, baby. You gotta make a mentality of that. Let's just make you one.
Absolutely. Unbelievable. Best performance we've ever seen you have here. It's been a few months since we've seen the shows. Tones, which recently simply no longer business. They didn't tell anybody. They're not even anymore. It's democratically voting. Sam so that's shows that shows for coming out completely. It's really crazy what they're doing. If you want to, you can leave bad Yelp reviews. And Brittany, that was amazing. You've been working hard on your stand-up, huh?
Yeah, too.
Did you? Wow, that's crazy. Yeah, great. Was that here in Austin? Yeah, that's awesome. They flew you in and everything? That's so cool. Okay, that's awesome. The big audience?
Yeah, I got to do a late show. They have
So cool. How long have you been doing this? Okay. Right? But I was going to comedy store fucking 15 years ago. That's the same show that fucking Jim Carrey, Letterman, Sam. Did you ever go to the store? But you performed there. Stand up. That is true. That is critical. Brittany, what do you do for fun when you're not performing stand-up?
I also have another job. I paint oil and gas tanks like once a month in South Texas.
Okay.
Yeah. My dad's an oil and gas engineer, so he had his hires in a giant tank.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah. I'm gonna go see my goat ranch when I'm there. I got
That's like that. No, they fake. I'll show you some
Oh, when you walk by with my pocket freedom, I will try to hit it. I will flip you over me. All the things that put in my mind. That's the sweet, sweet.
I love it. What else has been going on? Born and raised. Yeah. What do you think about the invasion of California and other people? With it? Like, right. Yeah. Like it, right. David Lucas is right now. What am I now? You're in Bubble, a bubblehead. Bubblehead? What bubblehead? Right, a bubblehead. I'm a bubblehead. Wait, why is 530 or 40 episodes, and we never had anyone do a bobblehead impression. So you'd be surprised what you can see here. He's always serving up fresh episodes. I love it. Anything else crazy happens since you were on the show? What's fun? Anything exciting? Austin, Texas is crazy. You ever had a threesome? Oh, wow.
I have one threesome, one foursome.
What was it? 3 guys and you? Or 2 girls?
It was 2 and 2.
I
I wasn't into it for like 20 minutes and I just tapped out.
Right. Okay. What? In the threesome or the threesome? 2 guys?
2 girls and a guy.
Okay. Did you find yourself like fighting for position there, or because there's only three thumbs a little bit? Person just
No,
yeah, it is a little bit different. It's like
my shame, most of my pain, when I'm never
awesome big tail Tony joke. Very well tonight. Guys, make some noise for Brittany. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the part of the show regular. It just so happens to be the longest standing regular in the history of the show. This guy, recently opening for Joe Rogan, opening for monsters all around the world, doing his own crazy shows. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Big Red Machine. This is William Montgomery. First of all, I would like to alert the girls who made out with Raj, COVID-19. Watching the movie Pearl Harbor, maybe what's Japanese and come back to finish the job. What's the men? Prove it. We need to include next to be more inclusive of gay people. Of a little person asking questions about shrimp during okay, it says here that I think Dr. Rolling a soccer ball. Is that a euphemism? That was going to go so. Oh my God. All right, thank y'all so much. Exactly. And the show, William Montgomery. I love that. Bill Red here on Tony every single week. I love your style is unbelievable every single week. You're dressing better, you're looking better. What are you doing? You're 4 months sober. 3, maybe 3 months. William, for those of you that don't it's I did. Sharpie marker is incredible. I love it. 2,000 fucking dollars, and I swear to God, I never got it. For that from? Oh, I found it. You found? Where'd you find $10,000? In someone's pocket. On 6th Street this past weekend. Doctors sort of hard. So nice to see you. It's been a while. that pocket. It's not good pickpocketing at all. Joke's on you. The guy that carries the most silver with in the history of the show. Wow. That's hilarious. I would have guessed you so much in your pocket. And it's a bit fucking long. That's like going in contact and eating William, I love this game. Why'd you get the shoot you at an Indianapolis Colts convention or something like that?
So
Close as well. So, I got this.
yeah.
Well, Stephen, don't now we lost it. And the first stuff that kills it about here. Sure they weren't secure. That's a stupid question. It really was. What was it the domain? Because if you shot two cops on the domain, I'll give you money for that. I hate the domain so much. Is there anything worse anywhere around this city than the domain? I'm pretty sure it's a lot of America. Of course you want the domain. What's up? It's a purchase. $1,000 unpermitted. Can you get them touched up? Did they come with a warranty or anything? They did not. You return those eyebrows? I don't think I can. You can get them highlighted or something? They are pretty dark. Getting darker is the second. Light is making them darker. I think it's the way all the red that was. Okay, with your dye your hair like the same color with eyebrows, just one. Yeah, I think that's a really good idea. All right. When you shoot the police officers, did they say anything? They were screaming. They were fucking screaming. You're about to get shot. They're fucking screaming for their lives. I shoot them anyway. I guarantee you, this is Austin. There's at least two, girlfriends that are brought to the show that are someone who's thinking to themselves, someone go the fucking cops. What is happening right now? I don't fucking understand. Is this with you? Is this why we locked up the phone so that we can't call the police? It was still worth it. William, anything else crazy we Thursday. This is Monday, starting Thursday morning. Thursday morning, 3 loaves. Right? Costco, right? Costco, yeah. Fans can tell when the Williams jokes ended when they started. That's what I love, is that it's fucking true. I really killed 2 cops, but I bet $1 million that he ate 3 loaves of raisin hearts. Do you put butter on them? Like the butter all over? Yeah. Where do you get the butter from? I've started stealing butter from the store. William Montgomery, we did it. How long did this place get for the great Brian Olsen? Wow. One of the coolest drawings ever for Brian to eat. Look at that. You gotta see it to believe it. It's like a James Bond homage featuring Brian Holtzman of Red Man. That's awesome. What a fun fucking time. Thank you to the Yellow Rose, the Red Rose, Cody. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? I forgot that our friends over at the Nether Hour, the band that's playing after the show, made this shirt for whoever gets tonight. I forgot about this. So, if Stormy or Jennifer is still here, this is for us. We weren't expecting 2 people to kiss on stick this week. So, we have a shirt for you. Girls have to share it. I'm going to hand it for the best damn band of the land, the Kill Tony band. Peanut butter whiskey, Kill Tony band. Brought to you by Strudel Peanut Butter Whiskey. That's Michael Gonzalez on drums, Matt Young on guitar, and great. The return of Lee Madness tonight, everybody. Smokehouse Royal. And Brian Holtzman, actually. Hey, Cody, are you still here? Cody, can you sit down here real quick? I want you to do something fun for us. One last thing. Hell yeah. Shout out to Austin Reserve Jane. Make sure you listen to Dead Air with Brian Holtzman. It's a podcast that he's been doing for a while. It's produced by Red Man. And by the way, a lot of people that he sing for this show and all this in the universe of Kill Tony, Holtzman has on this show. He's had Moods Cam, Isabella, who always came from your heart. People. Cody, everybody. Let Cody through, David. Let Cody through. Here comes Cody. Brian Holtzman laminates all these things. I want you to point that right towards that camera. Hold that right over your. Follow Brian Holtzman on Instagram. I'm Brian Holtzman. On Facebook, at Brian Holtzman. He's on Twitter at Holtzman, bro. You know what he did? It gets a little tricky on Twitter. YouTube is Brian Holtzman now, all one word. Holtzman.store. Are you guys excited to be here today? Damn mother. Right. Austin, Texas. Episodes on the street. Agree with them. And look at this. Creation. We make this like so on the stage for all of our shows in Los Angeles. Texas, but it's only fitting we switch. Brand new. Everybody. Freaked out. Thomas yes, he's on Instagram. They killed everybody. Not only in Austin, but in the world. We also sponsored SoCo Modern Gallery. Check out the SoCo Modern. T-shirts and three new Keltoni bingo cards. I believe they're going to be available for sale. Sons, white. This makes you surprisingly not paying each one. Yourself this question. Doctors know for $3 million in coverage. You need a few minutes. Smart in real time. So you'll find out instantly. Tony. Freedom guys, but honestly, we have a ton of gives them the and all related to the coffee plant that has been used for centuries to produce energy, stress, super species. It's only you know about this red band? Somebody out on a special is also satisfaction guarantee. So do what you need to do. Great. 20% off your entire order. Go to getsuperleaf.com/ promo code Tony. Off your entire order. Getsuperleaf.com/ use Tony for 20% off your entire order. One of our favorite sponsors in the world. Original. It's a light sleep. Awkwardly super durable, which means each you can see and it's a lot of times you have that big and like it has like millions of business cards in there. It's like I have it in my another wallet for save it. The code counts. Start tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, we always have so much fun. You know what else? They know you're right. Signed up for bring out the anger. That's it. Get ready to start the show. Tonight.
Yo, what up, man? Yeah, it was. Where the fuck were you?
I was thinking, sorry.
It's not our fault. That sounds like a you problem, not an us problem. We did everything we could to contact you. We sent carrier pigeons. We had people go down to the final room. We told James McCann to be on full alert. Yeah, there was nothing that we could do to get hold of you. But that's okay. He was back. And you should know that I beat him in mini golf and the carom more times than I can count, and it was pretty amazing. And we missed you. How you doing, Ken?
Okay.
All right. You seem to be in better moods recently. That's good.
I mean, the side effects. Honestly. Like,
No food camp. Better to sleep a little bit than I have to sleep forever.
I mean, yeah. Nothing wrong with sleeping.
I have a piece for you. Are you ready to sleep?
I mean, sleeping.
As much as that. I think it's all relative, you know. All I know is that I'm about to beat you, and it's not going to be close. So, Zoot, I'm just getting it in your head. I'm going to beat you right now, 14 games in a row in mini golf. Do you know that I beat Riser for 13 games in a row without tying? I've never even done that to you. Dude, you have an invitation. Everybody's waiting on you. All right, here we go, big dog. I'm going to show you how this bitch is done. Perfect shot. Absolutely perfect. Zoot, that's a devastatingly bad shot. I can tell you that right now. Devastatingly bad. One of the worst shots I've ever seen. I wouldn't do that if I were you. I would not do that if I were you, son. That was garbage, dude. That was absolute garbage. Look what I'm gonna do to you now. Look what I'm gonna do to you. Are you serious? Dude, this game is rigged. Don't go on the black shit, Zoot. Whatever you do, don't go on the black shit. Dude, don't hit the corner and go on the black shit. Dude, are you still there?
I disconnected from voice chat. I'm just good for that. So,
You're good. Hit the ball, dog. You're up. You've got about 10 seconds, 9 seconds, 8 seconds, 7 seconds, 6 seconds, 5 seconds. Hit the ball, dude. Oh, dude.
I'm fucked. That's whatever.
It doesn't matter. I can't get this shot off. You're going to hit the corner. No.
Yeah, it's,
Yes, you did. You give me a second chance.
I'm not it's,
No, he doesn't. Dude,
that was risky. Oh, real comedy.
are you excited for it? Have you ever been more excited for any raw comedy in your life's history? What's the name of this hole? I'll wait.
No hope.
The what?
No hope.
No, it's the S hole, dog. You know that
Grand Champ is a better show. Did that mean?
it's giant, dog.
How big is the
Um, like one of the biggest shows in the United States. It used to be. He was on with John Stewart.
age?
Oh, nobody knows who that is. What are you gonna do, dude? You gonna have a ball in for me? Because that would be much appreciated. Dude, are you ready for the best shot you've ever seen? Dude, this game is great. Short.
I think Aaron Charles, but still, like,
You will have called it then. You will absolutely have called it. Do you think Chelsea's going to be a superstar?
not America.
Right, because she's a huge bitch. I would have made that bitch number one superstar in all of the United States if she wasn't a cunt.
I feel like we'll see this roast by some reality TV or something.
Yeah, is it called How to Be a Big Bitch on Instagram starring Chelsea? Why didn't you, son? Dude, I'm making a comeback on you, big man. You need the best shot of your career right here. And you almost hit it. But guess what? You're done, big dog. You're done. Your lead is gone. Your lead is dust in the wind, son. Now I'm going to show you how a real man plays. This is one of the best shots we've ever seen. Dude, did you see that shot?
You think Chelsea would have go take this as a cute?
No. If she only visited once and she was from Australia though, yeah.
What do you think of
Dude, you had two really good shots. She definitely does. Oh, Zoot.
what?
Oh, 'cause she's funnier than you are. Oh, Zoot, you just locked in a win. Oh, dude, you won. Zoot, you won. Who wants the full?
Show like that.
Dude, do you know who Harry Cupcake Coleman is? I asked you a question first. Do you know who Harry Cupcake Coleman is? Nobody. No. He was like a. He's in the band. Come on, baby, hit the thing. Dude, that's garbage. Dude wants the full win. Dude has stated that he wants the full win. Dude, get your ball out of my way, would you please? Dude, you screwed the pooch, dog.
That's awesome.
Maybe if I hit your ball here.
That's awesome.
No chance. This game is over, dog. This game is over.
Oh my god, that would be pretty sure. Don't think too much. I know it's not the Billions.
Oh, Zoot. I almost had the greatest shot ever. Take out that stuff, Zoot. Take out the tree.
I won't ever know the Billions.
Yes, we will. I'm about to show you where it was. It was behind the doghouse. Zoot, excellent win, my man. Excellent win. Are you ready for Karam?
I never want to.
I know. So let's see if you can. It's an amazing game. It's when it gets intense, it's really hard. You have an invitation.
Oh, James McCann's up there.
When is he on Thursday?
Was he on Thursday?
Yeah, what's on? What's Thursday?
James McCann.
What is he on? What is it? Where? Are you excited?
Yeah, maybe. It's also Darcy's first show.
You think Darcy's funny?
I think James McCann's 40 is very loyal to Darcy.
Oh, that's, I think, a very accurate statement. Just like Shane Gillis's audience is very um, loyal to James McCann. And Joe Rogan's audience is very loyal to Tony Hinchcliffe and Joey Diaz and all those guys. Look at that shot, dude. Look at that shot.
I mean, it's just a funny story. Once his mouth is straight and he becomes a comedian. He finds his own point writer is like, straight. And he becomes a comedian.
Do you think Darcy's one of the funniest people you've ever met in your entire life?
No.
Do you think if you wanted to, you could get Darcy's autograph?
Yeah, cool.
Do you think Darcy could
I have a
get?
photo of him. Yeah.
Do you think Darcy? I know. I told Riser about it. I'm proud of you. Do you think Darcy? Do you think Darcy could get your autograph if you wanted?
Yep.
Have you ever had anybody ask? Have you ever had anybody ask for your autograph? Well, it's gonna happen, dude. Yeah, but like, kind of, it was joking. Yeah. Dude, are you seeing this shot? Are you seeing this? Dude, you're witnessing greatness. Oh, double hands. Look at this move, dude. Did you see that? Now, Zoo, you're not that bad, actually. You're not that bad. Get it, get it, get it, get it, get it, get it. Oh, Zoo. Yep. And Zoo, you have 4. I'm only have 3 on you. Oh, that was close. That was close. Now, Zoo, I'm going to show you how this bitch is done. Like a champ. Yeah, but you have to get your next shot in, or else it comes back. So watch, the red one's going to go in the middle. You see what I said? See the red one? Yeah. But I have to get it in before the end anyway, so not really.
I mean, I kind of, well,
So you have all your parents available on one side of the board. That's okay. You've got me locked in. Do you see that?
yeah, well, you so.
Dude, get it, dude. I want you to come back. You only have to get 6 in. You have to get 5 black and 1 red. You can do this. All right, not a huge deal. I'm about to show you how a champ does it, though. Oh, I messed up. Oh, I messed up. I hate when I do that. Dude, you can do this. Oh, get it. All right, dude. Now I'm going to show you how a G does
I
it.
blocked you though.
And I put yours in for you. Dude, you have three really easy shots, four really easy shots. The only difficult shot is you only have one difficult shot. Okay, stop. Okay, perfect. Go for the one, the red, yeah, that one. No, this is a mistake. Yeah, there you go. Perfect.
Wasn't it?
Well, then you have a better chance of getting one of those two in than the other one. Like, this is a harder shot. And you just nailed it, dude. Dude, we're tied. You've made one of the greatest comebacks in the history of the game. Now get the red one in.
Fuck.
Dude, you're doing amazingly. I'm going to show you.
I don't think you have to show.
That's an easy shot. Dude, you lost by one. You did really well, dude. All right, now we're going to play your game, and then I have to prepare for the biggest podcast of my life.
What's the biggest podcast of your life?
Because the person has 250,000 followers on YouTube. But you want me to start naming all of them?
Who's Steve?
Jeff Ma. Yeah.
Where's he from?
I think the United States. I don't know.
What's he from?
Like supernatural podcast.
Okay.
Dude, watch this move. What are we gonna do, Zoot? Give me a 3. Zoot, that was the worst roll I think I've ever had. That was terrible. Zoot, you're up. What are your thoughts on getting 3 threes? Zoot, what are your thoughts on getting 4 threes? What did you just do? Are you proud of yourself?
It's not that great. Bro. To be honest.
Dude, give me a 4. Dude, I'm playing so badly. I've never been
Still early.
worstly in my life.
What is worse?
I was thinking, but I think it could be worse. It's like an adverb that isn't normally used. But yeah, I know the word is 1, 2, 3. Okay, Zoot. This is a big risk. Do you think it paid off?
No. 21 is small board. I should have gone out. Free rolls.
Hey,
What is supposed to featuring Monday?
J. Michael. The other guy.
Who's the other guy?
The guy who's really funny.
Who's that?
Name starts with like Mac or John or something.
resting stage.
Okay, you're right. Worsley's not a word, but I feel like it could be. It will be in the future, no doubt. Okay, 3, 4, 5, 6. Give me a 2.
Yes, most right.
Yes, I do. Zoot,
I don't know.
you'll get one, don't you, big guy?
I fucked up.
Dude, you got 3
What was
4s. 12 to 5.
I mean, it's not the best. So first.
Give me another 6 here. Dude, I'm playing like absolute dog shit. 25 is a good chance. I just took the lead, dude. Did you know that?
Yep.
But you're doing way better than I am. Like, tremendous. This is dangerous, dog. That was dangerous.
I played safe there. I didn't have a jump.
Oh, I need 2. I need 2s here really badly.
I say Charles.
Zoot. Zoot, do you recognize what
No.
just... Yeah. Do you recognize what just happened? You do have a small straight, but do you know what just happened? Yes, sir. I'm going to try to get another one.
It's not red. I'm ready to get to it.
Give me a 1 or 6. Garbage. Zoot, I don't know what... Zoot,
3, 5 times.
what happens when that happens?
I play on the outside of the board. I just don't give you any.
Okay. Dude, I think you still may win. You got 3 5s. Go for it, big man. You got a full house.
Already played 4 out.
Okay, you got 3 5s.
That's shit.
Not as bad as mine. 4, 5. I mean, I don't really know what to do. I guess it's 6.
Is that great?
This is garbage, Zoot. Terrible.
Play it.
Terrible, Zoot. Terrible, Zoot. Terrible, Zoot. Yes, that is terrible. Terrible, Zoot. Zoot. Zoot.
Oh, okay.
Zoot.
Oh, fuck.
Dude, you got 2 2s.
I fucked up.
Dude, you got 3 2s.
3. Alright, how many 6s do I need?
You need a lot of stuff. Give me some 4s, though. Zoot, give me some 4s. Zoot, give me some 4s. Zoot, give me some 4s, son.
Do I have grab for 6s? Do I have anything? 2, 3, 4, 5, large straight.
Zoot,
Oh, I did that large straight.
dude, look at how many 5s I have.
Oh, shit. You're not going to get the bonus.
Zoot, I'm not going to get the bonus. But you might not either.
I might have.
You need 3 6s. You are short. You're short, Zoot. 1, 2, 3, 4. Give me a 5. Devastating.
That's something. That's
You need this.
I roll. I
You
roll.
you need the 6s, son. Son, you need the 6s. Son, you need the 6s. It's over.
I just roll.
It's over. The champ is here.
What do you get?
I need 5s, so I don't know. Unless I go for a 5 times, but I don't think so. Give me the 5. Give me another 5. Okay. I only got 39 on the right side. Zoot, 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 zoot. If you got 3 6s, or if you got 5 6s, you still couldn't win.
It's over, folks. It's over. All right, you can go to the bathroom. I'm glad that Roger came back. I'm glad that you're here. Next time you come in, next time he calls you or whatever and you're awake, please come out, okay?
Yeah, I was like,
No, I know. Thank you so much for contacting me, Ashley, too. You're amazing for that. You take care, Zoot. We'll talk soon, okay? Peace, Zoot. Zoot. Shut up. Shut up. You know? Every now and then.
Never, ever. Nice. We always nice. So we're gonna take the beginning of this song. Left up the child.
Jam with my guys.
When you see 3 times soda sound, that's just how he works. He's really cheating on me, by the way. Keep her and this back there. Anything. I know it for a fact. What else is going on? You got to be telling us this. I look like a tall prince.
Complicated.
And then I
That's against you.
unemployment, baby.
We got. What about I'm gonna marry you. Like to laugh. If you want to be funny and talk and story, love to laugh. Don't worry about that. The keys of the car. I don't know what to tell you about this.
this point, what do you do for let's just dollars a month. You just tell us what some contract with the government. Any special skills or talents, anything interesting about you we might be able to talk about, David? I was in a group when I was in high school. Oh, God. Yeah. It's called White Chocolate. Yeah. Get out of here. Yeah. Are you serious? Yeah. Yeah. So, what kind of... Yes. Okay. Drop a beat, Rick. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. This is the whitest guy you've ever seen in your life. Taking a shot at hip hop. Let's go. Everybody raise all the first class. That's all I can do. That's pretty good, David. I'm absolutely shocked. You were sweating like a kid right now. I love it. David, what else do you do for fun? I like to goodness. That I'm into. Yeah. I'm not single engineer. Yeah. Only 20 seconds. And that's the most famous coach. Shut the fuck up. What's the moments when you're talking? Seriously, my wife is so awesome, man. She's great. Certified free. Make that wet ass pussy. Wet ass pussy. Ass pussy. Beat it up. Extra large and extra hard. Sweat your nose like a credit card. Tap on top. I want to side. I do a kick. Inside. My mouth. Look at my eyes. Take a dive. Eyes. Pick me up. Eyes. Let's role play. I just got to the park. Last truck. Twin garage. It's hard for me to focus considering that that's gaming. I have like an orgasm. It never less powerful. Did you know that the average clitoris has over 2,000 nerve endings, girl? And don't get me started on female ejaculation. I know it's not. It's the milky white liquid substances such as prostate-specific antigen. Sometimes other enzymes from the skin. Girl, you have your shoes like Bumblebee, girl? Fuck yeah, woman. That's no shooting star, bitch. Might be
Or TR3B. You never know what Lockheed and Boeing are doing. It might even be skunk work. You want to wish upon a piece of classified aircraft? What if it's the USA? No. I hate that. That would be the track is the 6th. What to make a wish on a type of anomalous aircraft? Fire up the 5060 modem. Phenomena to report. I'll keep to the cyber cafe. Hey, Chad. I got the lined up. On your way over that thingy. I thought that leaky foot.
If you're wondering, no doubt about it. That's right.
Let's not fuck around with this cake. Onion? Oh, your horses, girl. Watching it. Treat that off while
It goes by the name of
you that same dumb cunt. You got 10 words of like accuracy. Are in the shining? You're hurry up, girl. You're right off. Fill this room. That's the you bitch. I beat you to death with a bloody time to run. You need to pretend that you're Mickey Man on the world. You're coming off the see? My friend, if you fail as a lumberjack, you'll make it as a boil.
Well, I don't know if you got a baby or not. I have an ex-boyfriend.
I ain't favorite language. Alright. I wanted to show up. I don't think so.
Between his parents.
Maybe just I could beat him on that one. Fucking
Sounds yeah.
Dakota.
We were talking about
an hour south.
Give me your fucking hands. You got quite a grip. You got stick on your finger. Hey, everybody, listen to me right now. Listen to me. You're playing ice cream closet. That's fake news. There's the fire hydrant between the legs. Get up here, you weak bitch. There's a big disinformation agent. Just gonna blame all of this on ice. You know ice can do this? No, it's not fucking sprinkler between our legs. I tried to steal this bitch down to the garage. It was like trying to pull up a downspout in a lot of food. And you fucking aqueduct. You're psychological portals the first there is no fucking way I could cause this. The weather service is gonna have to name your pussy like a hurricane. Oh, I know how it feels. Well, tickets to watch hundreds of people perish before our very eyes. Just like watching a skirt circle the drain. It's just a matter of time to win the J-pipe.
This is what I need you to do. I need you to quit the city and start seeing bubbles. Do you understand the strategy you don't make? You maggots of the same similarity. We are so fucked if this plan doesn't work. Take it to your brother, whatever you do to get that answer to your woman, girl. I need you to quit your heart out, baby. Get ready to fire like an airgun. It's like a perfect fire out the straight at each other. Fire that push like a girl. Like the guys who listen to the waterfall. Like travel, really have travel. It's the chicken of the public loud section. I like stabbing all the kids. Yeah, but you love it. Yeah.
Started some anxiety and antidepressant meds. Okay, that's cool. That's not adding to it.
You ever get ahead of cloud section? Like, yeah, man. Giving you a stabbing on the chance. Yeah. I want to spend 13 days with people on the drive. If the window starts to be up, you can pull out the whole from the rear. Let me just get some more stuff to see this way, girl. Shut up.
I think it's fitting and it's happening to you. You're trying to make the right adjustments and get your life on the right track. And you know, things some more challenging issues.
Has anyone ever gone down up surrounded by the sun? Have you ever been smoking on a by your knees, please? Maybe I'm going to tell you like, where's Charles?
As soap as you want.
go. Everybody has to do the medical. You got it. Damn it. Strap on 100. What is it? The chest? Baby, we just hit danger up to my knuckles.
But this is an eye-test on stem.
You up. I know it's not the phone that she was, but I mean, you can do that tonight. That's right, man. Like we're gonna reach a point of no return. Just gonna be whatever you do, don't blame me. I learned it. I trusted myself before. It was like I was confident for nothing. It was like catching my hand. I was moving this thing. Nothing I told him not to do. Now this woman is sleeping. All right, maybe I guess I have to come down on you. I'm looking over the car for Linger. Jacket all over the floor. This is too big of a job for a lot of us. I've got blisters on these fingers. I'm a disposal. Babies, 11 away. Like the three quarters man on the torrential ground floor. You're perfect, bro. Like that we can grab out of your circle. Wow, baby, you're not even like a teacher down here. Girl, my lashes are soft. I got floppy galoshes, girl. I tried to coordinate this.
No, don't ask like that. No.
Don't fuck around the handcuffs. I'm working like a cyclone. He sprays like a broken fire hydrant. I'm working like you were gonna lose. I know all over. Baby, you're I do when I feel So I said, hey, I'm going to go down and buy some water. And now look. And you put nothing but a giant. I'm not going to argue with you. I'm just warning you that when I start texting you, there's a very real chance that this will due to your sloppiness could cause this entire ship to go down. Do you understand me? I sprayed said you at the top of your heel. You sure make close to get out of that your wall. You know what I did? Oh, you're a grateful bitch. I didn't know. You would see steam coming out of the truck. Oh, and the hot chocolate was so hot. It burned the roof of my mouth. It's still a paper. And I can fucking believe it. Oh, the fucking day of my life. But we gotta go, you man. A very rare dog. Actually, diamonds aren't that rare. They're supposed to hear you. But the weird stuff. I don't know if I can do that, but I can go up and Microsoft Paint. Guys, this was a brand new minute and an interview. Well, let's get started on Skin. It's still going. Oh my God. Wow. Oh, one more time for Ron Skin, everybody. Oh, yeah. You're going to have to explain to your grandkids one day when you're showing them this video. You're going to be like, I swear there was like a pandemic going on. It didn't make any sense. There's more fucking antibodies on this stage for me now than this. It's fun. Thank you, Red. Thank you, Red, man, for putting that cherry on top. You guys having fun out there? Very obviously, dreams come true on this show. I mean, wow. What a star. All right. I don't know how anyone's going to follow this, but we're going to try it. Ladies and gentlemen, your next comedian out of the bucket goes by the name of Craig Pergola. Ladies and gentlemen. Craig Pergola. Oh! Craig Pergola. Wow. For Craig. Yeah. Okay. You see him, you look at the friends. Friends want to go to dinner.
said, no. He said, you're racist. You don't support minority-owned businesses. He said, it's 9:30 in the morning. I don't want to eat fried catfish right now. That's all he said. Look, what do you do to support minority-owned businesses? I buy top-shelf drugs. I had a $200 a day habit for like 4 years. What are you doing? You buy your drugs from white people. You're racist and bad at buying drugs. I don't know which one's worse, honestly. In my America, you bigots, learn how to buy good back to smack. You maybe won't be so racist anymore. White drug dealers all say shit like, you can beat me when you see me next time. And that's slang for this shit sucks. You're gonna have to have more. My deal is like, we're gonna need that money up front. You're probably gonna need this shit.
Great, welcome to the show. Is this your first time on here?
Yeah, first time here.
Awesome, I love it. What kind of drugs were you buying at $200? Hell yeah, all right. Cool, do you like write music or anything?
I got arrested a bunch of times.
Did he shoot it up or snort it?
Snorted and smoked.
Oh, geez.
She just finished your trail. They're all wicked.
All right, I love it. I love it. Okay. When was that?
I mean, I did everything, but that was my baby.
All right, cool. What's the most extreme high you've ever gotten? Was it just smoking heroin or snorting it or what?
Yeah.
And what happened? What's the crazy shit you've ever done?
Well, I got DUI on heroin.
Wow. Were you drunk as well?
No, I just fell asleep and hit a guardrail in front of a cop, and they pull you over.
Hell yeah. My goodness. Yeah, it's easy to pull you over.
I pulled myself over, actually, because he was right. Well, he's got me at this.
Even when stand-up comedy.
I'm 38 now. I started when I was 30 back in May. I was like 4 years old.
Yeah.
Been here for like 4 years.
38 years old. 38 years old. What's it? 4 years as a heroin addict, and you look the same as a 24-year-old that was on there. It's incredible.
That's
Rabbi,
Yes, ma'am.
good morning.
Fine, how are you?
Yeah, I did get my few podcasts. I'm changing my picture for you now. I'm learning the picture, so I'm gonna change it. So I'm gonna change it. So don't be sitting about them. Okay? Change my picture.
Okie dokie.
Oh, you steady.
That's right. That is right.
When is it?
It's in about 5 hours.
You get a little rest.
No, I
You
slept.
can't rest. You
I,
sleep right now.
I slept. I'm ready to go.
Be careful. You that it goes well, okay?
Thank you, madam.
Now, wait. Let the before I change it because I know. Oh my God. Right. That you came back. Yeah. Yep, there you go. However, that's all. There I go. Look at my picture record.
I see it. It's I like it. It's your lavender color. You're welcome, madam.
I don't know why it said, why is that?
Yo, what's going on, big dog?
I'm just very much 50.
Okay. Did you find the one step of pie?
I need my own way. I'm gonna find it.
Do you recognize if you would have done this the first day, you would have had maybe 1,000 applications by now? Okay, just making sure you're aware.
Yes.
Yes, sir. You got that right. You got the enjoyment in my voice. Hey, you want to do me a favor? I'm always doing favors for you. You ready to do a favor for me? No, I know, but you ready? You ready to do a favor for me? Um, let's see if this works. Just one moment. Um, just one moment. Let's see if it. Let's see if I can quit that. Don't even talk like that. That's not cool. No. Um, it would be really helpful to me if you would be here and let me do a practice podcast. And um, if you're like, okay, well, what does that mean? Um, yeah, just one moment. What'd you say? What'd you say? What'd you say, big man? Oh, you're the best. Okay, then just bear with me. Let me get my fudge. Mm. Just stay right there. I'm gonna get that through. But just be patient. That's what I need you to do. Just um, just be patient. Okay, I'm gonna um, I'm gonna read to you. I'm gonna pretend that this is um the podcast. Okay. So just one moment. Let me open up documents. Go ahead.
when you write down, you have to really big, how to say English, really big, ready. Sorry to say that, but I can see that.
Okay, that happens. That's what you wanted to tell me?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Do you know what a big belly shows in ancient cultures? It shows fertility. So nobody wants to.
Maybe
Nobody wants to.
so you can control your teeth and
Listen. Don't be an asshole. Okay, I don't need to talk with you if you're going to be an asshole. Do you want me to sit here and nitpick against everything that I find about you, particularly on a feeling? No, people don't do that. That's not kind. All right. So with that being said, you're okay. Um, there's no need to apologize, but just recognize, like, you may notice something, but just know in the future, this is what's known as a dad bod, and women, for some reason, find it very attractive. They don't find skinny little guys attractive. They find dad bod attractive. For whatever reason. I didn't invent it, but that's just what it is. Okay. Um, so I I am I'm gonna try to open I want to make it so that I can read something pretty easily. And right now I'm not able to read it really well. So just what are your plans for today?
my friend down here play for my grandma.
You're gonna play a board game with your grandma? Okay.
At home. And after that, I will do some job application more, and I will do some social media thing.
Okay, what are you gonna do on social media?
I will do around. I'm gonna do like more videos also.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So just
I
bear with me about 5 minutes,
it's okay.
and then I'm gonna go through this with you, and it will be very helpful for me. Do you have your hold on while I do this? Do you have your phone?
Yes, I'm I don't have any more phones.
Okay. So did you download? Have you downloaded the computer?
Not yet.
You haven't made any progress since yesterday.
I make 50 application.
That's nothing. That's nothing. By the time we're done, you're gonna have applied to 300. Okay.
Okay, just makes it easy and just type it uh, please, okay, please.
All right. But then you have to be here for 2 hours while you're gonna sit here and you're gonna apply to actualize. That's the deal.
Just
Okay, I sent it to you. Download those apps right now. Don't fuck around.
I hope you sent me my Discord.
Don't you-
It's my own.
I did. Why don't you have your old one? Can you log into it?
I cannot say because I'm still waiting to Discord. Even if I'm working with this one.
All right, check your messages now.
The last thing I said to you, I'm sorry.
Just check your.
I did. And the last thing I said, the message out is I'm sorry.
No,
So just let me for this when I in this Discord.
listen. Just look at your messages that are pending.
I forget you have more 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 Discord. Sorry, I forgot.
Okay, no need to apologize.
Discords. I am okay on Zipper Recruiter um, on on information shop
Yeah, on the App Store.
and
Okay. Ask if it's available in your country.
I'm going to try with Google.
Okay, try Google.
I find it.
Okay.
I I I I did my location. I did my city
Okay.
and no job.
There are no jobs in your whole city. Okay. Did you try with Indeed?
I'm gonna try.
Okay, and then the next thing that you do is try remote. Don't look for your town. Just look for remote.
Yeah. And this is on Apple Store. So I'm gonna. Robin,
Yes, sir.
did you get information about that episode you did with that guy?
It'll take.
Are you happy? Are you nervous? You can speak podcast.
Well, that's why we're going to practice.
How what the job I am looking for the name of the jobs.
Just anything remote, just apply to it.
And then develop I can be a developer, engineer, I can what the fuck is UX designer?
User experience.
Nothing.
Just apply. Just apply.
Um,
Now, do you see? Ask ChatGPT for one-click apply option.
okay, what do you resume?
Use whatever you want to use, Big Dog.
So are you ready for your test?
No, just give me a second.
In America, it's so much easier to find a job.
Um, I would say we probably have more opportunity.
No? Yeah. Oh, marketing. Interesting.
Okay, have you found how to one-click apply?
Yeah.
Okay, then whenever you see that button, you click it. I don't care what it is. Just if you see that button, you click it. Okay.
Mhm. You talk with people
For what?
about me.
Why would I talk to people about you?
I don't know. Like you cannot be like me or this.
What are you talking about?
I'm not for 10 years old.
No, don't worry about it. What are you talking about? What would I talk to people about you about?
I don't know, like some ex
No, to my knowledge, I've only ever talked positively about you.
Um, I was trying to do streams. I almost got it. So yeah, I finally do know how to do the streaming.
Okay.
Oh my god.
What's wrong?
I am working something about our first messages,
Yeah.
and it's really just
What's interesting about it?
I don't know, like I just asked you and you said hi, I would have to be on air. Okay, we can do that. When you have more updated thing, and you said me how that it's like I think I think that time it was like the podcast, but not friends.
Okay.
This is very interesting. Uh, that's when was your first ever podcast?
November 2022.
So how many episodes did you like overall?
I only did like a few of them.
I know you did four, you did three,
Yeah.
so like 4, 5. Yes.
Total ever?
Yes.
Before you, I did like 10.
Can oh, that's wow. That's right. That's
That's wow.
Did you find the one quick apply?
For machine check it works different.
How does it work differently in check? How does it work differently in check?
Right, right. In check, I think really value personal and assuming zero to be specific at all.
Yeah, if it's asking you for that, it's too much. Just move on to the next one. Okay, are you ready?
Yep.
I
Just a moment. I am Rabbi Michael Moshe Rothschild, an Orthodox Jewish rabbi, certified project management professional, and futurist whose work focuses on the intersection of spirituality, technology, and humanity's long-term future. I have been an active participant in both modern Orthodox and Hasidic Jewish communities, including Chabad, for many years, while also exploring how the principles of postmodern Orthodox Judaism may help bridge traditional Jewish thought with contemporary technological, social, and global challenges. I became an Orthodox Jewish rabbi in 2021, a process traditionally known as smicha, following years of immersive religious study and practice, including daily synagogue attendance, extensive learning with multiple rabbis, Chumash or Torah study, Daf Yomi, daily Talmud study, Gemara classes, and ongoing study of Hebrew, Yiddish, Aramaic, and Ladino, along with traditional covers of paired study learning. Rather than pursuing a traditional congregational or academic rabbinic career path, I chose to develop an alternative model of pastoral outreach and public engagement through digital media. For nearly 5 years, I've maintained a 24/7, 365 multi-stream YouTube live streaming project dedicated to promoting world peace, transparency, and human connection. The initiative has been described as a real-world analog to the Truman Show or Big Brother, documenting daily life in an effort to encourage dialogue, understanding, and global community. Through this project, I have created an openly accessible digital timeline and time capsule of human life dating back to the pandemic era. I maintain a continuously operating radio broadcast in the background of my live streams to preserve and document the global news cycle in real time. In a previous era, this form of documentation may have taken the form of diary keeping or journalism. In the modern age, I use continuous video archiving to preserve both personal experiences and historical events so that future generations may study them for historical, biological, sociological, and technological perspectives. My work explores how concepts associated with postmodern Orthodox Judaism can contribute to contemporary conversation, technology, digital identity, ethics, artificial intelligence, and humanity's future. I frequently discuss futurism, world peace initiatives, emerging technologies, and sustainable solutions to global challenges. I also examine the long-term trajectory of human civilization, including the ethical, social, and philosophical implications of humanity's potential transition toward a transhuman future. My work seeks to foster interdisciplinary conversations that bridge religion, technology, data preservation, and humanity's shared future, while encouraging thoughtful dialogue about building a more peaceful, sustainable, and interconnected world. I became interested in Chai Mashed around 2020. While Hebrew is not my first language, I was able to use my translation skills to review a book and corresponding interview of Chai Mashed that are generally only available to the general public in, in Hebrew to best provide a deep dive into this event for you and your audience. All right, and then I'm going to go into the biography of Chaim Mashed, and he's Professor Chaim Mashed, and he is an Israeli aerospace engineer, professor, and retired military officer, and former senior figure in Israel's space program. He became internationally known in December 2020 after making extraordinary statements regarding unidentified aerial phenomena, UAP, extraterrestrial intelligence, a supposed galactic federation, and alleged government knowledge of non-human intelligence. Just for a moment, I want to change.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, it was good. Are you ready for I don't know, because it's big podcast, okay? It's big, right? What about biggest? Are you ready for know how? Like really hard, like really maybe challenges? Question?
No, I don't have to be. I already reviewed the question that he's going to ask me.
Yeah, okay. Even
So, I mean, if he really wants to challenge me, he can. But at this point, I'm not too worried about it because He's um, we've already discussed what questions you might want to ask. All right. We're just going
So that is like for you, that is become like a graphic. After that, you will become what you own. Like
thank you, my man. I think so. Uh,
that.
I think so. Okay. So I wanted to just make some changes to the outline that I have because I want it to sound natural. And so just give me one more moment as I'm adjusting.
But
Okay, here we go.
can I say something?
Yes, sir.
But when the episode will come out, let me comments people
Listen,
just
listen. I've been living my life 24/7, 365 for 4 years. I can take anything they report at me. So the first question is, who is Chaim Khrushchev? Professor Chaim Khrushchev is an Israeli aerospace engineer, professor, retired military officer, and former senior figure in Israel's space program. He became internationally known in December 2020 after making extraordinary statements regarding unidentified aerial phenomena, extraterrestrial intelligence, a supposed galactic federation, and alleged government knowledge around human intelligence. Before those statements attracted global attention, Hashed had already spent decades working within Israel's aerospace and defense communities. He was recognized as one of the central architects of Israel's satellite capabilities and has been described in Israeli media as a major figure in the development of the country's space program. Just, just His life story is significant because his reputation was built primarily through conventional aerospace engineering, military technology, and satellite development before he entered the controversial field of UFO disclosure. So going back to give you a really deep dive into his life, he was born in British Mandate 1933 before the establishment of the modern state of Israel in 1948. His early life unfolded during a period of enormous historical transformation. It was the final years of British rule, the creation of Israel, the development of Israel's military and scientific institutions, and the emergence of aerospace technology as a strategic field. The historical environment affected his youth. He grew up during a period when science and technology became central elements of national survival. The important historical developments during this time included World War II and the emergence of advanced military technology, the beginning of the missile age, the Cold War space race, the launch of Sputnik in 1957, the Apollo moon program, the development of satellite intelligence systems. These events shaped a generation of scientists and engineers who viewed space not only as a scientific frontier, but also as a strategic domain. He was educated at Technion, which is the Israeli Institute of Technology. His academic background includes a bachelor's degree in electronic engineering, a master's degree in aeronautical engineering, and a doctorate in aeronautical engineering. The importance of his educational background is it placed him at the intersection of several emerging technologies, including electronics, aerospace engineering, satellite systems, military communication, space exploration technology, and during the second half of the 20th century, these fields obviously became essential for national security. His military career and technological development first begins with his service in the Israeli military intelligence. Hashep served in the Israeli Defense Forces, the IDF, including within military intelligence structures. He became associated with highly advanced technological development programs, including work connected with intelligence technology. He served in Israel's highly classified Unit 81, an organization responsible for developing technological solutions for military intelligence. The unit is associated with advanced electronics, surveillance technology, specialized intelligence systems, innovative military engineering. Working in such environments placed Eshed among engineers dealing with some of the most advanced technology available. Eshed became one of the most important figures in the Israeli space program. He served as director of space program for Israel's military Ministry of Defense. He was a chairman of space-related committees. He was a member of the steering committee of the Israeli Space Agency. He reportedly led space activities for nearly 3 decades. One of Eshed's major contributions was his involvement with Israel's reconnaissance satellite capabilities, the OFEC program. The OFEC program developed Israeli intelligence satellites capable of Earth observation, intelligence gathering, and strategic monitoring. In 2007, Eshed was involved in the launch of OFEC 7, an Israeli reconnaissance satellite. Eshed has been credited with responsibility for the launch of approximately 20 Israeli-made satellites. These accomplishments contributed to Israel becoming one of the world's smaller but technologically advanced space nations. Eshed received the Israeli Defense Prize 3 times. The Israeli Defense Prize is among Israel's highest honors for contributions to national defense technology. The reasons for some awards remain classified because they relate to sensitive defense projects. In 1967, Eshed received the Chief of Staff citation, one of the IDF's highest military recognitions. Eshed retired from government space leadership in 2011. At retirement, Israeli media described him as a major architect of Israel's space capabilities. After retirement, Eshed continued working as a professor, a lecturer, and consultant, and a participant in discussions regarding future technology. His interests expanded beyond traditional aerospace engineering into questions about artificial intelligence, space exploration, the future of humanity, the possibility of extraterrestrial intelligence. And when he made his famous statement, being born in 1933, and his major UFO statement became public in December 2020, he was approximately 87 years old when he made these statements. The timing attracted attention because he was speaking after a long professional career. He had already achieved recognition in aerospace. He stated that his reputation was established and that he had little personal incentive to seek publicity. His supporters viewed his age and career as reasons to take his statement seriously. Critics argued that extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence regardless of the speaker's background. In December 2020, Eshed gave an interview with an Israeli newspaper, Yedioth Ahronoth, in which he discussed claims regarding extraterrestrial civilizations and secret interactions. The interview quickly spread internationally. Eshed argued that certain unidentified objects demonstrate capability beyond human technology. He stated the UFOs perform maneuvers that cannot be explained by existing human technology. His argument focused on advanced propulsion, unknown physics, technology beyond current aerospace understanding. One of Eshed's most controversial statements was his claim that humanity had contact with an advanced group he called the Galactic Federation. He claimed certain governments were aware of this relationship. The relationship involved cooperation, and the beings were studying the fabric of the universe. Perhaps the most famous statement was, "The aliens have asked not to announce that they are here. Humanity is not ready yet." The statement introduced one of the central ideas of his disclosure argument. The issue was not simply whether information existed, the issue was whether humanity had enough psychological and social maturity to accept it. Eshed discussed photographs from Mars that he believed showed possible artificial structures. He argued that, if confirmed, these discoveries could create new scientific fields, including archaeology of Mars. The statements received worldwide media coverage because of Eshed's background. Many people focused on the contrast between his decades of conventional aerospace work his extraordinary extraterrestrial claims, and they were met with scientific skepticism. Scientists and space officials responded cautiously. For example, NASA has stated that humanity has not yet found confirmed evidence of extraterrestrial life. Some critics argued no publicly available evidence supports the claims. His reputation alone cannot substitute for verification, and extraordinary claims require publicly testable evidence. Regardless of whether his extraterrestrial claims are accepted, Rashid remains historically significant because of his contributions to Israeli aerospace. His conventional legacy includes the development of satellite capabilities, advancement of national space technology, defense innovation, aerospace education. His 2020 statements added another dimension to his public identity as an aerospace pioneer, a space strategist, and advocate for examining humanity's place in the universe, as well as a controversial figure in UFO disclosure discussions. Lamashlet represents two very different chapters in modern history. There's the first chapter where he is an engineer building satellites, advancing aerospace technology, strengthening Israel's space capability. But then there's the second chapter, which is the disclosure advocate, where he discusses extraterrestrial intelligence and raising questions on UAP, as well as challenging humanity to consider possibilities beyond Earth. His career demonstrates the intersection of science, defense, space exploration, philosophy, and humanity's search for meaning in the universe. Whether future evidence supports or challenges his claims, Professor Chaim Eshed and his name has both become permanently connected with one of the most controversial discussions of the modern space age, humanity's search for evidence that it is not alone in the cosmos. So he wrote a book that was published in November of 2020 called The Universe Beyond the Horizon, Conversations with Professor Chaim Eshed. The book was published by Videos Books in Israel. It was also distributed by Geffen Publishing House, which lists the Hebrew edition and provides international availability information. However, this book is only in Hebrew, and it's about 232 pages, most of which what we're going to review today are in the epilogue. And it additionally had a role of Hagar Yanai, and was not written as a traditional autobiography solely by Eshed. Instead, it was structured as a series of conversations between Chaim Eshed and Israeli author Hagar Yanai. Yanai helped organize Eshed's thoughts into a narrative covering his childhood and personal history, his engineering education, his military and aerospace career, the development of Israel's space program, his views on humanity's future, his thoughts regarding extraterrestrial intelligence and disclosure. The book became internationally famous because shortly after its publication, Eshed discussed portions of it in an interview with Video Aharonov in December 2020. The publicity surrounding the interview focused heavily on the book's later sections, especially UFO UAP phenomena, the possibility of extraterrestrial civilization, the alleged Galactic Federation, humanity being not ready for disclosure, and possible Mars-related claims. So a basic overview of his book is The Universe Beyond the Horizon, Conversations with Chaim Eshed, involves his life story and professional career as one of Israel's leading aerospace figures. The history and development of Israel's space program, and then Eshed's broader philosophical and speculative views regarding humanity's future in space, extraterrestrial intelligence, and the possibility that humanity is not alone in the universe. The book became internationally famous because of its final sections, where Eshed discusses UFOs and identified aerial phenomena, extraterrestrial civilizations, and alleged government knowledge of non-human intelligence. However, the majority of the book is not about aliens. It is primarily a biography and historical account of aerospace development, innovation, and the evolution of Israel's space capability. The book's importance comes from the contrast between its two parts, being the engineer and the space pioneer. The history of rockets, satellites, defense technology, and Israel's emergence as a space nation is the part as the engineer and space pioneer, and then the cosmic visionary being the second part, humanity's future among the stars, possible extraterrestrial civilization, and the search for intelligent life, as well as the implications for disclosure. So the book is starts with his life and career, but we're going to
I
focus.
have a question.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
How long this is going to be episode?
2 hours. I told you that.
Okay. I understand.
Excellent. So part one of the book is the life and his career. Part two is the development of the Israeli space technology and everything that they're involved with is development of satellites and such. Uh, I should say I need to change something. Part one, part two, and then part three is the philosophy of innovation. And then the epilogue, which is what we're going to focus on, is a transition to extraterrestrial questions. In the final chapters, he addresses the question, are we alone? The most controversial portion of the book comes near the end. According to reports and translation of the final sections, the shed discusses UFO, UAP phenomena, possible extraterrestrial visitation, alleged government knowledge, possible advanced civilizations, and future implications of contact. This section changes the tone of the book from a historical biography to speculative cosmic discussion. The argument presented by Ishaq is that he argues that some reported unidentified objects demonstrate characteristics that challenge current human technology.
Very important. You got much information. This will be amazing. Amazing. What you know. You fucking got it.
I hope so. Thank you. The things include objects displaying unusual flight capabilities, phenomena that appear inconsistent with known engineering, the possibility that humanity does not yet understand all forms of technology. He frames the UFO question as a scientific issue rather than a merely cultural phenomenon. The book became internationally known because of Michel's discussion of the supposed Galactic Federation, which is his most controversial claim. According to reports describing the book and related interviews, Ashed claims that advanced civilizations exist. Humanity has allegedly interacted with these civilizations, and certain governments are aware of the interaction. The concept presented is that humanity is not an isolated civilization, but part of a much larger cosmic environment. One of the central philosophical ideas of the book is that humanity may not yet be prepared for confirmation of extraterrestrial intelligence. His argument involves fear of societal disruption, psychological shock, religious implications, and political consequences. His famous statement that the aliens have asked not to announce that they are here, humanity is not ready yet, represents the idea that disclosure is delayed because humanity must mature first. Another major theme is the possibility that Mars contains evidence of ancient intelligence. The shed discusses images from Mars missions, possible artificial structures, and the possibility of ancient civilizations. He argues that if some structures were confirmed artificial, humanity would need to create entirely new fields of research. One of Ashed's most interesting concepts is that the idea that future astronauts may need archaeological training. Traditional Mars exploration focuses on geology, climate searching for microbial life. Instead, expands the vision toward ancient structures, artifacts, lost civilizations, and planetary history. The discovery of artificial structures would transform Mars from a geological object into an archaeological world. One of the unique aspects of the book is it combines established science with meaning, aerospace engineering, satellites, space exploration, and technology development with speculative science, extraterrestrial civilization, geopolitical phenomena, galactic cooperation. This combined creates both created both fascination and controversy. After excerpts and interviews were translated into English, the book gained worldwide attention. Media coverage focused primarily on the Galactic Federation claim, alleged government cooperation, Mars statements, and disclosure. Critics argued that extraordinary claims require publicly available evidence. No confirmed extraterrestrial artifacts or civilizations have been verified, and Shed's aerospace achievements do not independently prove his claims. NASA has stated that humanity has not yet confirmed evidence of extraterrestrial life. At its deepest level, the universe beyond the horizon is about humanity's relationship with the unknown. The book asks, how much do we truly understand about the universe? Are we prepared for discoveries that challenge our worldview? And will humanity remain Earth centered or become a cosmic civilization? The major themes that are summarized are that space is humanity's destiny, meaning humanity must expand beyond Earth. Exploration is part of civilization's evolution. There's also technology as transformation. Scientific progress changes with humanity. What scientific progress changes what humanity considers possible. The universe as a place of possibilities that the cosmos may contain intelligence beyond Earth, and disclosure and maturity. Knowledge requires responsibility. Humanity must develop psychologically and ethically, as well as the beginning of cosmic history, discovering another intelligence